Podium Publishing presents Dire Seed, Book 2 of the Dire Saga, written by Andrew Seiple, performed by Amy McFadden. Chapter 1. Icarus Descends. It used to be that you could get a cargo payload up into orbit without a ton of regulations, checks, and military supervision. Private industry used to keep a number of public launch sites and windows open and rentable, with a minimum of hassle. Then Mentat the Mindbreaker snuck one of his mind control satellites into a launch, and security got nuts for a while. Damn near destroyed the industry in the 90s. But things were quiet after that. Up until Dr. Dyer managed to smuggle a cargo up around 200. Thanks, Doc. You're the reason we can't have nice things. Lauren Jane Colder, in her book, Fly Me to the Moon, My Life as a Launch Technician. Icon City shone brilliant from 60 miles up, a glittering bauble of curves and angles where the ocean met the land. From my perspective, just below the point where atmosphere hit space, nothing blocked my view. With glee, I peered through my cradle's telescopic sights at my home metropolis. It had taken a fair amount of work to arrange this. Though I was on a tight timetable, I took a minute to appreciate a view that was normally only available to satellites and high-flying heroes. Icon was a great and sprawling city, glorious but flawed. I would fix it. I would bring out the best in this imperfect metropolis. That was the point of this little excursion, the first step to righting an injustice. Time and effort had gone into this, months of effort and hundreds of thousands of dollars, and now the point of this entire operation lay beneath me. But not for long. I flexed my fingers, and the lenses snapped shut. The computers calculated telemetry and found it good. I spared a glance at the heads-up display and checked the tracking subroutines. All green. No more excuses to linger. Showtime, I whispered, and hit the rockets. When discussing it on a particulate level, scientists sometimes call gravity the weakest force. I consider that a bald-faced lie, and the proof of the matter was currently adding to an already impressive acceleration. As the pod shuddered and shook, and I with it, I felt my lips peel back from sheer joy. I knew that the ablative shielding of the pod was burning away as the compression of the atmosphere ground against it. Air has mass, even when it's doing nothing more than being in your way. Forces that would turn unprotected flesh into fine red mist howled and gnawed at my chariot, and I laughed with exhilaration. For a few splendid seconds, I knew what Icarus must have felt before the sun melted his wings. It was over all too soon, and as I got through the outer layers, I deployed the chutes. They emerged one after another in a rapid-fire sequence. The first dozen were shredded as fast as they came, providing minimal drag. But physics would not be denied, and as enough tiny pebbles can change the course of a mighty river, the pod slowed enough to forestall a catastrophic impact. I was coming in hot, but I didn't want to hit too hard. The point of this exercise was shock and awe, not death and destruction. Well, okay, maybe a little destruction. 30 seconds to impact, and I switched my view to the cameras I'd hacked a week ago. The FBI had a perimeter up, standard protocol for cases like this one. Cameras watched both inward and outward, but it was the inward ones I cared about. I was rather relieved that they'd won the turf scuffle with the Metahuman Response Bureau over the handling of this case. The MRB would have been a hell of a lot harder to hack. The view from outside the building was clear. Icon City's courthouse stood as stern and foreboding as it had 50 years ago, when it had been rebuilt after Greygaunt's trial. It had been wrecked then, and rebuilt stronger and more defensible. Ever since that incident, no one had ever managed a successful assault on a trial in progress. After today, they'd have to reset their calendar. 20 seconds to go as the sky screamed around my pod. The Janus warhead tracking system would be noticing me any second now, and NORAD would be going on alert. Not that it would do any good. This would be over before they could shoot me down. I switched to the cameras I'd smuggled into the courthouse. Hadn't been easy. The scanners on the doors, even on the vents, had been updated as the decades rolled past and the Cold War drove espionage and counter-espionage technology into a maddening spiral. Fear of the Red Menace increased federal funding, and old but strong technology secured the building. I'd had to use pseudo-plastic microdot cameras sprayed onto the jurors as they left their hotel, masked by an errant splash from a malfunctioning sprinkler system. Not a bit of metal in those cameras, and taken by themselves, they lacked the power to be detected by the EMAG scanners. But once I'd gotten enough of them inside, they'd networked and activated. They were burning out at a phenomenal rate, but I only needed them for the next few seconds. And as the blurry picture inside the courtroom resolved, I scowled and fed the micro-corrections into my pod's maneuvering rockets. That damned prosecutor was pacing again, and he was occupying floor space I'd planned to be bare. I'd have to come down near the bailiff instead, and he'd probably be injured by my landing. Definitely wouldn't kill him. Probably wouldn't be fun. With 10 seconds to go, I had to accept the cost. 5 seconds, and daylight started to seep in through cracks in the pod. It was coming apart now, just as I'd designed it to. The largest chunks were breaking off, hurtling in different directions to their pre-planned destinations. I was left with a plug of shielding below, and the payload riding it down. The dome of the courthouse rose to meet me, and as the sonic boom of my descent echoed above the city, I rode my chariot of fire down to the mortals below. It made a horrific crash when it hit the roof, and I was glad for my audio filters. I felt everything vibrate above me as the shielding plug flew to pieces, breaking through the layer of armor in the dome's infrastructure. It cleared the way for the payload that was my power armor to plummet through the ceiling of the courtroom and slam into the floor, the sheer force of the impact knocking the bailiff head over ass into the wall. And as I crouched in a perfect three-point stance, the fragments of my pod found their destinations, key points of Icon City's power grid. The lights died as the broadcast energy towers for the district went out one by one. The only ones spared supplied power to Sarah's Mercy, the main hospital for the district. While they had generators, I didn't want to interrupt any operations in progress. I'd set myself a goal of no fatalities for this operation. Death was counterproductive to my goal. Unfortunately, the surviving tower meant that the blackout wouldn't last long as the grid rerouted. I had to make the most of the chaos. And chaos it was. Screams echoed through my audio sensors, and in the darkness, my night vision saw the spectators and officials yelling and scrabbling at each other, coughing at the dust brought down from the ceiling, or frozen in shock. I stood. Cloth whispered against steel as my armor unfolded, all 8 feet of it rising up to look down on the people around me. Scare. I breathed into my mask. The scene took on a red tint as my mask's eye sockets lit up with bloody red light. Screams intensified as my burning red eyes stared at the jury, seeming to materialize out of the darkness. The lights flickered on, and the screams turned to confused babbling as they got their first look at me. Horrified gazes traced the bulky lines of dark gray metal armor, the blood-red cape that ended in a cowl around my white ceramic mask. "Silence," I demanded, and my voice echoed throughout the courtroom. It was grinding metal. It was discord. It was the dying shriek of something horrible and unknown to modern man. It was a voice designed to go straight to the hindbrain and remind the listener that our species had started out as prey. It was pretty damned good, and I was proud of it. I'd spent weeks getting it right. The crowd shut up, save for some random whimpering and one poor old woman sobbing into her hands. The bailiff groaned and flopped an arm over to cover his ears. I breathed a sigh of relief to see it. He'd be fine. Movement at the front drew my eye, and I saw the 2 FBI guards grabbing the accused, hauling him toward the nearest exit. They pushed through the crowd, and I shook my head. "No, you're not leaving just yet." I aimed a gauntlet at the exit sign glowing above the door. Particle beams are lovely things, pure kinetic force, capable of penetrating heavy armor or stunning an unarmored target, depending on the charge and spread you put behind them. Or, in this case, light flashed, tracing a crackling line between my hand and the sign, and it exploded into sparking fragments. The crowd shrieked, the FBI agents halted, and their captive shook his shoulders free from their grasp. Young, thin, dark-skinned, with tattoos visible on his lower arms where the orange jumpsuit didn't cover. Martin Jackson looked much as I remembered him. He turned to face me with a wide grin and a look of smugness that made me snort to see it. He raised his handcuffed wrists and waved at me. "Hey, lady." Shocked murmurs rose at the realization that the armored hulk among them was female. I rolled my eyes. We'd just hit a new millennium. This really shouldn't be an issue anymore. But I'd worry about educating people later. Right now, I had momentum going for me, and I needed to milk it. "You came here for judgment," I rumbled, letting my arms fall behind my cape as I paced from side to side, a restless armored tiger in among prey. "You shall receive judgment, but not on him. Not on Martin Jackson." "Order! There will be order!" The judge had found his voice, and I turned to him, the metal of my suit creaking in the sudden silence as he fell still. "Yes. Yes, there will be order. Dyer shall bring this city to order, dragging it kicking and screaming if she has to." I pointed at him, and he shook, fighting to keep his fear off of his face. The Right Honorable Judge Meyer Blonstein. Old, rich, known for being a hard-ass. To the public eye, not a bad judge. But I'd done my homework on him, and I hadn't liked what I'd found behind his public face. "Martin Jackson deserves a trial by his peers, and there are none of those to be found here." "Unrepentant criminals, you mean?" the judge shot back. "I see at least one other here." He still had a little courage left in him. Time to crush that. With a bound and a sweeping backhand, I shattered the podium out from under him. He fell, and I caught him by the tie with my free hand, hoisting him into the air. Slowly, slowly, as he choked and clawed at his neck. I didn't want to snap his spine by going too fast or being too forceful. "She knows, Meyer. She knows about the kickback the Cold Harbor Supermax gives you for each convict you sentence to life there." His eyes widened as he stared down at me, and his fingernails rasped down my mask, sought for some vulnerability. I had none for his fingers to find, and I continued without mercy. "And thanks to the time-delayed mails she prepped throughout the gridnet, every news station in the country is currently learning all the dirty, little details. Up to and including him fucking a lobbyist in his office. The Supermax had tucked that footage away as blackmail. I'd found it on their files, after a good solid hack. "You are correct in one assessment." I dropped him as he sobbed for air, tearing his tie free from his fat neck. "There are at least 2 unrepentant criminals in the room, but Martin Jackson is not one of them." I turned to the jury, Most of them shrunk back, and a couple of them shrieked. The FBI agents had spread out during my tirade, I noticed, getting good firing angles, places they could take shots without risking too many civilians, just like their handbooks and training instructed. I was counting on that. The jury wasn't as cool-headed as the agents, not by any measure. 2 of the older women and 1 of the middle-aged men were crying in fear. Half of the rest were frozen, gazelles watching a lion in their midst. Only a few were watching me with anything like calm. One younger-looking man even had his phone out, recording. I smirked to see it. The checkpoints had been lax, or he'd been determined to smuggle it in. Or both. Good. I wanted people to see this. I wanted footage of what I did here. "And you lot," I pointed at them, and one of the crying women fainted. "How many of you have ever missed a meal? How many of you have ever lived without a roof over your head? How many of you have gone into the heart of enemy territory alone, risking everything to save your loved ones?" No reply. Didn't expect any. Rhetorical questions, really. I continued with a disdainful sweep of my arm. "A jury of his peers? Bah! None of you are his peers. He's worth 20 of you." Where my arm passed, the crowd flinched back, and I squinted, a little surprised. I'd expected to be interrupted by now. I hadn't prepared any more material. Time to ad-lib? Looked like. "As such, Dyer declares this trial a farce. She will now escort Mr. Jackson from these premises." "You're going nowhere, Dyer." Finally! I spun as the doors that led to the judge's chambers burst open, and a green and black blur rushed through them. Ballista, the first hero I'd ever fought. Ballista the hothead. Ballista who blamed me for his mentor's death. Ballista who'd saved my life once. Ballista who chucked a spear straight at my mask, so fast that I had no time to blink. It punched into my mask, and the force field just underneath the first layer of ceramic steel composite flared, stopping the spear before it could pierce the last layer. My temper flared up. What the hell? There were people behind me. If he'd missed... "You've learned nothing, hero." I raised a hand as the shattered bits of spear pattered to the ground around me. At least he hadn't thrown at his full strength. That would have touched off a sonic boom. Not good in an enclosed space like this. He rolled to the side, evading my particle beam as I blew a bench to splinters. "Oh, I've learned something all right, Doctor," he yelled back. He'd cut his hair short since last I saw him, I noted, in one of those absent flashes you get when the adrenaline's pumping. He stopped rolling, flipped to his feet in an acrobatic display. His costume was pure green, with a black stripe diagonally across it, ending in an arrowhead emblem. He wore a domino mask over an olive-skinned face, and he'd added black gloves since our last confrontation. Now that I had more experience recognizing ethnicity, I thought him Latino. "You've learned how to pose dramatically?" I snarked, starting a jog around and snapping off bolts of golden energy as I went, taking care to avoid firing lines that brought me anywhere near the crowd. "If so, it needs work." Much of the surrounding crowd took the opportunity to escape, and I let them go. The more out of the line of fire, the merrier. The FBI agents collared Martin again and started dragging him back. I whipped my free gauntlet around and drilled one in the chest with a low-power beam. He went down like a sack of bricks. The others got the message and stopped, watching for the next opportunity. Ballista went full defensive, ducking and weaving. Okay, so not totally blasé about risking the crowd. Good. I felt better about that. He'd probably only taken the shot at my head because he had surprise on his side, and I'd been standing still. "Pose dramatically? No." he called, executing a forward flip over the remnants of the judge's bench as I blasted it into bits. "I learned the value of a good distraction." Huh? My proximity alert shrilled, and I cursed as my optical sensors went dark. "Obstruction blocking view," my HUD cheerfully informed me. I swept a gauntlet across my mask, and light flared up, showing the courtroom and a falling piece of cloth? I was sweeping cloth away from my head? A flicker, and it was dark again, and I heard a voice, rich and deep, shout, "Just keep throwing, son. You're not gonna hit me with those slow-ass shots." I sighed as another spear thunked into my side, and the force field reduced it to fragments before it could do any real damage. It had been a gamble, coming here when I did. Icon City was full of heroes, and starting a fuss was guaranteed to draw some of them. Ballista, I'd expected. He'd been on site and waiting for me. Others, like Tomorrow Force or Crusader, were far too dangerous to risk fighting over this, so I'd waited until Crusader was busy in South America and leaked the location of a West Coast web base to Tomorrow Force to draw them off. But I couldn't lock down every hero in the city, and the one that was attacking me now was one of the more troublesome of the lot. "Freeway," I said, tearing what I now recognized to be a tablecloth from my mask once more. I got a flicker of the courtroom around me again, a view of Ballista drawing back another spear, and the 3 remaining FBI agents dragging Martin once more towards the exit. Then a blur and a snap, and a tablecloth was over my eyes again. Another spear fragmented off my back, and the force field blocked it, again. "This isn't your battle," I said, and instead of tearing the tablecloth loose, I hit it with a wide diffusion particle beam. It went up with a whoomph, and my systems chattered angrily at me for putting stress on my force field. The second I could see again, I blew one of the FBI agents into the wall. He hit the ground and quivered, stunned. "Actually, it kind of is," Freeway said, his voice coming from the blur that circled the edges of the courtroom. My targeting systems were going nuts, trying to get a lock on him. "I want that young man to have a fair trial." Then my sensors were blocked again, this time by a bright, blood-hued red. I rolled my eyes. He'd flipped my own cape over my head. Freeway was a speedster. He could bypass physics, move at high speeds without touching off sonic booms or causing collateral damage to those around him, which was a great help to his hero work. Worse, he was an experienced hero. He'd gone up against all sorts of foes in his career, and not all of them were public record. I doubted I was the first power-armored villain he'd had to fight. In this case, he'd probably assessed the situation, figured he didn't want to break his knuckles on my steel plate. So, he was settling for throwing the equivalent of blankets over me so that Ballista could administer a beatdown. 2 more spears hit me, and I checked my power readings. 74% charge. I could keep taking these for a while, but not forever. I needed to change things up. I thought about triggering the screamers, decided against it. Still too early. Timing would be crucial here. Well, can't cover what you can't reach, I activated my armor's gravitic system and hovered into the air, casting my cape aside as I did so. It was a further drain on power, but it did the trick, as my vision was uninterrupted for a few precious seconds. "A fair trial? You think he'd get one here?" I put my sneer into my armor's voice, as best I could. Ballista scurried behind cover, and across from him, a black and yellow blur stopped, materialized into a stocky man. He had a mask with goggles on it that left his mouth and nose exposed, but covered the rest of his face and head. The rest of his costume was more or less a jumpsuit, black with yellow dotted lines, not unlike a street's pattern. The skin revealed by his mask was a deep walnut brown. "Listen," he said, spreading his arms wide. I resisted the urge to take a shot at him. He'd be out of the way before I could bring my arm up. "I know what you went through. I talked with Martin, got his side of the story." I glanced to Martin. "Is that so?" He nodded, pulled his arms loose from the two agents left holding him. "Dude's paying for my lawyer." That gave me pause, which lasted up until I recalled the judge's crimes. Still, if Martin wanted to go through with it, could I deny him that? "Martin, can you look Dyer in the eye and tell her you honestly have a shot at justice here?" He looked up at my mask's eye sockets, then down at the ground. "I wish I could," he said. "You got no idea how much I wish I could." Freeway shook his head. "Then what? This?" He swept his arm around to the mostly emptied courtroom, particle burns on the walls and furniture and bits from my attempts to blast Ballista. Rubble still pattered down from above, from where I'd made my entry. "This is anarchy, the sort of thing that you fought to stop, Doctor." "The system is broken," I said. "Better to derail it here than let another be sacrificed to no purpose." I checked the clock and frowned. Still too early. Monologuing? Head games? Might tie them up for a bit. It was worth a shot. "And so it falls to Dyer to fix what you cannot. What was Hamlet's line? 'The time is out of joint, O cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right.'" Martin looked to me in shock. "Whoa! You said I. You can do that now?" Actually, I couldn't. Due to brain damage, I couldn't refer to myself using most pronouns, or anything but my proper name. It was a long story. No, actually. It was a quote, Martin. Since she was quoting, rather than referring to herself... The spear took me in the back, and actually rocked me forward a bit, despite the force field blocking it. "Damn it, Ballista!" Freeway yelled, and blurred into motion again. At a speed that beggared thought, a pillar of collected chairs and furniture bits started to rise into the air as he tried to build a ladder to me. I simply flew away from it, recalibrating my targeting systems back to Ballista. We traded a few shots, and I found myself at a disadvantage. With Freeway running interference and Ballista's acrobatic skill, I couldn't land a hit on him. Whereas he was under no such hindrances. My limited room to maneuver in the airspace of the dome meant I had no cover, and there was no one to run interference for me. I was losing. My energy reserves were depleting more and more with each hit scored, with the fusion cell at the heart of my suit unable to keep up with the drain. Sooner or later, I'd be out, and then I'd have to land and face them without a force field. It was taking time, but they were wearing me down. Just as planned. I felt a grin spread across my face. And finally, my HUD's alarm chimed, telling me that everything was in readiness. I killed the force field and let the next spear slide full-on into my armored chest, knocking me from the sky, crashing down into the witness stand and spreading chunks of it across the jury box. The FBI agents left, grabbed Martin, and hustled him out of the room, and I smiled to see it. "Jesus!" Freeway shouted. "What did you do, Ballista? Stop!" I chuckled. "Only hurts when she laughs." Ballista didn't break cover. "It's a trick!" Freeway didn't think so. "Hold still, Doctor. We'll get you help." "You're a good man," I told him. "She's sorry for this." I activated the screamers. Short-range sonic resonators built into my armor's abdomen. They hissed to life with a horrible rising whine that I heard even through the baffles I'd set into my mask. They pulsed and howled through the courthouse dome, working with the acoustics as I'd designed them to. They wouldn't affect anyone outside the room. Inside the room? It was like 2 punches straight to the inner ears. Nausea, vertigo, crippling migraines, and extreme pain. I saw the heroes double over as I flipped myself up, ignoring the damage readouts from my armor's chest plate. I'd lied earlier. Didn't hurt at all, even when I laughed. And I was laughing now, not that the heroes heard it. Mocking, deep laughter, echoing throughout the courthouse. "And so you fall before Dyer." I let them have it with the gauntlet tasers, paused, looked them over. Out cold. I killed the screamers. Too much exposure would cause permanent trauma, and I saw no reason to be cruel. "Now then, you'll have to excuse her. She's got a bip." Huh? That was a strange noise. Feedback from the screamers, maybe? Holy shit! I turned at the outburst and blinked at the sight before me. A weedy-looking brown-haired man wearing a Hawaiian shirt and a pair of torn jeans. He wasn't dressed for the weather or the austerity of court. He had a scraggly, untrimmed beard and a worried look on his face as he raised a trembling finger at me. Yeah, sorry, Doc, but I can't let you go or the future's gonna suck major." I tased him. He jerked and twitched and fell to the ground, kicking his heels. I turned off the taser, studied him for a second as he writhed. No hero I recognized. No costume, and the face was unfamiliar. Why had he confronted me? Had I just taken down a civilian? He shimmered and faded, body collapsing into blinding light, with an echoing bip. Nope, definitely a metahuman then. So that's where the noise had come from. Weird. I checked my chronometer, found I still had about half a minute before the next phase. "Not cool, man," the stranger's voice echoed around the dome, and I turned, looking for him. "Who are you? What is your business here?" "Name's Time Tripper," he said, and I caught a flash of motion in the jury box. I blew a hole in the low wall around it, heard him curse. "Ah, a time traveler then?" I felt my lips curl back. People like him were the reason I'd erased my old memory, hidden my past from myself. Yeah. Wow, usually I have to explain this." "The name and the earlier reference to the future suffice." "Sharp as always, Doc." He stood up, grinning through his beard. I raised a gauntlet and hesitated. Nope, this was a trick. I whirled, found a duplicate of him creeping up on me. I tased it, instead, then turned back to the jury box, only to find the original gone. Bip. The acoustics, which had worked in my favor before, now hindered me. I couldn't track where that was coming from. Well, no reason the same trick that worked against Freeway couldn't work here. I flew up, surveying the ground below. Could he fly? I doubted it. "Gotcha!" A proximity alarm from above, and my visual feed went dark. The armor stopped responding altogether, and I swore to myself as I checked the logs. He'd been in the hole, of course, the space above that I'd cored out when I entered the building, just waiting for me to stray near to it. And then what? Had he frozen my armor in a stasis bubble? Transported it through time? Unleashed the uncaring entropy of 1,000 years at once and disintegrated it? Well, whatever he'd done, it made me glad that I wasn't in the armor at the time. "Evac," I whispered, and the gyroscopic harness released around me, letting me slide to the ground unhindered. I slipped the VR goggles from my eyes and tossed them aside to fall on the cluttered floor of the basement. "Burn," I whispered once more, and the self-destruct devices in my gadgets beeped, started their countdown. I didn't stick around to see it. Time was nearly up, and I wasn't in position yet. I hit the stairway door at a run, catching it with my shoulder. A dusty hall stretched before me, It was the older section of the courthouse, under renovations for the last few months. It had been child's play, and the work of a few careful weeks, to infiltrate the contractors and smuggle my tech in bit by bit. Interfacing it with the armor in the orbital drop pod above had been the tricky part. Doing that without anyone catching my signal had been a trial of patience. Once the sync had been established, my harness and goggles let me pilot the suit remotely, act as though I was in it from the start. But that part of this deception was over. Now I was depending on the FBI to follow their procedures. While I thought about it, I snagged a blue jacket off its hook and put it on. Simplicity itself to swipe one from last night's laundry crew, replace it with a cheap knockoff. The name on the back was Wilson. I knew she wouldn't be in the team on duty today, and my hair was roughly the same shade. Thanks to a little prep work, I now matched her style. I slid through the emergency exit, ignored the fleeing crowd, and looked around for my targets. If they followed the plans that their chief had detailed in the grid mails I'd hacked, the van would be pulling up right about there. The two FBI agents I'd let escape the courtroom stood at the curb with Martin between them. I ran to join them. "What's the situation?" I barked as the older one turned to look at me. "Villain attack! We need to—" The stun gun concealed in my grip took him in the solar plexus, and he collapsed in a whisper of cloth. "Sniper!" I bellowed, seizing Martin's arm with my free hand and hustling him toward the van as it screeched to a halt. The younger one jumped, let go of Martin, and grabbed his partner. Maddie, oh God! "Call an ambulance!" I howled at him. "Gonna secure Jackson!" I ripped the side door open, shoved Martin forward into the van, and climbed in behind him, surveying the interior. One driver, one agent in back, crouched low with an assault rifle. Metal mesh between the driver and the back compartment. "Go, go, go!" I yelled, and the gunner pulled the door shut as we braced ourselves and the van peeled out. "What's the situation?" the guard asked. I stun-gunned him in the face. He jerked, started to fall, and I grabbed him, pulled him in close as if I was talking into his ear. "Aw, shit," Martin said. He started laughing hysterically. "Hey, shut up back there," the driver yelled. I kept nodding my head next to the unconscious agents, like I was whispering to him. We made it about 5 blocks before the driver got suspicious. "Hey, Wilson, what happened back there?" I turned, face etched into a frown. "Villain attack." But he was looking past me, and his eyes widened as he took in the gunner's slack face and closed eyes. I sighed, then let my mouth open into a wide, clenched grin. "And you're next. Stop the van." "You killed Higgins?" "Bad mistake." He reached for the dashboard and hit the button that would fill the back compartment with tear gas. My smile got wider. "You guys really should have used more than one van to transport the prisoner." He pushed the button a few more times, swore, but he wasn't stopping. I shook my head and pulled out my universal remote, clicked through until I got the right menu. After all, it was easy to disable your security. He grabbed for the CB radio, and that I couldn't allow. "Brace yourself," I told Martin, and followed my own advice as I hit the button on the universal remote. The van screeched to a halt, the airbag fired up in the driver's face, and all the doors clicked open at once. I was moving the second it stopped, whipping around the side of the van, jerking the passenger door open, and jamming my stun gun into the visible thigh of the driver as he thrashed and tried to get free. People on the street stared as I punctured the airbag, jerked the driver free, and rolled his unconscious body out of the vehicle. I slid into the now vacated seat and resumed driving, but not along the planned evacuation route. A knock from the back compartment, and I slid it open, keeping eyes forward. "Holy shit," Martin said. "Hello to you too, Martin." "Nearly didn't recognize you, Dyer." That was the point of the disguise.
So,
Thanks.
What now?
Ditch the van at the planned location, switch to a different vehicle, and drive to the safe house.
And then?
I stopped at a red light, turned to grin at him. Then, the real work begins. Chapter 2. The Lair. It's easier than you'd think to move around in public, even after your secret identity's been outed. Most people are bad at matching faces to photos. If you act normal and maybe wear some sunglasses or a hat or something to draw attention away from your face, you've got good odds of grabbing a pizza or whatever without people calling 911. Well, unless you're 10 feet tall and green, which is why my life sucks. Crocagator, during an in-prison interview with Channel 5 News. Whalers Wharf was an older part of the city, back when shipping and fishing had been its major industries. Both ended up falling by the wayside after World War II, and the infrastructure had suffered as a result. They had never completely gone away, however, and the open-air stalls of Fish Market were still the best place for fresh seafood in the city. A few long-established factories in Cannery Row still worked night and day to compress tuna and cod into transportable packages, and the great cranes of Dockside unloaded the big ships that found their way past Baltimore and Boston Harbor. On a darker note, though the tongs of Dragon Street were long gone, eradicated by the phantasm in the 30s, drugs were still an epidemic. No longer was the district host to the opium dens and speakeasies of a bygone age. Now the junkies chased cheap and dangerous thrills of Betameth and heroin. The overall impression was one of surly, stoic decay. Though not as bad as the slums where I'd first achieved consciousness, it was definitely a neighborhood where the money had fled years ago. Many Baroque older buildings were left boarded up, crumbling as time and tide wore upon them, exposed to the sea on the peninsula that jutted out from the southeast of Icon like a sturdy chin. The newer structures were all stainless steel and treated concrete, stained by oil and heavy use. A few nice houses on the southern shore, old colonials with widows' walks and turrets, and tightly maintained little gardens in their postage stamp yards. The lair wasn't in the residential sections, though. I'd rented a small warehouse through a false identity. It wouldn't hold up to scrutiny for more than a few months, but I wouldn't need it for more than a few weeks, if all went to plan. All I truly needed from it was a place to lie low and store my equipment, and it performed that job admirably. It was close enough to one of the wharves that the noise of the cranes muffled the industrial noises my welding and manufacturing gear produced, during the daytime, at least. Martin wasn't impressed.
Shit, what a dump. Roaches or rats?
Probably some vermin running around the lower level. Dyer doesn't particularly care, so long as they stay out of the living quarters above. I slowed the Fjord Nina to a stop, ignoring the rattling from the suspension. It had been one of the cheapest cars I could find from a seller who asked no questions, and ugly enough that I didn't fear potential theft when I left it out in the small lot behind the facility. Once parked, I hopped out, closed the rusty gate, and shut the padlock behind us. I measured the distance to the docks, nodded. Unlikely to be anyone watching who'd cared about us. "Safe to come out, but get inside quick," I instructed Martin. I'd left a change of clothes in roughly his size in the back seat before I launched this operation, and he tugged on his faded flannel shirt and 2 large jeans as he got out of the car and stretched.
"Man, I feel like a damn lumberjack. You got a belt for these? I don't do the pull-down pants thing."
"They're better than the prison jumpsuit. Come on." I tapped the key code into the number pad I'd installed on the door and led the way inside. "Lights," I said, stopping a few feet into the darkness, and with a soft hum, the hanging tubes flickered to life. He whistled. "Okay,
This is more like what I expected."
The inside was a mechanic's wet dream. Bits of salvaged scrap and machinery coated every horizontal surface that wasn't the ground. Tables and crates and shipping containers had been turned into workbenches for various projects. Mechanical arms crafted from smaller cranes whirred along tracks set in the rafters, spot welding a project out of sight in the center of 4 shipping containers, while old computer monitors flicked and charted through the computer-assisted drafting programs I'd used to set the construction bots to task. None of it looked particularly illegal. I'd made sure to hide the defenses from casual view. If someone snuck a look in through one of the high open window slots on the walls, they'd see nothing worth calling the cops over. Maybe a few things worth stealing, in which case, once they stepped foot inside, they'd have to deal with pop-up turrets, directional screamers, taser grids, and, depending on the timing, me. The lair drew a bit more power than would be expected from the low-tier industrial shop it was registered as, but I was supplementing the draw with a couple of homemade generators hidden in the shipping containers. Generators are a lost art, I'd found. With broadcast power so reliable for so long, the technology hadn't been significantly developed over the last few decades. That was changing now, in the aftermath of the Y2K incident. "The living quarters are upstairs," I said, gesturing to a flight of metal stairs up and a short catwalk that led to an enclosed area with shuttered windows. He followed me, staying well clear of the moving armatures and the tables full of junk. I flipped a light switch on. Upstairs, it wasn't much. A couple of offices, a few cots tucked in them, some stores of meals ready to eat that I'd located at a military surplus shop, a laptop computer running Portals 95, and a few guns. Standard types that fired bullets and not particle beams. I had no real plans to use them unless things went very wrong, but in my short time that I could remember, well, things had gone very wrong. Fake ID that withstood the background checks for the guns had been easier to acquire than the fake ID that allowed me to set up the computer's GridNet connection. That said a lot about this nation, right there. One wall was filled with nothing but televisions, screens open to different channels. One screen was talking about the current troubles in the Middle East. Another screen detailed the rising cost of gang warfare in Icon City. 12 others showed everything from soap operas to sports games to children's shows. Martin cracked a smile when he saw it. "Okay, this is stereotypical evil genius shit right here. You seriously watch TV this way?" I nodded. Turns out her powers are useful for paying attention to and comprehending multiple feeds at once. Which is good, because she's got decades of popular culture to catch up on in order to blend in well with this society. "Wait, is that Mr. Roberts?" I looked at the screen. A middle-aged, fatherly-looking man played with puppets and told me how special I was. "Yes," I said. "You're watching Mr. Roberts." He snickered. "Every morning," I confirmed. Dyer enjoys the trips to the land of made-belief. "Dude, I don't even know what to say there that ain't bad." "Mock not, Mr. Roberts." I waggled a finger at him. "He's a common cornerstone for this entire culture, and he's a positive role model. If more of his lessons were taken to heart, the world would not need so much fixing." "Okay. It's just, that shit's for toddlers." "Well, looking at it in one way, Dyer's less than a year old. Memory wipe, remember?" Martin studied me for a second, eyes unreadable. What?" "Had a lot of time to think in my cell. There were a few times over the last few months where I thought maybe it was an act. That you'd been faking that amnesia, using it to hide from old enemies. But it wasn't, was it?" "No." I'd awakened after the eve of Y2K, my memories carved out by surgery, which had been initiated by my own hand, as I'd come to find. I was still angry at old me for doing that. She'd left some common sense stuff and a hell of a lot of technological data, but popular culture? That had gotten the axe. I sighed. The worst part is that her old self might have had a point. How so? Well, on her tape, she said that this was the only way to protect her past self from time travelers. And guess who showed up to stop Dyer? Ballista and Freeway. What, they're time travelers now? No, another hero claiming to be such showed up after you left. Actually managed to stop Dyer. Well, Dyer's drone set of armor, anyway. Drone? Ha! He sat down in a swivel chair, grinned as he put his feet up on a desk. That's how you did it. One big distraction. I grinned back and settled in the room's lone easy chair. Oh, there were other components, but yes, the suborbital drop and the armor's battle, that was all distraction. Wait, suborbital drop? Oh, yes, the FBI had the courthouse locked up tight. Managed to infiltrate as a construction worker and smuggle gear to a staging location near it, bit by bit. Couldn't do the armor, though. Had to sneak the drop pod aboard a private shuttle launch-up. Near thing, too. Almost got nabbed by Tomorrow Force. I grimaced. The whole caper had been tricky. I'd tipped my hand, and the facility had gone on alert. Martin stared at me. Okay. Starting to see why it took you half a year to get to me. I shrugged. Other things had to align. Securing revenue by hacking banks, acquiring materials by looting junkyards, building up false identities by more hacking, arranging this site, the vehicle, and the gear. It wasn't easy, Martin. But she is Dyer, after all. Jesus. Okay. So, why? I blinked. My voice was soft as I answered him. You have to ask? You're her friend, Martin. One of the few she can trust. Of those left alive, anyway. I looked away. Shit. Sorry. Poor Roy. We were silent for a while. Roy had been gut-shot, bled out before anyone could do anything. He deserved better, I finally said. Now that she knows what World War II was, Not right. He should survive that, only to fall to scum like he did. Seen more people die than I care to, Dyer. Here's a hint. Ain't no one dies with dignity. Pretty much every death's horrible. Perhaps, I said. Well, I shifted eyes back to him, offered a smile. Besides the fact of friendship, there is something she needs. He didn't look surprised, just spread his arms in a go-on motion. It shouldn't be a hardship. Basically, Dyer's trying to track down everyone who survived, make sure they're accounted for. Got some of them. Sparky's in the care of the Liberty Brigade right now. Once some of the facts came out, they got him in on a veterans program. They run a retirement home and some veterans stuff, yeah? And the Torchbearers Fund. Spied on them a little. They've got Sparky working with the junior heroes. It's a good spot for him, being a mentor to a bunch of precocious children. He looked happy. Martin tapped his chin. Trying to think what I can tell you don't already know. You seen Khalid? Or Last Janissary? The two names were one and the same person, a small Turkish man with a big heart and alchemically induced immortality. Among other things, he was a hunter of vampires, and our last caper had brought him in as an ally. No, I admitted. Can you fill in the blanks there? A bit. When I came to after the web attack, he was shaking me awake. Looked like hell. Moving slow. Said that he'd broken enough bones from the fall that his skeleton was having trouble healing, and he'd have to slink off and rest for a bit, mix up some of his bone paste. Said that he'd see us safely back to camp before he bailed.
The locust was too dangerous, and he'd have to find him before he broke free of whatever Barbados trapped him in. I didn't see him after that.
I chewed my lip. Well, hate to say it, but Dyer's got no way of contacting him, or he of her. If she runs across him again, she'll help, of course, but unless that happens, he's on his own. Have to hope he succeeds.
Yeah.
Martin nodded.
Most people in camp made it out okay, hid in the tunnels during the gunfight. Guzman was out on the boats, crazy bastard, but he was far enough out they didn't shoot him. So, yeah, everyone accounted for. Except Abe's and Mina. No one knows where they got to.
He turned his head a bit, an odd look in his eye as he spoke Mina's name.
Dyer knows where Abe's got to.
I glowered. She turned traitor.
What? Shit, you serious?
As death.
Shit. Huh. Thought she was a little off, but I figured that she was just weirded out by the gang stuff and the whole homeless thing.
Nope. Anyway, it's little matter for now.
So, Mina?
I rubbed my chin. Dyer had her set off the car bomb trap that slowed the attackers. Before Dyer left, Mina said that once she did that, she'd come to help fight.
Martin shook his head. I never saw her, and the survivors in the street never saw her. I was afraid she'd...
His voice trailed off. I stood, paced back and forth in front of the table. Not good. Mina was running from some rough people.
Vori? Yeah. She told me about that.
You too?
He nodded. Yeah. We, were close. Off and on, sometimes, when she wanted loving.
I raised an eyebrow. Dyer saw no signs of that.
It was mostly off when you were there. That night after Joan died, we were on again, though. It hit her hard. I'd have been worried, except she had Anya, so I knew she wouldn't do nothing stupid.
Anya? Was she in camp when you got back?
Let me think.
He leaned back further, closed his eyes, finally nodded.
Yeah, I saw her. That woman that Mina saved in the church was watching Anya.
Her, yes. Her name was Susan. Are Anya or Susan still around? Martin spread his hands.
Dunno. Power came on shortly after, and when we woke up in the morning after, SWAT teams were surrounding us and telling us to lie down and cooperate. I got grabbed quick, and then, well, I don't know what happened to nobody else.
I slowed, but kept pacing. Susan's name is more of a lead than she had. Thank you.
No, shit, thank you, Martin said. I got so many damn enemies that if I pulled any kind of prison sentence with Gen Pop, I'd be dead in a week. Only reason I survived is 'cause Freeway's lawyer got my ass in solitary till the trial was done.
You know the man from before?
Never saw him before. He busted up some of our ops while I was running the SCK. Regular pain in our ass. But since then, nah.
So he had no ulterior motive. Martin shook his head.
I was suspicious, but he kept saying he just didn't want to see me get fucked over by the system. Well, more than I'd earned, anyway. He had a lot of questions to ask about what went on, and I told him what I thought was safe.
I nodded. Fair enough. The press had blamed me for the deaths in our struggle. That one hero didn't buy it was encouraging, but in the end, I didn't care. The truth would come out eventually. The winners write the history books, so all I had to do was win and keep winning. And so far, so good. I chuckled, and Martin looked at me sharply.
Huh?
Just musing. Sinister long-term plans. Villain stuff.
Ah, yeah, that. You, gone full villain then?
She thought that was pretty clear back in the courtroom. Not like many other options were available after the way things shook out with the Black Bloods, and Webb, and Tomorrow Force.
Yeah, guess I can see that. With Webb having as much of a hate boner for you, turning yourself in wouldn't have worked out.
It would also be tantamount to admitting that Dyer had done wrong. I scowled. A falsehood. Did the best she could under bad circumstances. If they call her a villain for that, so be it. Besides, easier to acquire resources and complete goals through villainous methods. Martin sucked on his front teeth for a few seconds.
Yeah, about that. What are they?
What are what?
Your goals. What do you want out of life?
You're philosophical all of a sudden.
It's, Freeway and I got to talking a lot when he visited. He kept asking me what I wanted out of life. Told him the usual. Wine, women, song, and good things for my friends and shit. He told me I was too smart for that. I got all of those, and no troubles. I'd get bored. I'd want more. He challenged me to find some goals. I think the dude thought he was like my dad and shit.
Martin snorted.
He didn't know my old man. I would have been fucking jumping for joy to have a dad like Freeway when I was a kid.
I listened in silence. It seemed the thing to do. Finally, when he trailed off, I cleared my throat. Well, you're right in that she has chosen goals. Simple ones, really.
Yeah?
She's going to fix the world. He chuckled, looked over my face, and stopped chuckling.
You're serious?
As an Irish funeral without beer.
What?
A joke she heard on the Late Dark show yesterday. She's trying humor with mixed results. Not used to it. Actually, one of the things you can help with.
Lady, if you broke me out of there to be the comic relief black sidekick, we gonna have words. Words like fuck and no.
No, it's... I waved a hand to the bathroom and the cluttered sink just visible through the open door. Left Icon City for a time to recover and heal after escaping Webb and Tomorrow Force. Lived homeless. Had experience with that from the camp, at least. Got up the East Coast. Disappeared. Worked on blending in. Learned disguises. Learned conversational means to work around the verbal tics. Learned to scavenge. I pulled up the blinds on the window to reveal the factory floor below and the amounts of material being manufactured. Worked out well, all things considered. But I sighed. Never had friends like she did back on the beach. Couldn't risk it. Face known to the MRB and heroes. Losing self. Losing equilibrium. I let the blinds fall. Dyer needs balance. Needs someone to trust. She needs help regaining, well, humanity. All the things old Dyer carved out of herself. I tapped my skull, then flapped my hand in a helpless gesture. Martin stood and wrapped his arms around me. I leaned into the embrace and hugged him back. No one had done that. Not for months, and it struck me harder than I thought. I shuddered a bit and choked a sob as tears crawled out of my eyes.
Hey,
he whispered.
Hey, I got you, 'kay?
I cried for a little bit. It was safe to cry. No enemies were there to see me. Finally, I regained composure and let him go. He eased back, left a hand on my shoulder.
We okay?
Yes, think so. He nodded.
Truth be told, I've been in solitary for months. No one to shoot the shit with, save Freeway and the guards weren't too friendly. I think I know how you feel, and it's shitty.
I smiled. Then let us keep each other sane.
Promise.
Martin strolled back to the chair.
So, fix the world, huh?
Yes. I gestured at the bank of televisions and the various scenes of violence, reports of crime, and disasters that flicked by. Too much is wrong, and it's getting worse. Need to change the paradigm. Need to set humanity on a path to a better future.
Shit, you ain't thinking small.
No, not really, I agreed. Don't have the full how of it yet. Still trying to find all the variables and key points to influence. Working up a list of priorities to move humanity into a golden age and make it sustainable. Won't be able to fix everything, but won't have to if Dyer sets the framework up to change prosperity from a zero-sum game to a cooperative effort. I sighed. No obvious shortcuts there. Just the labors of Sisyphus, only with multiple boulders.
There's worse titans to be. Least you ain't got no ego going for your guts, 'cause you gave some dude a handful of coals.
A lot of people assumed Martin was uneducated because of his manner of speech. A lot of people were foolish. True, he'd never completed high school, but he read voraciously. He'd loaned me a copy of Lord of the Flies once. It had been enlightening. Well, I said, the first step before fixing any of the world's woes is establishing a strong foundation. Martin stood, opened the blinds, and pointed to the machines below.
You got a lot of toys here, and I've known villains who would kill for this sort of secret lair.
It's not as good as it seems. I moved up next to him, gestured at the tables. Dyer's on her last set of components, building up the drone armor, the drop pod, the remote control harness, and a few other nifty gadgets took most of her resources. And the critical pieces gathered here are going to one last major project. I dug the universal remote out of my pocket and scrolled through the menus. Life had gotten much easier when I'd made myself contact lenses with augmented reality capability. The shipping containers moved aside, groaning on hydraulics to reveal the central part of the workshop, and the cradle where the Dyer Armor Mark III awaited the final assembly. 8 solid feet of steel composite with hardened ceramic inlays, a hydraulic system capable of lifting a truck cab, an onboard gravitic flight array through the lower legs that allowed VTOL capability, good maneuverability, and redundancy in the event of trauma. All that, plus onboard weapons systems that made the decoy armor's particle beams look like pea shooters. The helmet's face gaped open. We watched the arms whir and flash around it, hellish light reflecting off of shining silver as the welding torches flared and hissed. It wasn't sleek. It wasn't elegant. It loomed solid and heavy, and it promised pain to any who stood in its way. Martin whistled.
You come a long way from Scrapper's sloppy seconds.
I made a face. Don't remind her. Still remember having to wash his shit and gore out of the power armor. Never did get rid of the smell. He chuckled, gaze not leaving the suit, light flickering over the whites of his eyes.
So, okay, you get this bad baby up and running. Then what? Please don't say bank robbery. That shit never goes well.
What? No. Those things seem to draw heroes like flies. I gnawed my lip. And actually, the immediate steps are something with which she could use some help. Some feedback. Yes, that's the term. Finding Mina and Anya and making sure they're all right is the next goal. Dyer plans to enlist Mina if she wishes to join, or rescue her if she's in trouble.
She might just have gotten out while the getting's good,
Martin said, and immediately corrected himself.
No fucking way she'd leave Anya. My bad. Disregard.
Dyer's guess is that she's either gone to ground to avoid drawing notice from her pursuers, or been seized by them. Your mention of Anya and Susan opens up a new avenue of investigation, but that will take time and resources to pan out. Which brings us to the next short-term goal. Resources.
Yeah? Need cash?
Yes. Springing you from the courthouse required taking risks. To avoid being tracked back here, Dyer must forego her former easier methods of resource acquisition. I moved over to the computer chair and sat down. Had to hack the FBI to get the information needed on their security, procedures, and setup in the courthouse. They know that she's done that now. No other way to get that data. So she left a false trail behind, including some decoy hacks that are timed to go off in several cities north of here.
You're making it look like we're running,
Martin said. I showed teeth. Precisely. However, this means that her former method of hacking banks for account transfers is too high of a risk. It'll be months, at least, before they stop watching for her methods.
So you need a new way of getting money.
Yes, only a bit. Worked out ways to multiply it with low-risk investments and chicanery. Just need a seed, as it were, to grow into self-sustaining capital. A few million should do it.
Martin shook his head. I hope you don't want me to start dealing again. I had some talks with Freeway about that in prison. It wouldn't sit right. Not anymore.
No. Wouldn't ask you to compromise your conscience. That method puts you too much at risk, anyway.
Then what?
Open to suggestions. She's got a battlesuit capable of fending off groups of heroes, obscene amounts of scientific skill with a focus in robotics and hardware, and an intuitive grasp of computers and hacking. I spread my hands. Surely we can do something with that. Martin studied me for a second, rubbed his cheek, and a slow smile spread across his face.
Now that you mention it, I think I might have just the thing.
It took the loan of a burner phone and about a half-hour's worth of calls, but Martin finally announced success.
Place we want is up in Barside, off the waterfront. We're gonna have to go out of costume. That a problem?
I looked over the construction bot's progress. No, still got about another day to go before the next layer of armor is baked in. Composites are a bitch to work with, at least without a proper industrial setup.
I was more worried about that whole wanted felon shit.
Oh, no, it shouldn't be. Come here. I headed back through the office space, cracked open a storeroom door. A dinky bathroom with several small pots, hanging wigs, and clothes on racks scattered around the cracked sink. The mirror across from the toilet was dirty but functional, and I gestured at the jars full of brushes and applicators. Martin looked it over.
Looks like backstage at a strip club.
You'd know. I slapped his back, and he jumped. What's wrong? Was the humor off again?
No, my bad. Just been in solitary for a while. Touching feels weird when I ain't expecting it.
Noted. I tucked my hands in my pockets. At any rate, most of this was easy to get. Plenty of costume shops and online theater suppliers sell Hollywood-quality disguise materials and kits in bulk, and don't ask questions. Didn't take Dyer long to pick up skills in this area.
I bet not. Ain't all of us geniuses, though.
He frowned.
Genii?
Geniuses. I grinned. English is weird. Don't worry. Just sit down and hold still, and Dyer will do you. Chapter 3. Mr. Fixer. Anywhere you find costumes, you find a shadow economy rising up to support them. Clandestine services, discreet businesses, and neutral agents who'll do business with both sides. It's human nature, really. Where there's money to be made, someone will step up to make it. Especially if it's a little shady. That's where the money is. Name withheld by request, appearing on the Villains Anonymous television show, episode 14. Stop playing with it or you'll pull it off! Martin removed his hand from the goatee with a guilty start.
Sorry, it just feels weird.
That's probably the spirit gum. It had taken half an hour for me to do up his face. I didn't want him ruining it with an errant scratch. He watched the streets go by as I drove the fjord through the residential neighborhoods, northeast toward Barside. The waterfront is where the tourists of Icon go to play and relax and gamble in the casinos and marinas. Barside is where they go to eat and drink. Nothing but restaurants and pubs and convenience stores, several streets worth, back from the ocean and the boardwalk. The place was just seedy enough to give that thrill of danger to a drunken tourist, but out-of-towners were generally safe. Mugging the poor locals who work here is one thing. Mugging rich tourists is another entirely. We found parking in a nearby garage, and I straightened my clothing before following Martin to street level. With a simple white blouse, black skirt, and a set of fake thick glasses, I looked like a school teacher. I'd even done my hair up in a bun. My sole concession to accessories was a briefcase. Taken together, we looked like a couple of office workers out for a drink before staggering home after the close of a business day. It was a common sight in this location. No one paid much attention to us, and I took the opportunity to study Martin as we went. I took note of the quickened breathing as we got out onto the street, and the way his hands shook before he tucked them into his pockets. His eyes darted back and forth behind his own glasses, trying to track every oncoming pedestrian or passing tourist, and I took care to catch his eye before setting my hand onto his arm.
"Relax,"
I whispered.
"Don't know if I can," he muttered. "It's the people. Been a while since I've been around this many people."
Had months in solitary changed him so much? Perhaps. He'd always been one of the most social members of the camp back on the beach, always had someone to talk to, always doing something with other people. It must have been a shock going from that to incarceration and days with no one else around. My lips tightened. I was responsible for his plight. He'd ended up in prison by following me. I'd have to fix that, somehow, find a way to help him recover. I didn't know how yet, but I added it to the pile of tasks ahead of me.
"Breathe," I whispered. "She's got you."
And he did, though he never completely relaxed. Fortunately, we didn't have far to go. "Nothing's personal," I said, reading the weathered sign tucked in among newer, more kitschy-themed bars.
"Yeah," Martin said. "This is one of several spots. The guy we're meeting rotates between them. Cuts down on the chances of a raid, or someone getting stupid."
The age-old conundrum for those who offer illegal services, balancing the prospect of profit versus the risk of discovery. Sure, you can have an unassailable fortress or a secret location so deep that no one can find it, but that's at the cost of paying customers being able to connect with you. Conversely, a prime business spot that brings plenty of work will get busted if you don't take adequate precautions, which then cuts into your bottom line, and so on and so forth, in an unending tug-of-war. From the little that Martin had said, this broker had been in the game a long time, so he'd evidently found the balance that worked for him. The dark glass double doors opened into a gloomy room, poorly lit even by contrast to the setting sun that chased us inside. It was 5 degrees too cold in here, and my skin went to goosebumps as I stood there and let my eyes adjust. A musty smell pervaded the entryway. Old food, not precisely rotting, but left to wither to dust on an unseen shelf. Classical music, Vivaldi's Four Seasons. The strains sounded just a touch too loud, covering the noise of anyone who might be further back inside. When my eyes adjusted and the shadows settled, I examined the large, dark wooden paneled room of what appeared to be a high-class restaurant. The bar was microscopic and packed with people who eyed us briefly before turning back to the solemn task of imbibing alcohol. There were no tables. What appeared to be 3 rows of enclosed booths stretched back into the dimness. The sign on the post next to us instructed us to wait to be seated, but Martin walked by it without a second glance, made for one of the booths that had its door ajar, and motioned me to follow. Aside from the 4 men and 1 woman sitting at the tiny bar, and the bartender behind it, I really couldn't tell if anyone else was present. The walls of each booth stretched up to touch the low ceiling, and the doors were thick and of the same dark wood that lined the place. I slid into a leather-upholstered bench opposite to Martin, and he guided the door shut behind me. Once it closed, the music diminished, muffled and now bearable. The table between us glimmered, lit by a pair of candles, and faded menus sat neatly folded next to cloth napkins. I set the briefcase next to me and tapped my earring. A menu appeared on the lens of my glasses, and I blinked until the E-band scanner inside of the briefcase went from passive to active. "So, safe to talk?" I asked. "Yeah." Martin nodded, sweat beading his brow. He was breathing hard again, clutching the table like a drowning man clinging to a shipwreck. "Just give me a minute." I blinked. It hadn't been more than a 3-block walk. He was worse off than I'd thought. "We can leave," I offered. "No." He caught himself. "No, shit, I'll be fine. It was just too many people all at once. Didn't expect it to hit me so hard. Shit." He raised his sleeve to his forehead, and I grabbed his arm. "Nope, don't smear the makeup." "Right. Sorry. Fuck, this is pathetic. I'm a mess." "It's not your fault," I said, staring through the thick glasses into his eyes. "You'll adjust, given time." At least, I hoped so. He smiled, but it was weak, and he wouldn't meet my gaze. But he unclenched his hand from the table's edge, and the white faded from his knuckles. Small victory, but victory nonetheless. "When it comes time to leave, you can wait here. She can bring the car around," I offered. "Yeah, that'd help. Thanks." I gave him some space, flipped through the menu. The fare was plain, given the prices, which were exorbitant. The wine list made up 3 pages of the 5-page pamphlet. "We're gonna be waiting a while," Martin said. "Service here is shitty." "By design?" "Yeah, funny thing is, this place does okay business anyway. Some people like the snooty, but it keeps the random douches out anyways. This and the other little touches." I nodded. "All right. Well, if we're to be waiting and it's safe to talk, then she's got some questions. You said this place was a cover for a freelance fixer." Yes, that was the term he'd used. "Yeah, Mr. Fixer. That's what he's called. Dude's like the ultimate middleman." "Can he be trusted?" "Doesn't matter. It's whoever's riding him that we gotta worry about." "Explain." "Okay, so, way I heard it, back in the day, he or she used to be this villain called Hollow Husk. Real weirdo. Dude's like a reverse ghost." I wrinkled my nose. Still not comprehending here. "Okay, so basically Hollow Husk's got this ghost body, right? Can fly around and go through walls and shit. Thing is, if it touches you, you fall unconscious, and your soul jumps into Hollow Husk's body." "Soul? So, Hollow Husk's a mystical sort?" "Soul, mind, something like that. I don't know the details. Basically, you wake up in this dripping, gooey form made of this ghost shit. What do they call it? Erectoplasm? No, that ain't right." I rubbed my chin. "Same capabilities as the original body?" No superpowers transfer over, and you're made of slime. Stuck there until something destroys the body or he releases you." "Maybe. This is all just rumor mind. Not like Hollow Husk went around telling people his powers. Mostly he used it to keep heavy hitters busy, while his teammates cleaned up." So what happened?" "Lost a fight, did time. When the dude came out, he went into the brokering business. Now he sells his body. Literally. Or her. Hard to say." "If people end up in Hollow Husk's body, then how do they not know that individual's gender?" "Well, way I hear it, the body turns into sort of a duplicate of its possessor. So yeah, nobody knows. Nobody that's talking, anyway.
Rumor is he got out of jail by doing some black ops shit for the CIA, or some other government spooks. I nodded, starting to see the picture now. So people with illegal business occupy his body instead of sending their own into danger. Got it in one. He ain't Hollow Husk no more. He's Mr. Fixer. And the dude makes bank. I folded my fingers and rested my chin on my hands as I thought. He'd have to remain neutral. Keep the info he hears confidential. Not sure he hears any of it. It's other people in his body when the deals go down. Bottom line is, he's been doing this for a decade or so, and nobody's ever caught him leaking anything. So, who are we meeting then? Really? Don't know. Someone looking for a mercenary who can do what you can do? Martin shrugged. Truth is, we got lucky. His client needs someone now. Figured we'd be waiting a while. One more question occurred to me. Why haven't the authorities brought him in? For what? Dude's got plausible deniability for everything. He ain't the one breaking the law. He's just setting up safe meetings for people. What they discuss is between them. Hell, rumor is some finance types use him for legit meetings. It's more secure than a phone call. You know a lot about this individual, I mused. Former gang lord, yo. He thumped his chest. Used the guy a time or two. Well, not me personally, but Coat. His voice trailed off. Coat. Ah, yes, his former second, the one who had betrayed him. Coat had killed Martin's brother and kicked Martin out of the gang. He's going to be a problem at some point, isn't he? I asked. Coat, Dyer means. If he is, I'll handle him. Martin's face was stone. I nodded. How much of that was bluster? Hard to say. He hadn't been able to handle Coat last time around. But I kept the doubt from my face, and after a few seconds he relaxed, started looking over the menu. Shit, he muttered. Well, at least we don't have to pay for this stuff. Let me see. He tore the menu in half, picked up the salt shaker, unscrewed it, and dumped a pile of sea salt on the center of the table. He followed it up by snuffing the candles, unwrapping the cloth napkins, and putting the silverware into a pile with the handles touching the salt pile. I raised an eyebrow. Feel better now after that little display? All that had a purpose. Way my friend tells me, this is how you signal you're here for a talk. Seriously? Yeah, I know. Still, what are the odds of some chucklefuck stumbling in and randomly doing this? Higher than you'd think, with all those bars out there and drunken tourists wandering about. Hey, I didn't make the rules. I just play by them. Whatever the case, when a waiter finally showed up 10 minutes later, he looked at the mess and laughed without a word. Odds that he calls the cops on us or has us thrown out for making a mess? I murmured to Martin. Just wait. The man was back inside of 2 minutes, offering a covered metal tray. He lifted it to reveal 2 full-faced black cloth hoods, blank save for eye holes. I picked one up, felt it. Just cloth, no wires or suspicious lumps. My scanner didn't scream an alarm at me, either. Please put them on, and come with me, sir and madam. He'd lead us back, I assumed, right past the bar. What about the people at the bar? I asked. They might find it a little strange. Everyone at the bar is an employee, madam, the waiter said, stone-faced. I slipped on my mask, nodded to Martin, and slid out of the booth. The music was as loud as I remembered it. I glanced around the room as we walked back, but the only people visible were the ones at the bar, and they didn't even look at us. The waiter led us back past the restrooms to a plain unmarked door and opened it without hesitation. He bowed, making an after you gesture. I nodded my thanks and moved in. Martin followed, and the door shut behind us, cutting off the music. A glance around showed a storeroom lit by a single dangling bulb.
The walls were lined with cloth, and my scanner flashed a signal blocked message to my glasses. Heartening, that. No way to spy on us electronically. There were 3 simple steel chairs in the center of the room, set between racks and shelves of cleaning supplies and other sundries. I chose one and folded myself into it. After a moment, a door on the other end of the room opened, and the man we were here to meet oozed in. 5'10" or so, a hair shorter than me, face and head obscured by a cloth hood, just like my own. A bit pudgy, but not unreasonably so. He wore a business suit similar to Martin's. He would have been just another man on the street, save for the hood, and the fact that I could see right through him. His body shimmered and roiled, mostly translucent, with a faint oiliness to it that suggested a chemical spill. He left slimy footprints on the concrete floor as he walked, but as I watched, each one started shrinking as soon as it appeared, returning to wherever it had come from. "Good evening," the oozy figure said. His voice was a bit burbly. "As this is our first time doing business, I'm obligated to tell you that you are under no requirement to tell me your name." "Her name is Dyer. Dr. Dyer," Martin said. I shot a look his way, but his face was unreadable beneath his hood. Had Martin just given up an advantage? I thought not. He'd spent his whole life negotiating and selling illegal goods and services. I decided to have a little faith in him. "Ah, that too is acceptable." There was a pause, and the figure considered me. "You're quite the busy woman, Doctor." I nodded. "Yes, her time is both valuable and short, so let us skip directly to the business at hand." A nod, and I got the feeling he was pleased. "We're of the same mind, then. Very well." He took a seat, and Martin sat as well. "The job is a simple hijacking. In 2 days, a convoy will leave a facility belonging to Morgenstern Incorporated. It will travel west, out of the city. Before it leaves the outskirts of Icon City, you and the rest of your team will retrieve a valuable piece of cargo from one of the vehicles. Is this job within your capabilities?" Morgenstern Incorporated, the second biggest technological firm in the city, run by the multi-billionaire Agan Morgenstern, third and last of his line. I'd considered robbing him once, dropped the idea. For a non-metahuman, he'd accomplished much. His company was known for both philanthropy and an utter ruthlessness, particularly when it came to security. Villains had tried to steal his tech before. Some had succeeded, but never for long, and never without price. But to express doubt would be to weaken my bargaining position. So instead, I snorted. "Did you see the 6 o'clock news? That should answer your question right there." He nodded again. "Very well. Do you have questions?" "Yes. What sort of security will the convoy have?" "At least a dozen guards, spaced throughout 3 vehicles. Top-of-the-line civilian weaponry, though not up to mil-spec levels. No known metahuman presence at this time. You and your team should be the only supers on the field." "Twice now you've mentioned a team," I said. "Who are they?" "Other discriminating professionals, similar to yourself. You'll understand if I don't give names until you've accepted the job." "Only fair," I mused. "Nature of the cargo?" "We're paying for discretion and confidentiality. The cargo is in a container that should remain sealed, for your own safety. So it shouldn't be an issue." I didn't like that, but I let it pass. "Where is it to be delivered after we secure it?" "You will be given a phone number. After the cargo is secured, call the number, and we'll give you an address for the handoff. That's when you'll receive the rest of your payment." Seems like a good idea, though it did put a fair amount of power in their court. Whoever this man was working for, they were maximizing plausible deniability and minimizing risk. I drew my mind back to matters at hand. Yes. Payment. What did you have in mind for Dyer's time and trouble? 200,000. That was quite a bit more than the small amounts I'd made with my weekly bank hacks. I'd been unable to dip too far due to the priority of avoiding detection. 200,000 was a good couple of months' work. It wasn't all of what I needed, of course, but it was a good start. I opened my mouth to accept the offer. 500,000, Martin said. What? Please, the businessman said. Don't waste my time. You're wasting hers, Martin said. 200,000 is chump change. For a power-armored mercenary without power armor? I'm being kind here. Oh, she has armor, I said. It will be used on the job, if you can meet her price. And yet I saw a suit being hauled out of the courthouse on a forklift on the evening news. The MRB likely has it now, Doctor. I let out a cold chuckle. What they have is a charred husk. After completing her mission, Dyer utilized the escape teleporter and the armor bricked itself as designed. Half lie, half truth. I didn't want anyone else finding out the armor had been a drone, but it had been rigged with a non-explosive self-destruct in the form of EMP charges. Enough time away from my virtual harness's signal, and the charges were programmed to detonate and destroy the electronics. I'd set the limit to 3 minutes away from the signal. I had no doubt that it had wiped, as planned. An impressive feat, if true, the businessman said. If you have another suit to bring to the table, I could see increasing the fee. But if we're taking into consideration the day's actions, there's also the issue that you're somewhat hot property. The FBI and Icon City's other authorities and heroes are looking for you, Doctor. I'm afraid I couldn't offer more than 250,000. 400,000, Martin said. Job like this is high profile, and Morgenstern's got pull. Yeah, she's hot, but the sort of risky shit you're offering would just make her hotter. Since it would end with the authorities on our asses anyway, your worries are kind of moot. It's not the hunt afterward that I'm concerned about. It's the possibility of authorities interfering during the mission, especially if you exhibit the same sort of head-on tactics that you did during your assault on the courthouse. 300,000 is the highest I can reasonably go here. Yeah, funny thing about that, Martin said. You want it hit before it leaves the outskirts, and you say there ain't no confirmed metahuman presence. But this is Icon City. Shit like this, you're gonna get heroes. So, we're gonna go up against heroes, and next to that, who the fuck cares about the authorities? So, we already got one guaranteed super fight on our hands with this. You know it, I know it, and Dyer here, she knew it before she walked in the damn door. Super genius, man. You ain't just getting a suit of power armor that can wreck a tank in a fistfight. You're getting a brain that makes Einstein holler in his grave. The suit actually didn't have the strength to punch out a tank, but instinct told me that now was not the time to correct Martin. The businessman folded his arms, considered us for a minute, then nodded. 350,000. Take it or leave it. Martin looked to me, I looked to him, and nodded. Dyer finds that acceptable for the task requested. The businessman nodded. Very well, then. He reached up under his hood and withdrew a memory stick. You'll find the details of the convoy and the cargo here, along with contact numbers for myself and also for the rest of your teammates. Also included is the account number and access code for your down payment. With your negotiation, the down payment will be roughly 7%, a bit less. Give me an hour, and I'll notify your teammates of your name,
advertised capabilities, and contact number. I assume you have one."
I recited the number for one of my burner phones. He recited it back and offered the stick.
"Thank you, Doctor. I wish you luck with this venture."
I took it and handed it to Martin without looking. "And she wishes you luck with yours, whatever they may be." He turned and left without another word, and I took that as my cue to do the same. As I opened the door, we were met again by the waiter, who offered the metal tray in one hand.
"Your masks, please."
I waited until the other door shut behind me and the businessman was gone before removing mine and placing it on the tray. Martin did the same, and the man covered them, smiled, and set the lid on the tray with a clink.
"Thank you for your patronage,"
he said, bowing and gesturing towards the door. I offered a tight smile before following the unspoken request to depart. Martin lagged behind and shot me a look before we hit the door.
About what we discussed."
"Still want her to bring the car around?"
"Fuck yeah."
"All right. Wait here." Night had fallen over Barside when I departed, and the crowds were mainly indoors, getting merrily inebriated and tucking into dinner. My stomach rumbled as it reminded me that I hadn't eaten, and I gritted my teeth and ignored it. I'd gone hungry for days while I was on the run, recovering from my ordeal in the web base and trying to lose myself in the chaos that followed the aftermath of Y2K. This was a minor setback compared to the troubles I'd already fought through. Every day I survived and was free was another day that I grew stronger. Every day that I won and achieved small goals was a step toward my larger goal. I had time, and I had patience, and I was smart enough to use both of these advantages to their full potential. And now I had somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 grand awaiting me, with 14 times that if I completed the job successfully. I needed to talk over the ramifications of this job with Martin. I had questions that would have been imprudent to ask within the restaurant. It was evidently peak hour for Barside, as the parking garage signs declared it full. The elevator in the parking garage took me up to the appropriate floor as I mused on the day's events. It had been exhausting, to tell the truth. I was looking forward to getting back to the lair and soaking in the hot tub for a while. Perhaps Martin would join me. The shows I had watched indicated that was a social thing to do, although half of them seemed to use it as a romantic driver, particularly when only 2 people were involved. I didn't know if I wanted to pursue that option with Martin. Honestly, catching up with the rest of humanity in regards to popular culture and social customs was more of a chore than I'd expected. Initiating a romance, even if he was willing, would be more of a strain than I wanted to take on at this time. I was smart enough to realize that there were so many ways it could go wrong, and that super genius or no, if I messed it up, then the consequences could be catastrophic. No, better off friends. Friends I knew. Friends I could do. Lovers were an unknown quantity. Pity, though. From the little I'd seen when he changed, there was a pretty good body under those clothes, and my biology insisted on informing me that mating was a thing I should be doing. Ah, well, save that experiment for when I had a more secure base, and enough social contacts that I could afford to lose one. A final nod as I reached my decision, and the elevator doors hummed open. The lights were out, and I found that strange. Puzzlement turned to panic as someone tried to shoot me. Chapter 4. Bullets and Bastards. Weird as the costume life is, sometimes you gotta take a step back and realize that not everything you run into is about you. Sometimes shit just happens, man. Ballista, independent hero active within Icon City from 1999 to 2008. Crack! A flare of light in the darkened garage showed muzzle flash from the second shot. I realized that I was in a lit box in the middle of the dark, and my luck couldn't hold forever, so I dove out of the elevator, heading low. The bullet clipped a car to my left, sent up sparks, followed in a microsecond by a second crack, and I was on the ground and scrabbling out of the light. I moved low and fast, briefcase tangled in my skirt, before I slid it across the ground under a car and half crawled, half skittered after it. I was out of the light and behind cover. I breathed hard, reached under the car, and pulled the briefcase back to me as the echoes of the shot faded in the garage. They faded quickly. Silenced? Yes, that sounded likely. Silenced pistols. Voices rose, angry and male, but I ignored them for the moment as I cracked open the briefcase and reached inside until my fingers touched ceramic steel. I withdrew my find, pulled my glasses off with my free hand, and jammed my mask over my face. Pneumatics tickled as it locked into place, and darkness turned to light as the operating system hummed to life. Hot panic ebbed, replaced by cold rage. I didn't know who, but someone was going to pay for this. I considered the array of gadgets in the case. The scanner was still going, since I'd neglected to turn it off. Might as well leave it on. If they were using a tactical net, then that would give me options there. After another thought, I withdrew the universal remote, my pistol, 2 magazines, and a flash pack. I considered the taser, then shook my head and shut the case, slid it back under the car. Whoever they were, they'd opened with lethal force, a violation of the unwritten rules that limited wasteful escalation by heroes and villains. In this case, my use of lethal force would be acceptable. It was basically self-defense. My mask informed me that it was at 100% synchronization, and I glanced up. Still a darkened parking garage, but I could see it clearly, as if my mask was invisible. This was due to the sensors on the outside of the mask recording the world around it and displaying it on every visible surface inside. The net effect was to render the mask translucent to my vision. But that wasn't the reason I'd masked up. Night vision, I whispered, and the garage went from shadowy and full of ill-defined shapes to clear as day, with only a hint of green shift. "You get her?" a voice said, off to my right. "I don't know how the fuck she called that elevator without you spotting it." A male voice, perhaps 100 feet from me. I crouched down, looked under the cars. "Hey, I was watching!" Sounded younger than the first one. I saw motion, what looked like 2 sets of legs, and decent shoes. "Don't fucking imply—" "Shut it. Vince, you took the shot. Go over there and confirm." A third voice, out of my sight. Behind one of the pillars, or the other row of cars? Maybe. Couldn't rule out the ramp slope cutting him out of my sight either. So, 3 people, presumably all armed, upslope from me, sheltered by the grade and a plethora of objects usable as cover. Not for the first time, I regretted the loss of my first power-armored suit and the pocket-sized force field generator that my old self had built. That thing could stop about 20 bullets before the charge was drained, and it had stopped far more when I'd wired it into the suit's generator core. With it, taking out 3 hostiles would be a snap. But the components to replicate that model were rare, and impossible to get without a lot of money and the right connections. I hadn't been able to build a replacement, not with the decoy suit and the true armor taking the bulk of my funds. The best I could do was a toaster-sized compartment that required a ton of power to operate and worked half as well. Clicking sounds, and a white disc appeared on the ground and danced down slope. A flashlight beam, by the looks of it. So I had night vision, and they didn't? Good to know. I removed my shoes, set them next to the briefcase. Stealth and offense, those would be the best way to proceed. Still, 3 of them were bad odds, and the first shot would give away my position. Unless... The sound of footsteps, as the flashlight swept down the center aisle to the elevator, danced to either side, skirting me by 6 feet.
"No bloodstains," young voice said.
I gripped my gun in my right hand, pulled out the universal remote with my left, and pointed it upslope, waving it around until the words "compatible vehicle" appeared in my HUD. I maneuvered the cursor over via the thumb switch until the car alarm option was highlighted, and took a deep breath. One good distraction, then I could pop out, kill the young one, and relocate, moving while the noise and lights covered my actions. Then I'd need to hunt down the others, get sight on them quickly, and shoot first. Simple. I took another breath for courage, lowered my thumb to the button. Gunshots. From below. More silenced pistols, and the dull thunder of a shotgun, quite unsilenced.
"Shit, she got past us!"
"What? Must have taken the elevator down."
"Right,"
Hidden voice agreed.
"Vince, Carl, take the stairs down a floor. I'll keep watch up here. Call when you're in position."
"You got it, boss." They rushed past me, turning past the elevator to the stairwell. I could have gunned them down easily, but I refrained. There was someone else in the equation. I'd thought the she they were talking about was me, but what if that wasn't so? What if I'd stumbled into something quite unrelated to my current drama? My luck had always been bad. Why should tonight be any different? I had half a mind to wait until these goons were done with their work, then depart. The shotgun thundered again, throwing echoes around the garage, and I sighed. No, waiting wasn't an option. Someone would notice that, sooner or later. The police would be here quickly, or worse, a hero would investigate. I'd be questioned, scrutinized, and my briefcase full of illegal devices might draw some attention. Besides, they'd shot at me. That was annoying at the best of times. I reached under the car, slid the briefcase out again, pulling out the taser this time. If they didn't mean to kill me, then I'd stick to non-lethal as long as I could. Safety on, pistol in my pocket, back to the universal remote. I scrolled up the tab again, found the switch that would turn on the car alarm.
"Yeah?"
"What?" I went still, listened. The scanner in the briefcase flickered an "outgoing call detected" message to my HUD.
"Yeah, no. Ain't got her yet. We only got 10 guys, and a big garage to cover. Bitch brought a shotty to the meet, too."
He was talking on a fucking cell phone? Seriously? I considered the remote and pocketed it. These were not professionals. These were idiots. There was no point in overthinking this. I stood and walked up the ramp, silent in my stocking feet. With my night vision, I saw him far before he could possibly see me, turned slightly away with his phone to his ear, leaning against a pylon. I slid up within 40 feet, went still, and listened.
"Yes, sir. We're on this. Bitch is wounded. Just gotta finish the job quick."
He snapped the phone shut, and at the same time I tased him, aiming for the lower back. He dropped with a squeak, and I gave him a few more squeezes of current until he stopped thrashing. He'd live, with a hell of a headache, when he woke up. Then I picked up the phone. I flipped it open. Still working. Good. I'd aimed low so I wouldn't short the thing out when I zapped him. It was a bit scuffed, but still functional. I ignored the first number on his history and started running down the rest of them, dialing for a couple of rings, then hanging up. Phones started ringing, above and below, and distant curses reached my ears. I snickered and set the thing to auto-dial every 30 seconds. This is why you use a TACnet and not cell phones. Sweet, unsecured cell phones. I'd just revealed their positions and thrown a spanner in their communications at the same time. 5 above, as best my audio sensors could tell, and 3 below. He'd said 10? Too unaccounted for then, either with phones shut off, silenced, or broken. I left the phone where it was, jogged back to retrieve my briefcase, and went hunting. I'd gone up against professional techno-terrorists. I'd gone up against gangers trained by a special ops soldier gone bad. I'd gone up against heroes, villains, and brain-dead vampire things. These were dumbasses with guns who couldn't murder a single target with a 10-to-1 advantage. There was no contest, now that I knew what I was up against. I had night vision. They had flashlights. The only working powered devices in the place were the elevators and the signs outside. They had too few men to cover the garage, and as I went, I took out 2 of the 3 below, working my way down floor by floor, tasing and leaving them unconscious. It wasn't quite fish in a barrel, more like frogs in a wading pool. On the second one, I noticed that I'd stopped hearing phones from above. They'd finally wised up and discarded them, or turned them off. I didn't hear the third one either. He was either on the floor below me or the ground floor below that. And as I picked past the fallen fool on the floor, angling toward the ramp down, I heard a muffled click-clack behind me. A shotgun being racked. I dove behind a van as it boomed, and I felt insects sting my back as the buckshot went by, grazing and tearing my blouse and skin. Then I was up against the van, cursing myself for getting complacent, for my overconfidence and the price I'd nearly paid for it. Click-clack. Wait. Hadn't the men said something about the one they were hunting bringing a shoddy to the meet? Movement by the edge of the van, and I threw myself across the hood, scrabbling without heed of dignity, as the shotgun roared again. Missed this time, though my back itched and ached, and I couldn't stop to check the wounds. My blouse was sticking to my back, so I was probably bleeding, but how much I couldn't tell. I hit the ground on the other side, taking the concrete with my shoulder and rolling, losing my briefcase in the process. Not good. Very not good. Worse, the noise would draw the hunters. I had nothing to lose by talking now, seeing if we could find common cause. "You're making a mistake," I boomed, my voice roaring and echoing through the garage. "Dyer? You? You're the one? Why the fuck are you doing this?" The voice was female and familiar, though it took me a second to place it. Bunny! One of the Midtown militia, she'd helped me fight the Black Bloods, back during our conflict. "Bunny? Is that you?" Clicking noises were my only answer. She was reloading the shotgun. "Believe it or not, Dyer's presence is a coincidence, but she's willing to make common cause against the dumbasses." Hard breathing. I crouched down, looked under the van. A pair of boots on the other side, standing in a small dark splotch. As I watched, it spread. Blood. Had to be. "You're hit." "But I'm not down." Heavy breathing and a pregnant pause. "Tell them to stand down, or I take you with me." She sounded mad. Couldn't blame her. "They're not hers." Blam! Only the fact that I was crouched saved me, as she fired through the thin-walled van to get at me. She'd switched to slugs, fired where she thought I was standing. "Kill them!" she shrieked. I saw her boots stagger a second before she started walking around, and perhaps 30 feet behind her, coming up the ramp from the ground floor, I saw a man in a suit leveling a silenced pistol. "Behind you!" I called as I rolled under the van, pulled my pistol from my pocket, and shot. It was a bad angle, and I missed. Missed again as he ran for cover. Bunny didn't miss. 2 barrels shouted in lead and fury, and he was lifted off his feet, thrown back against a car's windshield as it splintered and exploded, as he slid to the ground, chest dark and gory. "Shit," Bunny said. "You believe her now? They're after Dyer, too." Half-truth there. couldn't hurt. She considered, breath a little more ragged than before. Above her labored gasps, I heard the sound of shoes running on the levels above.
Okay. Got a plan?
Mostly. I slid out, slowly, and retrieved my briefcase. When I turned around, I was staring into two sawn-off barrels.
Hey now.
With exaggerated motions, I slid my pistol back into my pocket, and Bunny lowered the shotgun.
You've got good night vision.
I studied her. The right side of her hoodie was soaked through with blood.
And a serious wound. You need a doctor.
No! She leaned against the van.
Can you hotwire a car or something?
I snorted, and the mask amplified and distorted the flat, razzing sound.
Please, that's so 90s.
I pulled out the universal remote, waved it around various vehicles until I found a Cadillac that was wireless-enabled, and turned the thing on. It purred to life, and I waved her over to it as I hit the unlock doors and start ignition options. A faint popping of guns and flash from the level above as the goons peppered the caddy with bullets. In response, I pointed the universal remote up to the gunman's level and started triggering every remote car alarm I could find. Blaring and shrieking, the cacophony threw them for a second, gave us the chance to slide into the car. I pulled out of the parking spot, sent it screeching down the ramp and into the ground floor.
The gates! Don't make her laugh.
I pointed the universal remote at the barriers as we approached, hit open. The bar slid up, and we bumped out onto the street, scraping the chassis of the long car against the grade of the street. 2 blocks later, at a stoplight, I stripped the mask from my face, tossed it into the back seat with my briefcase. I shot Bunny a look, but she was slumped in her seat, shotgun between her knees, clutching her side.
Adrenaline's running out, huh?
I'd been there before.
Yeah,
she whispered.
I'm bleeding on the upholstery. Sorry.
Don't be. I grinned. It isn't Dyer's car. She coughed, and there were dark specks on her hand as the red glow from the light shifted to green. You need a doctor, I said.
No.
She coughed a little more.
No doctors. I'm dead if... Hospital.
I shifted the caddy back into gear, headed left and over to stop in front of the Nothing's Personal. Of course he didn't come out. He didn't recognize the car. I rolled down the window, gestured at the restaurant. Finally, the doors open, and Martin walked out, looking puzzled.
That's not the fjord.
Nope. Get in.
Aight.
He started around, and I shook my head. Nope, back seat.
What?
He bent over, looked past me, into the car. It was dark enough, but he must have made out enough details, because his eyes got wide under the glasses.
Shit. Shit. What the fuck you do?
Not her doing. In. He folded himself into the back seat and barely had the door shut before I pulled out and slid into traffic. Though every part of me wanted to go, I forced myself to drive slowly. Unlike Bunny, my adrenaline hadn't crashed yet. The pulsing itch in my back told me it would hurt like a fucker when I did crash.
Okay, so who's the dead guy riding shotgun?
Not dead, not a guy. You're right on the shotgun.
It's a fucking hog leg,
Bunny slurred.
The fuck? Wait.
Martin leaned forward.
You're that militia chick? What the fuck?
She didn't answer. She's hurt, I said for her. We need to get her back to the lair before she dies. You know first aid, right?
Fuck.
That wasn't a yes or a no.
Shit. Holy fucking shit. Wait, there is a baby seat in this caddy. Why the fuck is there a baby seat in this caddy?
Oh. Is there a baby in it?
No.
Well, that's good.
Why is there a baby seat in this caddy?"
"Well, Dyer stole it from a family she supposes. Come on, Martin, focus here."
"We're in a fucking stolen car with a bleeding ganger from the worst bunch out there, and you want me to fucking focus?"
Martin was practically bouncing in his seat.
"Yes? What was his problem?"
Martin buried his face in his hands.
"I just asked you to bring the car around. That's all." "Shit, woman. From now on, I ain't asking you to pick up carry-out. You'd come back in a monster truck with dead heroes in the back of it."
I sighed. "Look, we get to the lair, you patch up Bunny if she's still alive, then you patch up Dyer."
"What the fuck?"
"And we call it a night. Fair?"
"This shit is not even remotely fair. One job. Bring the car back. Didn't happen. What kind of shit went down, woman?"
I brought the car to a screeching halt, right there on the on-ramp to the highway. Martin scrabbled for balance, lurched forward, and I grabbed his shoulder, looked him in the eyes from a distance of inches. A chorus of horns started up behind me. I ignored them as I smiled, wide and feral. "Martin?" I whispered. His eyes went wide. She's had a rough night."
"Uh-huh."
"Explanations at the lair. 'Kay?"
"Uh-huh."
I grinned. "Thanks." I let go of his shoulder and hit the accelerator, heading up the ramp and out, joining the flow of traffic with only a slight hitch. Martin was quiet the whole ride back, as was Bunny. Also, when I felt the last of the adrenaline fade and the fatigue hit, the pain wasn't half as bad as I feared. It was pretty much a win-win situation, all the way around. Even better, Bunny was still breathing when we pulled up to the warehouse gate. I hopped out, undid the locks, and gritted my teeth as the fabric of the blouse flecked and ripped away scabs. Yeah, this was getting old. I opened up the front doors, after shutting down several defenses, then climbed back into the car and drove it directly inside. "Bunny, can you walk?" I glanced over at her. She was out.
"That's a no, then," I muttered. "Let me go get changed before I haul her out," Martin said. "Don't want blood all over these good clothes."
I reached over, felt her pulse. It took me 3 tries, and it was hard to tell if it was good or bad. It was still there, though, so that was something. "Hurry," I told Martin. He did, coming back in his prison clothes and hoisting her as gently as he could. Under the lights, her bald head gleamed with perspiration, and the dark stains of blood soaked all up and down her jacket and pants, from where she'd twisted in the seat.
"Motherfucker,"
was Martin's assessment of the situation.
This ain't good."
The words no and shit seemed to go together for Dyer's response, I said, heading to a control panel and bringing a couple of track-mounted arms whirring over above the car.
"She needs a hospital."
She said no, I replied. "Do you know first aid?"
"Yeah."
"Good, that's more than Dyer does. Take her up and do what you can. If she dies, it's not on us."
"You don't know first aid? Super genius like you?"
"No time to explain. You do that, Dyer will take care of the car's tracker before it gets reported stolen."
"Oh, shit, right. On it."
He adjusted his grip around the thin woman and moved as gently as he could up the stairs. Something I'd learned when I'd been on the run and scavenging components where I could get them was that most remote-enabled cars came with a VIN tracker. On a regular basis, they'd send their signature through the same broadcast channels they drew power from. Their broadcasting patterns varied by the type of car and whether or not the owner cared to adjust it. The more expensive ones checked in every 10 minutes. A caddy? Hard to say. Also, regardless of how often they sent the signal, it didn't matter much if there wasn't anyone around to listen to it. Again, for all but the most expensive cars, most owners didn't care enough to pay the fees to have it constantly monitored. But once this one was reported stolen, the police precincts would start monitoring the frequencies for its VIN broadcast. Once found, they could pinpoint the location with a little searching. It was a decent anti-theft device, mainly due to the fact that most VIN trackers were either camouflaged pretty well as other internal components, or so embedded into the infrastructure that it'd break the car irrevocably to remove them. But I was good with engineering, and it didn't take long to locate, remove, and disable the tracker. After which, I commanded the arms to start breaking down the car into parts. It was too distinctive to risk using again, and I could put the raw materials to good use. I checked my still active scanner, just to make sure, and it reported no activity from the car's tracker, now or within the last half hour that I'd been driving it. We were clear. Before the stripping got too far, I retrieved my belongings, paused, and retrieved Bunny's shotgun as well. It turned out to be a sawed-off 12-gauge, more of a scattergun, really. I figured she'd want it back if she lived, so I brought it with me as I paced up the stairs and opened the door to the living area. I found, to my annoyance, that Martin had hauled her to my main bedroom area and put her on the best cot. But I bit back my criticism as I saw him work, hands stained with blood as he pulled bandages out of the first aid kit, a laptop open next to him showing a grid site of medical procedures. "Hey," I said, once he looked like he'd reached a stopping point. "How is she?" "Bad. Lost a lot of blood, I think. She's pretty pale. Hey, this is the badass one, right? The militia chick who stuck around to train our guys?" "And the one who helped Dyer take out Stig. Well, sort of. I'd done most of the heavy lifting when we'd gone to kill the Black Blood lieutenant. He'd brought an APC to a power armor fight. But Bunny and her squad had softened his forces up beforehand, and I owed her for that. She'd also joined in on the final assault against the Black Bloods. She was the only one of her gang who had, when the chips were down. I owed her for that." Martin nodded. "Okay, sorry for spazzing out earlier. Yeah, she was cool." "Think she'll survive?" He shrugged. "Gonna try to soak a rag, get it in her mouth so she gets water. Same for broth in a few hours. You've got soup or something, right?" "That can be arranged." "On the plus side, looks like the bullet that hit her didn't get anything vital. I think. If we're lucky. And the bullet's still in there." I frowned. "Isn't that bad? Don't we have to dig it out?" "Fuck no, that's some Hollywood bullshit. You dig out the bullet, it starts the bleeding again. Maybe does worse if it's near an artery or some shit like that." "Ah. Going to have to take your word for it." He moved to the main bathroom, started washing his hands. I followed, pulling at my blouse. More scabs gave, with a tearing tug, and I gasped a bit. He glanced back, saw how stained my own clothing was. Not much compared to Bunny's, but the back was a mess. "God damn. Can you get your blouse off?" He looked sheepish. I nodded and went back, tugging it off as I went. I grabbed a swivel chair, turned it around, and sat with my breasts pressed against the back of it. Eventually, I heard him come in. A low whistle. "Wow, they got you good, huh?" "She did. Yes." "Bunny did this?" "Let's just say that friendly fire isn't too friendly." "All right. Let me get some antiseptic, see what we're dealing with." I gritted my teeth as the wounds burned. "Now these pellets are close enough to the surface and not near anything big, so we can yank them out. Sorry, Dyer. This is gonna hurt. Want something to bite on?" "Do it." "You're hardcore." "Sure. Here we go." Cold tweezers, searing pain, and I thumped the chair repeatedly with a fist as Martin did his work. "So you really don't know first aid?" "Nothing medical related," I confirmed through clenched teeth.
At all. Clink, clink went pellets as he dropped them in a jar or bottle or something behind me. Thought you were a super genius. No offense and all. None taken. And Dyer is, when it comes to machines, or most matters industrial. But organic effects and medical science? No good at all. Attention wanders when she tries to learn, and she can't seem to retain any useful procedures. Best guess Dyer has is that her past self scrambled that part of her brain to prevent Dyer from undoing the surgical alterations. Silence for a bit as he worked. A spritz of antiseptic spray later, and I was pounding the chairs back harder, trying not to scream. But the pain faded to an ache, and I heard paper ripping as he started pressing cloth to my back. There. Okay, we're good. I sighed. Thank you, Martin. No problem. We ain't even yet, but it's kind of nice knowing I can be useful somehow, in some way you can't do yourself. I scooted the chair around to face him, my front still pressed against the chair's back. He averted his eyes anyway. You're a friend, Martin, I told him. You don't have to be useful. Just being here is good. Yeah, it's... He shrugged. Just pride, I guess. She knows how that goes. I grinned. He smiled, looked back. So how the fuck you run into Bunny? You the one shot her? No. See, it all started when someone shot at Dyer in the garage. I told him the events that had transpired after I'd left him at the restaurant, and his face got more worried the farther I got into the tale. Shit. Why the hell's a militia girl meeting a bunch of goons in a garage? Don't know. They definitely weren't good at assassinations. Height of stupidity to pull that in a well-used garage during peak hours. Might have done that so she didn't suspect nothing. Martin rubbed his chin. Goes to meet someone. Gets up there. Lights go off. And there's guys waiting for her in the dark. But who? Militia's got enemies. Hell, I used to be one of them. I wouldn't use dumbasses like the ones you described, though. Shit. Cell phones on a hit? Stupid. Yeah. I yawned. Well, Dyer's going to eat an MRE and hit the sack. You good to care for Bunny for a few hours? I got her. Go. Rest. He stood, moved back to the main bedroom. I watched him go and smiled. Good friends are hard to find. I was glad to have him. Chapter 5. Something Fishy. Morgenstern Incorporated is one of the veterans of the 90s.com bubble and burst. It came out of that stressful time stronger for its competitors' troubles, buying up many of them during their time of crisis. The current CEO, Agin Morgenstern, was a noted world traveler and playboy in his youth, engaging in everything from big game hunting to mountain climbing. No stranger to the vagaries of villains and criminals, he's survived assassination attempts, kidnapping, hostile takeover attempts, and disasters both natural and unnatural. Not bad for a man pushing 63. Documentary of a Master Mogul, an article by Davis Jaffees appearing in Gates magazine. I wasn't feeling so charitable when he shook me awake. I insisted, rolling over and swiping a hand in his general direction. But he persisted. Your phone is blowing up, he said, poking my shoulder as I snarled into the pillow. Ugh. But he was right. I could hear the burner phone chiming repeatedly. I pulled myself together. How long was Dyer out? Couple hours. I blinked, looked at his face. He was looking a little ragged himself. All right. I started to sit up, remembered his penchant for modesty. I was wearing a bra at the moment, but still it might upset him. Actually, could you hand Dyer the phone? Sure.
He fetched it. I took it and glanced at the number. One of the advantages my super genius gave me was a mostly eidetic memory. I recognized the number as one of the pair I'd been given by the businessman. This, then, was one of my teammates-to-be. And, as it turned out, they were cranky. "You did not call. We do not have much time to plan this thing." Sounded female, college age or older, a slight accent. European? Maybe. Dyer was unsure of the etiquette in this situation, I explained. Who? She. Dyer. A sigh. Look, this is no time to fuck around. We are agreed on that. So how do you wish to proceed? We have a lot of things we can't talk about over the phone, so... Actually, that's incorrect, I interrupted. As soon as you called this phone, your transmission was quietly swapped to a circuit normally reserved for government personages wanting to talk off the record. No logs, no record it ever happened, no one listening in. Once Dyer found the back doors, it was pretty easy to hack. Silence for a moment. "Hello?" I asked. "Still here. Not that I doubt your abilities, but we need a face-to-face. There is another in this team. And Dyer's got one more. Non-combatant." Her voice got colder. "The client did not mention this. He's drawing payment from Dyer's share. I do not like deviations from the deal this close to the mission. We can discuss it at the meeting." Her attitude was starting to grate. "Very well." She gave an address. 12 o'clock noon. Go around back and pass through the scratched door. Costumed, if possible. Masked, if not. Understood. Come to think of it, I could offer a few useful devices for this task. Would you want... Click. She'd hung up. I scowled at the phone, then glanced around. Martin had left the room, perhaps to give me some privacy. He need not have bothered, but I took the opportunity to dress in new clothing. Not a skirt this time, just a simple jeans and black t-shirt combo. I had work to do before noon rolled around. I headed back to the main bedroom and found Martin leaning on his hands, sitting at the edge of the lone scuffed easy chair in the room, watching Bunny breathe. She didn't look any different to my eyes. That was good, I supposed. "How are you feeling?" I asked. "Long day," he said. I'm still adjusting, too. When you're in prison, it's a fixed schedule, all day, every day. Meals at a fixed time, exercise at a fixed time, lights out at a fixed time. Wake up the same time every day. Your body gets used to it. Right now, it's telling me it's time to go to sleep." I gnawed my lip. "Think you can hold out for another hour or so?" "Yeah. You got coffee?" "Yes, but we don't have the luxury of sleeping in tomorrow." "Shit, it's already midnight." He mopped his face. "I'll stay up." "You going somewhere?" "Going to steal another car. A van this time," she's thinking. He just gave me a sour look. I shrugged. "Got to costume up for the next part, unless you want us to meet two unknown villains without an 800-pound steel battlesuit between us and them." "Between you and them," he clarified. "Wait, you want me there?" "Yes, and it's a long walk without a van." "Fair enough." He sighed. "Guess I ain't got room to gripe." "Go on, I'll be fine. Can't promise the same for Bunny." "Hoping she pulls through," I said. "But it's up to Bunny now." He didn't respond. I grabbed my bug-out bag and headed out of the lair into the night. West of here were some seedy tenements. I'd seen the local gang, a group of shaven-headed, tough-looking men in green jackets, entering and leaving while I was driving around the neighborhood. I'd also seen a white panel van parked around the side that was still in reasonably good shape. A little fiddling with the scanner to make sure there were no broadcast cameras nearby, a pulled-down balaclava over my face, a last glance around for watchers, and I crept up to the van and broke out my tools. This one wasn't remote-enabled. Another plus. I was inside it in about 2 minutes and bypassing the ignition in 3. The neighborhood streets were pretty well deserted at this hour, so I kept the lights off as I drove away. Took all of 5 minutes to get back to the warehouse, pull it into the lair, and lock the gate behind me. I'd planned for this contingency. Never can tell when you need to pull vehicles off the street, and life is infinitely easier if they leave your lair much different than their original shapes coming in. I decided to make this one a Chevy hauler. A few commands tapped into the nearest terminal, and the automated arms swung around, started changing the shape of the van. Once they were done, another arm applied a coat of new paint and added weathering marks and a few new dents. Another few taps hacked into a DMV across town and registered it with plates and papers. To anyone looking it up, it would appear to belong to one Seiple Saint, who'd bought and registered it 6 years ago. I decided on a generic mix of numbers and letters for the plate and started running a pair off on the metal-grade 3-dimensional printer. They'd need a little dirt and weathering too, but I could take care of that in the morning. All that took perhaps 20 minutes to get moving. I headed upstairs, content to let the machines finish their duty. I'd made them and programmed every bit of their code myself, or through a compiler of my own design. They wouldn't let me down. Martin was pacing when I walked into the room. "It's good," I said. "Business is done. Make sure you do the rag thing. Got broth on the stove and rag soaking in a pot of water." "Understood. Go. Sleep." He headed out, and I settled in to keep watch over Bunny. I did pretty well for the first hour. Fed her twice, gave her water 3 times. Bunny sucked greedily at the rag whenever I pushed it into her mouth, so I assumed it was working. She still didn't wake up enough to talk, and I didn't want to try rousing her. After the first hour, it was pretty boring. I brewed up some coffee, and that occupied 5 minutes, but soon I was counting the minutes. One of the downsides to my power is that my mind needs things to work on. It needs constant stimulation, as much and as often as I can manage. Without it, I get bored beyond any regular human's understanding, and time stretches unbearably. It's not exactly attention deficit disorder, more of a constant need to build and create, mixed with an absolute loathing of wasted time. I'm pretty sure many other engineers would recognize some of the same symptoms. I killed 10 minutes by going back to the hacked DMV databases and making up false licenses for Seiple Saint and her boyfriend, Tommy Grand. Easy enough to transfer photos of one of my cover identities. After a pause to consider my work, I retrieved a good shot of Martin from my mask's camera and altered the details a bit to a look he'd be able to achieve with minor makeup. I took longer than I needed to do this, but eventually it had to end. Then I got up and gave Bunny water again. This time she didn't suck on the rag. I bent my head down, listened to her breath. It could be snoring. Maybe. Wait, I did have something to do, didn't I? I paced back to the front room. I remembered seeing the business suit here, tossed over a chair after Martin changed. Sure enough, it was there, and a search of its pockets turned up the memory stick that we'd gotten from our client. I stared at the thing and shut the laptop I'd used for the minor hacking required for the DMV record shuffling. Then I opened the secret panel in the back of the janitorial closet to reveal the real computer. I'd spent almost $20,000, all told, for the various components that made this hardware up. And then, on top of that, I'd added some of my own improvements. It had taken 5 straight days to do up the custom code and make sure everything played well together. The coolant it required to operate could probably double as a fire suppressant in a pinch. I waved the stick at it, and the lights adorning the front of it flashed as the scanners did their work, reading it without going through the trouble of slotting it in. The lights went red. A virus? Not very sporting of our client. "Quarantine stage 1, I commanded. "Oh, and activate holo interface." A blue light sprang to life on the side and painted the room in the glowing shape of my own customized operating system. I reached out and opened up the quarantine box, studied the raw code of the virus as it spooled by. Clever little thing. A passive Trojan that would find its way through most firewalls without tripping alarms. Time-delayed, too, so there would be no warning until the time came and it activated. Maybe not even then, as it was designed to go after antiviral software first. But it wasn't harmful to the host system. Instead, it looked like it was designed to find whatever transmitting capability its host computer had and transmit a single packet of code. Just one. In computing terms, that was so tiny it was almost nothing. Had it been put there as a tracking device? Possible. Maybe it was insurance against us keeping the cargo. Still, its very presence was a bad sign. I'd been betrayed once, and the results had been near catastrophic. If not for a series of contingencies that I'd quietly put in place, I'd be dead, or worse. Since that turncoat's treachery, I was very cautious about who I trusted. Virus aside, there were some actual data files on the memory stick, so I looked those over. Part of a shipping schedule, photos of a gray steel box, about the size of a dumpster, a few shots of trucks taken through a chain-link fence, a few shots of security guards drilling, wearing riot gear, 2 phone numbers and an account number for Pursuit Bank, one of the East Coast's larger financial institutions. Also one I'd thoroughly hacked a few months ago. In fact, I moved out of the quarantine zone and over to the exploits portal. Sure enough, my old backdoors were still there. Eventually, they'd catch on to a few of the early ones and shift their security, but for now, I was good. I inspected the bank account number, started tracing it back, getting names and numbers and grid protocol addresses, and putting together the big picture. Several times I was almost tagged by intrusion prevention measures. Other times the data stores I was investigating turned out to be honeypots, lures to sucker a hacker in while they were traced back. But I was good at this, and I had both bleeding-edge equipment and patience. I took a break every 20 minutes to check on Bunny, repeating the water bit. The broth? It had gotten cold, so I poured it down the sink. I tried milk instead, and she took to that well enough. There was something I hadn't considered. There was enough food in the fridge for a couple of meals. I hadn't planned a grocery run before my assault on the courthouse, and now we might have another sheltering here for a time. I made a mental note to replenish the food stocks accordingly. Sure, I had a couple of cases of MREs in the back, but those got tedious fast. Finally, 2 hours later, I had cracked the chain and found the origin of the money. It was from Morgenstern Incorporated. Someone within Morgenstern Incorporated was paying me to steal cargo from one of their own trucks. I thought back to the crime dramas I had watched to absorb and become familiar with popular culture. There were a few where a situation like this had occurred, and most of them didn't end well for the patsies hired to commit the crime. I tapped my fingernails on the wall. Just what kind of cargo were we going after? I started digging around and got absolutely nowhere. The only reason I'd been able to trace the funds back to Morgenstern was due to the nature of the interfaces required by the financial institutions that they dealt with. They were actually much looser than the internal countermeasures of Morgenstern Incorporated's systems. No matter how good my gear and how skilled I was, it soon became apparent that the majority of their databases were kept on internal wired servers. I'd need to be on-site and directly accessing them in order to get at their data. All right, if I couldn't get that, then what else could I get to? I spent about an hour poking around and thinking over my options, checking out the parts of their network that were accessible through grid space, and the thought came to me that the shipping networks that dealt with their trucks were stored outside of corporate headquarters. They were handled through a subsidiary corporation, New Dawn Transportation, and their databases were not so well protected. Half an hour got me answers that brought more questions. I thought I saw the nature of things, but I wanted to bounce it off Martin. Supergenius was a fine power, but there was no substitute for cunning and experience. But I didn't see the point in interrupting his sleep over it. Assuming he got up somewhere around 7 to 8, I had perhaps 3 hours to wait. I'd need him rested for the meet tomorrow. I got another cup of coffee, checked on Bunny. She was shivering now, so I dug out a blanket and threw it over her. I had the air conditioning cranked up high in the living section of the warehouse. It was July outside, and even the ocean's proximity did little to cut the mugginess. Hadn't I promised myself a hot tub session? That killed another half an hour. It was a good use of it, too, even if I had to keep the bandaged portion of my back out of the tub. I finally dragged myself out of the soothing, swirling water when I started getting sleepy. I'd only rested for a few hours before my new teammate's call had woken me up. Back to the black t-shirt and jeans. A new bra, though. The old one was getting kind of manky? Yes, that was a good use for the word. I split the last few hours checking on Bunny and doing another code check on the new armor's operating systems. I hadn't planned to use it this early, so I'd have to hope that there were no major problems that needed attention. No testing like live testing. Midway through, it occurred to me that my client was probably expecting me to take the payment he'd set up. It would look suspicious if I didn't, so I used one of the dummy accounts I'd set up months ago and swapped it over. $20,000. I could do a fair amount with $20,000. No major improvements over what I already had, but it was good emergency money, or materials for a few more assembly robots, or a down payment on a permanent site. This lair was temporary, after all. Finally, I heard Martin stir. "The hot tub's on the left side," I called. "Hot tub? Shit. There's a toilet in that room, too." I was teasing him, but he took it literally. "I didn't mean literally shit. Just like, shit, a hot tub. That's the life." Ah, all that in one word. The word's got nuances. Gots to listen to the tone. Good to know. He coughed. "So, how's Bunny?" "Yeah. Shit, forgot her name there." "She's sleeping," Dyer thinks. Got most of the broth down and took plenty of water. Give me 10. I gave him 12 and used the time to prepare breakfast. Once we were both tucking into oatmeal, I decided the time was right to broach my concerns. "So, Dyer did some hacking on our client." He froze, mid-spoonful. "That's not how it's supposed to work." "Well, it's a good thing she did, because Dyer's pretty sure something's fishy about the job." He took a bite of his oatmeal. "Well, I didn't want to say anything there, and later there was no time to talk about it." "You knew?" "Nah, it's that the money's too good." I raised an eyebrow. For a suit of power armor and a super genius operator? Even still, for a job this simple, there's one too many zeros. I mean, I've been out of the game a few years, so maybe the price has gone up some, but it seems like too good a payoff for this low a profile. If it was something more in the public eye, sure. But this? Nah. He finished the oatmeal, started in on the fruit cup. All right. Well, here's what Dyer knows. The money paying us for the job against Morgenstern Incorporated is coming from Morgenstern Incorporated. No shit. Martin's face fell. Yeah, okay. This is fishy, all right. It gets worse. There was a timed tracking Trojan in the memory stick we got from the client.
A what to the what now?
A bad computer virus, timed to go off shortly after the scheduled hijack.
Yeah, this is sounding worse and worse. Was the down payment money in the account at least?
20,000 of it.
So let's take it in bail. If it's this fishy, I guarantee they don't intend to pay us the rest of it. If they start putting shit out about how we ran, we can bring up the virus, or reveal who they really are. Our rep might take a hit, but theirs will take worse.
We could drop it. I finished my oatmeal in a few bites. But Dyer is disinclined to do so, particularly with the other information she's found.
Which is?
There's another convoy going out at the same time, better protected, in a different part of the city, heading north. The long-term record of this shipment has been erased, but, well, their systems administrators should learn to empty their recycle bin more often. I offered a predatory smile. Martin didn't share the smile. He leaned back in his chair, rubbed the back of his head with one well-muscled arm.
Okay. There's a couple of reasons this could be happening.
Any of them good for us?
Hell no. Well, maybe. Depends on your definition of good.
She's listening.
Okay.
He held up 3 fingers.
First thing I can think of is this is a smokescreen. They're smuggling something out on that secret convoy, and we're being paid to hit a decoy convoy and kick up a fuss. Draw eyes to it.
Possible. Whose eyes? I pondered. Heroes? You seemed certain this would turn into a fight with patrolling heroes.
It will, if we go through with it, I mean. Anyways, it could be heroes. Could be someone else.
All right. The second possibility? He folded a finger.
It's a trap to catch villains. Have them hit a convoy. Heroes or Morgenstern security goons are waiting to show off new technology or some shit, and we're walking straight into the ambush.
Paranoia flared. How likely is this?
Unlikely. They wouldn't have used Mr. Fixer if they were doing this. But there's also possibility 3.
He lowered his ring finger, leaving the middle one pointing skyward. Thanks to my popular culture television time, I recognized the gesture and chuckled.
Did you mean to do that? Yeah, a big screw you. But, not from me. Or to you.
He folded his finger.
Sorry, I guess this worked cooler in my head. Anyway, basically I'm thinking that possibility 3 is one part of the company is trying to fuck over another part of the company. Like this is 2 executives running ops against each other. Or one department's been doing shady shit, and they're trying to get it blamed on another department. Or something.
Office politics?
Morgenstern's a big tech R&D company. Electronics, machines, chemicals, all that sort of stuff. Lots of money in that. Office politics can get pretty cutthroat at that sort of level. And old man Morgenstern's supposed to be a hard ass. Comes down hard on anyone who gets the company in trouble.
Does he? I tilted my head back to look straight on at him. Wait, is he that famed among the gangs?
Martin snorted. Fuck no. Rich old white assholes don't come to our fucking hoods, lest their limo drivers get lost. But I read about him in the Wall Street Record. Company's got a pretty fascinating history, business-wise.
Fair enough. I nodded. So, which of the 3 possibilities do you think awaits us?
None, because we're smart enough to take the down payment and run. Right?
He studied my face.
Well, shit.
You're right, I told him.
Yeah?
He looked surprised. Yes, the tone is everything when you say shit. His face fell.
God damn it.
Relax. The only reason Dyer's contemplating unraveling this Gordian knot is because there's a team involved, and she told them she'd meet with them. We'll lay our findings before them and see what they make of it.
Right, because random mercenary villains are totally known for their sterling fucking judgment.
I didn't have a good retort to that, so I made him wash the oatmeal bowls. Chapter 6. Meeting the Team. Why aren't there more villain teams? Buddy, have you ever tried to work with villains? Villains don't like working with villains. It's not like cats and dogs. It's more like chainsaws and chihuahuas. Or chihuahuas with chainsaws. Messy, noisy, and sad. Cue Ball, one of the founding members of the Icons. Kayfabe. It was a concept that Martin had shown me. He'd put forward the notion that the whole costumed scene was deliberately overblown to lower fatalities, collateral, and unnecessary escalation. Moreover, he'd shown me enough episodes of professional wrestling to illustrate the point. And sure enough, when I started playing to the persona of an insane genius, an implacable and unstoppable power-armored force of science, I'd gotten people to follow me into battle. I'd won allies, gotten respect, and though I had been too busy at the time to analyze it, it felt good. It felt right. I had built an image and a reputation and controlled how people saw it and reacted by never breaking character in public, and maintaining it no matter how hard things got. I had played to the crowd so well that the play became reality, or close enough that my goals were accomplished. Things had gone almost precisely to plan in the courtroom because I'd acted like Ballista and his ilk expected me to act, and by doing so, managed to get the real job done while they were thinking they were in the equivalent of a steel cage match. That time traveler had been a weird anomaly, but that had worked out too, sort of. In any case, I'd be meeting with unknown metahumans here, with their own reputations, personas, and goals. So it behooved me to make a good entrance, establish my place in the pecking order, and build my character right at the start. After examining the address the unnamed villain gave me, I'd come to the conclusion that it was a challenge. She told me to come in costume if I could, masked if I couldn't. But the address was on a busy street, and in the middle of the day. There would be many eyes watching. She was testing my ability to covertly infiltrate the place. Logical. There were plenty of villains out there who would have trouble. Fortunately, I had the materials on hand to accomplish the task. At 10 minutes until noon, the van that I'd chopped and modded into an entirely new van pulled up around the back of a decrepit strip mall that had all of 2 active businesses in its 8 storefronts. Boards and black paint covered the windows of the rest of them. Martin, wearing a pair of overalls and a cap, walked around to the back of it and opened the doors, pulling out a dolly and manhandling a refrigerator-sized crate onto it. Through the camera that I'd put on the outside of the crate, I got a good view of the street beyond, the liquor store across the street, and the packed sidewalk. It was lunch hour for the employees of the factories a few blocks beyond, and they were drifting around to the various eateries, fast food joints, and places of relaxation before the daily drudgery of their jobs had to resume. The box was lighter than it should have been, due to the spare gravitics system I'd rigged in the bottom, a legacy of my first flight test with an earlier version of the armor. It let Martin place it on the dolly and push the dolly along. True, a dedicated observer could see a telltale shimmering in the few inches between the crate and the ground, but we wouldn't be outside long enough for it to be an issue. And just as described, one of the doors had deep gouges on it. After a bit of looking around to make sure none of the others were similarly scratched, Martin wheeled the dolly up the ramp and tried the door. It opened, and he wheeled the dolly into the darkness. "Wrong door, man," a male voice said from the shadows in the back of what had once been a convenience store. "Turn around and walk away." I hadn't equipped the cameras on the outside of the box with night vision. But no matter. If it came to a fight, my particle beams would pierce the cardboard easily enough. "Wait." Ah, there was the female voice I'd heard over the phone. "You're in the right place after all, aren't you?" The box tilted straight, and I saw Martin pull the dolly back. Now. I hit the red button, and the box blew away with a soft whoomp as smoke billowed out. Shouts and a sizzling noise, and I responded with a low laugh through my mask's modulator. Is this a fucking joke? The woman shrieked. No, this... I hit the green button, and the smoke blew away, small fans venting it up. Is dire. Look upon her and despair. And look they did, as I sat upon a throne made of twisted steel bars with jagged spikes protruding from the top of the thing. Smoke wisped from the armrests and the two iron skulls that gaped open-mouthed at the end of them. The buttons that operated the thing were hidden behind the skulls. I had a few more than the ones I'd already used, but the situation didn't call for pyro, or an ejection from my seat, or a self-destruct. Not yet, anyway. I sat slouched into the thing, one gauntlet supporting my mask's chin, the other stroking the left skull absent-mindedly. Even sitting, my armor was a good 6 feet tall, dull gray metal with black reinforcing plates over the critical components. Behind me, my cape and cowl were bloody red, as were the glowing eyes of my mask. I'd aimed for the effect of red glowing eyes staring through the smoke as the rest of me materialized to their sight, but it was hard to tell if I'd succeeded. As they studied me, I studied them. The woman was clad in dark blue, almost a jumpsuit, with a silver mask that covered the top half of her face and left her almost white blonde hair flowing loose and long behind. Her eyes were blue, her stance was guarded, and she was leveling a thin sword at me that roiled and flickered with silent electricity. She was a bit taller than average, shorter than my unarmored form. Her build was athletic, as far as I could tell, under what appeared to be her padded costume. Armor? Maybe something light that didn't impede movement. Her lips were set in a scowl. She hadn't liked my entrance one bit, I supposed. In the other corner stood a muscled, bulky man, bald and shorn of facial hair, save for a short beard-mustache combination. His skin was a bit pale, and I couldn't tell if he was pissed or bored. His arms were bare and crossed over a similarly bare chest. In fact, the only clothing he wore was a pair of long, loose shorts. No socks, no shoes. Given what I could now see of the general mess of this deserted store and the broken glass and metal scattered about, I thought him either brave or foolish. He stared at me with unwavering intensity, dark eyes narrowed as they flicked up and down my frame. "You're noisy," the woman muttered. "The walls are thin. Tone your voice down." I hit a white button on the armrest, and a hissing, wavering mutter filled the room. "A white noise generator," I explained. "It will mute Dyer's voice. Keep her words within these walls." At the same time, I lowered my volume a notch, out of politeness. "Dyer." The electricity on the sword vanished with a faint snap. She tucked the sword behind her, sheathing it on her back. "You were on the news recently. Not good." "I beg to fucking differ," Martin said. "And you?" she asked. "Wait, the one from the trial." The man spoke for the first time. His voice was higher than his appearance suggested, mild and calm. "The way it looked, you were hauled out of there, armor frozen. They didn't say anything about you and him escaping." "Then the FBI is concealing the truth of the matter," I stated. "Dyer achieved her objectives, then departed." "At the cost of a suit of armor," the woman said. "Sloppy." "It was a cheap, disposable suit." I gestured at my current form. "This one is not so cheap." "What are its capabilities?" Yes, definitely an accent. You could tell when she said longer words. "Flight, enhanced strength, sufficient weaponry to level a building or two, a top-quality sensor suite." The basics, really. "What do you bring to the table, beyond an electrified blade?" "It's not the blade," she said. "It's me." She reached over to a shelf and picked up a steel ruler, discarded among the other junk. With a flourish, electricity crackled up the ruler. With another flourish, the energy vanished as flames burst into life around it. With another flourish, the flames were replaced by steam and what looked like a sheen of frost. "Impressive," I said simply. "Not yet." She smiled, smug. Another flourish, and the ruler went black. Sheer black. My sensors threw back errors when they tried to focus on it. What was that? She swiped the ruler to her right, negligently, and it passed through a shelf, without slowing and without any visible effort on her part. Clang! The shelf fell in 2 pieces, clattering across the floor. She tossed the ruler aside, the anomaly generating energy surrounding it dissipating before it hit the ground. "Now you can be impressed," she said.
Before we go any further, I'd like to invite you into a space of your own. Here is a relaxing track to help you recharge your energy. Close your eyes. Imagine the weight on your shoulders melting away with each note, leaving only lightness and tranquility.
"My name is Vorpal. I doubt you know it." No point in feeding her ego. Wouldn't fit the attitude I was portraying. I shifted my mask to look directly at the half-dressed muscle man. "And you?" "I'm Chaingang. Powers." He pointed to his left. Snap, splat! Something shot out of his abdomen, splattered on the floor. A bloody rope or a tether or part of his intestines or something, and in a matter of seconds, the goo on the floor roiled, bubbled, and surged upward, reshaping itself into a roughly humanoid form until a bloody duplicate of Chaingang stood, the tether from Chaingang's abdomen leading into its back. As I watched, it mopped its face, and beneath the gore, he was as pale as his maker. Same beard, same hard-to-read look, and as my gaze fell downward out of perverse curiosity, I noted that he was wearing the same shorts. "Jesus," Martin whispered behind me. "That was messy." I was a little disgusted myself, but the mask hid my reaction. "The pants?" I inquired. "Super science stuff," he said. "First thing I bought after I had enough money. Don't want to do my dupe thing near a school or a playground and end up with my dick flapping in the wind near kids. The fucking cops would put a sex offender charge on me. I don't need that kind of thing." "Smart," Martin said. "That's the kind of mean little shit most would do, As I watched, the duplicate of him pointed left with 2 fingers, and with another ripping splatter, 2 tethers shot forth from its abdomen, and a pair of copies rose from the goo. "I'm also tough and strong," he said. "Not a lot. I can't go toe-to-toe with Rage Quit or anybody like that, but I can take down most guys without getting more than bruises, and bench press 800 or so. Bullets hurt, but I can take a few before I drop, and I heal pretty good. The healing part's for me, not these guys. They just turn to mush if the tether breaks, or they take too much of a hurting." "And you?" Vorpal glanced to Martin. We'd discussed this part, and I hoped he'd stick to the script. Their reaction so far was within predictable boundaries. We had a decent response ready for it.
Planning, connections, knowledge of the city, and overwatch, he said. No powers, just support. Oh, and first aid, if you need it. Hopefully won't come to that.
Good.
Ah, a henchman then, said Vorpal, sneering. Well, try not to get in the way.
Not good. Martin shifted behind me, and I heard him draw in a breath. Come on, Martin. She's baiting you.
You know, I've been trying to remember where I heard your name, he said. And? I haven't. You're new in town, ain't you?
Her sneer faded a bit. And if I am?
Seen a lot of Newvilles try to make it in the con. Seen a lot fail. Think they're hot shit, then get over their heads, or pick a fight they can't win. Average street life of a new villain round here? Maybe 2 months.
Her face was blank now. Deliberate, I thought. My own lips curved in a smile. Masks meant that I didn't have to use a poker face.
That said, there's no shortage of new ones. Risks are big, but the scores are bigger. Like this one. At first look, anyways.
She folded her arms. What do you mean?
How much he offer you? 100 grand? 150?
This wasn't according to script. I contemplated interrupting him, but decided to trust his instincts for now. Vorpal was frowning. 120, if you must know. Rude to ask. He looked over to Chain Gang.
Same for you?
90 for me.
Jesus, you got robbed.
Chain Gang didn't look upset.
Oh yeah? How much did he offer you? Didn't offer me shit. No powers. I'm just here to support the lady.
He thumped my throne.
Her? He offered 350.
Vorpal's jaw dropped. 350,000? Wait, her? She studied me again.
Yeah, proven badass, better than military-grade hardware, genius, gadgets. Makes sense, yeah? Except the part where it doesn't.
Now you're making no sense, she said, unfolding her arms and pointing at him. We don't have much time to waste. We need to start planning.
Listen, Martin said. It's too much money.
What?
Even the lowball here of 90 grand, that's a zero it shouldn't have, let alone 350 large.
So the cargo is important. She folded both of her arms behind her back and paced in irritation. Get to the point, minion.
Actually, Dyer shall explain.
And I did. But as I finished laying out the theories, she kept pacing. What I could see of her eyes behind her mask was hard and suspicious. You are overlooking the most likely theory, she said.
Which is?
This is a very important cargo, and worth more than we're being paid to whoever wishes it hijacked.
And the virus? Martin asked. How's that fit in with that notion?
Obviously, it is there to track us if we try to flee and keep the cargo for ourselves. The original Chain Gang fished around in his pocket, hauled out his phone, and stared at it. Then his hand tightened, and plastic cracked as it shattered and broke, the neo-lithium battery cooking off in a flare of electricity.
Shit, said Martin. Got all your fingers, man?
Chain Gang showed him his empty hand, untouched, save for a few scorch marks.
No problem.
Vorpal shook her head. You honestly believe her?
She has no reason to lie, Chain Gang said. Besides, I can get another phone.
Vorpal raised her arms in front of her, palms up. Conspiracy theories. There's no proof to any of it. Dyer can provide the shipping schedule and the code of the virus if you wish it to be independently checked. Which we cannot do in the time frame we have remaining, Vorpal snarled. How do I know you are not playing us?
And what would you take as proof that she has not offered already?
Come out of there. Come out of that shell and say it to my face.
Now, hold on a second,
Martin began. I raised a gauntlet, interrupted him as I stood. Vorpal took a step back as I rose, armor unfolding to its full 8 feet of steel and menace, looming over her and sweeping my cape back behind me. I looked down upon her, and she put her hand on the hilt of her blade, half drew the weapon. My hands flexed inside the gauntlets in a specific, preset pattern. With a hiss of escaping gas, the air supply vented into the room as the back cracked open. I wormed my hands free of the sleeves, grasped the edges of the suit, and pulled, hoisted myself out of the armor. My mask detached from the reinforcing pylons that held it in place with soft snicks as the bolts retracted. At no point did it leave my face as I stepped out of the armor and down to the floor. Glass crunched under my feet as I walked around the armor, looked down at Vorpal as she stood there, hilt of her sword still in her hand, eyes flicking up and down as she studied me. I moved in until our faces were perhaps half a foot apart. "You are brave," she said finally. "Dyer is confident." Her head jerked back and her lips pressed together in a thin line. "You know what my blade can do, and you still left your armor." A threat or a test, I wondered. She'd tested me once already. "You think Dyer any less dangerous without her armor? Foolish, that." And it was. The armor was programmed to defend me and kill everyone in the room if I was harmed. Well, everyone except Martin. He'd reminded me to add that part when I was telling him about my contingencies. Vorpal stared at me, eyes narrowed. Then she nodded and let her sword slip back into its sheath. To the left, squelching noises, and we glanced over to see Chain Gang's duplicates dissolving back into mush as the tether retracted into his navel. He looked back at us. "What? If you're not going to fight, then I don't need them." Martin laughed, and the tension dissolved just a bit. "You are telling the truth about the shipment, then?" "Yes." Vorpal puffed her cheeks out, sighed in frustration. "And here I thought my luck had turned. Still, there is a chance that we may yet receive payment." I moved back to my armor, leaned against it as I watched the others discuss. "Yeah, if it's office politics, the money might be on the level," Martin said. "Might." "The other possibilities are either an outright double cross or a distraction," Vorpal pondered. "I don't think that someone would use Mr. Fixer to burn us," Chain Gang said. "If word got back to him, then Fixer wouldn't take work from them again. That'd hurt, to lose a pricey contact like him. But we can't rule it out," Martin said, "so my vote is we ditch this one." "Bad idea," Chain Gang said. "We took the money. We're the ones who lose Fixer, if word gets out we ditched." "A price I'm not willing to pay," Vorpal said. "But how do we cover ourselves?" I tapped the chin of my mask as an idea occurred to me, and the plan I'd been mulling over finally fell into place. Dyer might have a solution. Chapter 7. Red light? Stop. You'd be surprised how a lot of emergency measures turn out to be really bad ideas in the long run, especially when you forget about them, and the villains don't. Ha ha ha. Yeah, there's no way this won't hurt my ratings. Off-the-record statement by Icon City's Mayor Tressler after the Interstate 3 outage in 2000. Past the glittering skyscrapers of downtown, west of the crumbling neighborhood of the Brownstones, and east of the West Market District, sat the 8-lane highway of Interstate 3. The last time I'd been over this way, it had been choked with abandoned cars in the aftermath of the power loss from Y2K. An empty stretch of icy road, barren and silent, save for the howling January wind. Now, it was a healthy network of trade and transport, with cars and trucks surging in and out of the city, garish blood cells humming their way along asphalt arteries, to and from the heart of Icon. With this many electric cars drawing power from the city's broadcast array, the air above it hummed and thrummed and danced with power. I had a pretty good view of the highway in the valley below as I stared out of the window of a little Nero's pizza parlor off to the side of a busy truck stop, trying to ignore the stains and sticky patches of the ancient booth that my posterior was occupying. My fingers danced and flew over the laptop in front of me as I checked over my various programs. Hacking private corporations, even banks, was one thing. Hacking the parts of the grid that controlled this section of highway, that was pretty hard. I wasn't the first to think of this, and even though I was good, there were a lot of preventative measures in place. That was fine, though. I'd gotten the crucial subroutines in place, with 15 minutes to spare. That left me with time to kill. I considered the lump of greasy pizza on the plate in front of me and grimaced. At least the breadsticks had been good. Couldn't figure out why the lumpy lady at the counter had asked if I was a lot lizard, though. I'd never come across that term before. Judging by the way she snuck glares at me whenever she thought I wasn't looking, it probably didn't mean anything good. I turned away from her and considered myself in the reflection of the window glass. Simple denim jacket, baseball cap, a red t-shirt with a local sports team on it, and some loose jeans. And with my hair hanging loose and down to my shoulders, it hid the subvocal earpiece pretty well. I tapped it on to private channel 1. Martin, you in position?
Yeah, pulling up now. Sorry about the delay. Bunny was awake.
Yeah? That was a good sign. She'd slept pretty much the whole day yesterday. She still took food and water, though, so we assumed she was healing. Good to hear we'd assumed right. How was she?
Groggy, out of it, weak, not too happy to see me. I had to help her, use the bathroom.
I caught a flicker of motion in the reflection, caught the lumpy pizza wench sweeping a broom along the floor near my booth, craning her head, obviously trying to see the laptop's screen. I looked at her, just a flat stare, and something in my eyes warned her off. She retreated back to her counter, eyes tight and mean behind her thick glasses. I wondered how she had spent her time during Y2K. An uncharitable part of me suggested that she'd probably locked herself in the storeroom with the food until it was over. The earbud had been quiet, and I realized that I'd been idle too long, let my tongue slip away from the contact point. I opened the channel again.
Pretty sure she won't cause trouble. She can barely walk. Gotta say, that girl's a trooper. You can tell she's in pain and shit, but she gives no fucks.
Dyer thought you hated the Midtown militiamen.
Not so much with the militia women.
It was difficult to put a teasing tone in your voice over subvocal mics, but I thought he sounded a bit defensive when he replied, so I counted it successful.
Hey now, ain't like that. Still think those fuckers are the worst gang around.
Now that the Black Bloods are gone, you mean? Silence for a bit.
Well, yeah. Anyway, I'm in position. See me?
I looked across the highway to the McBeefies that occupied the lot nearest the northbound exit. The van was there, and there were no signs that anyone had taken its presence amiss. Very well. Going to check with Vorpal.
Cool. Think she's got that stick out her ass yet?
I smiled. Stranger things have happened.
I ain't holding my breath.
He had a point. We'd spent hours yesterday planning and plotting, and she'd try to adjust things every step of the way, or insist that she take a leading role for the entire operation. We finally compromised, and gave her authority over this half of the operation. I had control over the other half, and was also in reserve if I was needed on this end of things. I had the sense that she was used to a different way of doing business, one where she needed to assert her authority often and loudly, in order to avoid being marginalized. Was that how most villains operated?
No wonder nobody had conquered the world yet. At least Chain Gang had been easygoing, even if he'd gotten bored midway through and gone on a food run. His taste in tacos left something to be desired, though.
My stomach was still a little off from that takeout. Well, no sense in putting it off anymore. I tapped the earbud over to channel 3. Vorpal, are you in position? Traffic is shit here, she replied, sour as ever. But I should be able to do this. Worry about the others, not me. As you wish, I said, tapping her channel off. I leaned back in the booth, ignoring the sucking noise my jacket made as it peeled away from the backrest. A glance to the side showed the lumpy woman whispering into her phone, hand cupped around her mouth. She shot another sidelong glance my way, and I rolled my eyes. Some people just couldn't mind their own damn business. Then again, I couldn't fault her instincts. I was bad news, and here for nefarious purposes. Just not for her, today. I tapped over to channel 2. Chain gang, all set? Yeah, I got the easy job here. All the rest of you are complicated. Mine's just, wait for stuff to happen, then go get 'em. Long as your armor does its job, we're golden. Chain gang and my empty armor were covering the truck that the client had wanted us to hit, and the setup on Route 5 west out of the city was a lot simpler. A mere 2 lanes through some rolling hills, past a couple of old quarries and farmland, some of which had been converted into a nature preserve. Surveying this spot, I was more certain than ever that this job was bad. The route was chock full of ambush points, hard for the convoy to defend. Given my choice, I would have preferred to make a token effort at the grab, maybe commit Chang Gang or Vorpal to put up a show, then retreat if there was any serious resistance or a trap. But Vorpal had argued against the idea, insisting that there was still a chance that the client was acting in good faith, in which case we'd have to go through with the grab if we wanted to fulfill our end of the bargain. So we'd split up to hit both convoys. Chang Gang and my suit, governed by its battle computer and my own multitasking capacity, for the rural route, and myself, Vorpal, and Martin would try a strike on the secret convoy heading north. The strategy was simple. We'd hit the convoy we'd been paid to hit first. If the one on the rural route was a trap or had no cargo, then it meant that there was something valuable in the northern convoy that we could ransom back to our treacherous client. We'd take it and do just that. If the rural route was on the level, then we'd get the cargo and back away from the northern convoy. Channel 3 clicked on. I have visual, Vorpal said. She sounded eager, and I couldn't blame her. Stakeouts were boring. I glanced at the highway to the west. Traffic was moving at a pretty good pace. Hours to go yet before the businesses let out, and the 9-to-5 crowd drove home. No major accidents or delays, or anything of the sort. Vorpal was stationed about 5 minutes south, so it was on me to delay things, give the rural convoy a chance to get to our primary ambush spot. Between exits? Yes, I count 4 SUVs, she added. More than we expected, yeah? 2 more, still within parameters. I waited, timing it, peering southwest from the window, zooming in with my contact lenses until I caught sight of what had to be the semi-truck in question. And yeah, there were 4 black SUVs in a loose diamond formation around it. I waited, let them get within half a mile of the exit before I acted. All right, Dyer's shutting her down now. A rattle of my fingers across the keys, and it was done. I watched in satisfaction as the shimmering haze over the highways disappeared and every electric car out there slowed and started rolling to a stop. The power was down for the next 5 minutes, give or take. Originally, this emergency override had been put in the power grid as a law enforcement measure. Fugitives escaping via the highway? Shut it down. Shut it all down. But for all its effectiveness, it was rarely used, and I was seeing the reason why. Only about 70% of the cars on the highway were electric. Perhaps 20 to 25% were fueled by hydrogen cells, and they had to adjust to suddenly slowing traffic and scramble to avoid their electric cousins. Not all of them made it, and I winced as a few collisions happened. Nothing serious that I could see, not in this part, but I still felt a twinge of guilt as a nasty fender bender threw a sedan into a guardrail. Insurance, I muttered to myself. Insurance will cover it. The few diesel vehicles out there, mainly semi-trucks, fared a bit better. Horns exploded in a frenzy of indignant roars. Electric cars used the last of their charge to dodge out of their way, and disaster was averted. Mostly. There was a distant whoomp and a thin plume of smoke to the south. I winced to see it. A part of me knew that I'd hurt people with this, no matter how much I tried to avoid thinking about it. I stared out the window, eyes unseeing, as tempers flared and horns blared. Was this who I wanted to be? Someone who clawed her way up regardless of who got hurt? Taking a few 100,000 or million here or there to further my own agendas, at the cost of a few injuries here or a few dead there? I shut the laptop, pulled a pair of sunglasses from my pocket, and slid them over my face. The HUD on my contacts flickered softly as it booted up, giving me a window into my armor's viewpoint. The AR display manifested around my hands, hovering above the table inset into the booth. But I hesitated, holding my hand over the glowing text boxes that were my programs. The guilt bothered me, and I knew I had to think it through. A breath, then another. I thought back to the beach, to my first friends, homeless, outcast, unwanted, just trying to find ways to survive the winter, surviving on kindness and their scavenging skills. No one had cared when they died, until everyone else was at risk, too. Sure, the neighbors had shown up to help, but only when their own rumps were on the line. People like that deserved what they got. I looked down at the highway again, feeling my lips curl back. But no, I couldn't work up anger. This, too, was a prevarication. Just because my friends had a hard time didn't mean that random faceless commuters deserved a bad time, too. I was trying to make the world a better place. This didn't help any. "She's sorry," I whispered, reaching out to touch the glass. "She won't do things this way again." And I wouldn't. I took pride in my genius, didn't I? From now on, I'd put that genius to work and find ways to my goals without this level of collateral. "So swears Dyer," I rasped. I powered down the laptop and tucked it away in my backpack, next to the blocky lump of my backup force field generator. Vorpal was using my primary mobile unit. We expected her to come under heavy fire on the approach. Of course, with the broadcast grid down along this section of the highway, she was limited to battery power. If she got in a tight spot, it would only delay the inevitable. My other gadgets for this were a taser, a pistol version of my particle beam cannons, the universal remote, and 3 grenade versions of the sonic screamers I'd used in the courthouse. I supposed the subvocal rig and AR contact lenses were gadgets too, but they were more of a utility than anything else. I did have my mask, of course, tucked safely away in the backpack. These days, the thing felt more like my face than my unmasked visage did. Not that my collection of gadgets really mattered. I was in reserve for this part of things, acting as Overwatch, only reinforcing if needed. Channel 2 clicked open. "Here it comes," Chain Gang said. I toggled through the AR menus, maximized the armor's view to my left contact, and yeah, there was the delivery truck, plain white, just like thousands of others in the local area. 2 cars behind it, black sedans with 4 guards apiece, if the information was good. 4 to 8 more in the truck. I couldn't see into the cab of it to get a count, not with the polarized windows in the way, but it didn't matter. The truck was leading. Too easy. Too easy by far. That was confirmation enough for me that this wouldn't go right. But I'd promised Vorpal, so I went ahead with the plan. We'd chosen a spot near a spur of Lake Silent for our ambush spot. The road curved and wound through some light trees here, so the truck was forced to slow. And right as it was about to make the last turn, my suit put a particle beam right through its engine, from one side to another. Brakes screamed, the front of the truck exploded in smoke, and the vehicle shuddered as it tried to stop, failed, and plowed through the fringe of vegetation until the front end of it hit the lake and was brought to a stop by the sucking mud of the shallows. Channel 3 clicked open. "Beginning my approach. They are turtled up." "Hit 'em hard, Vorpal," I said. "The fewer shots they get off into the stopped traffic, the better." Then I clicked back to Channel 2. "What are the other two cars doing?" "Pulling to a stop at the edge of the road." "Yep, they're coming out. Getting into cover." "They're yours. Now to crack the shell." I whispered commands, and the armor burst from its cover, flying at half speed through the trees. I heard distant shouts through the audio link and a smattering of gunfire. Uncaring, I maneuvered to the right of the mired truck. The doors were still shut. Had they hunkered down? Were they still stunned from the sudden stop? I was suspicious, so I kept my distance, popped open my right shoulder launch array, and fired a concussion micromissile at the vehicle. It hit, and the water geysered up as the glass windshield of the truck pretty much disintegrated from the sheer force of the munition. Non-lethal, to minimize casualties, here. It'd shake the occupants up, but it wouldn't kill them. I'd even angled it so that the windshield would blow outward, rather than inward. They should be fine. Except that they weren't. They were non-existent. With the smoke from the engine temporarily scattered and the glass no longer in the way, I could see inside the cab without trouble. There was nobody there. "Trap!" I called. "Get out of—" The truck exploded, and damage reports scrawled across my screen as my armor fought to stay stable. I winced as my viewpoint spun and showed flashes of trees before I got a very close and personal view of dirt, grass, and fleeing wildlife as my suit was blown to the opposite bank, hit face first, and skidded across the ground, tumbling like a discarded doll. "Fuck! Fuck, fuck, fuck! What did you do?" Chain Gang shouted. "Quietly, sub-vocalize." It was empty. The truck was empty, save for explosives. I checked over the reports, winced. The force field had taken the brunt of the hit and soaked the impact of the ground, but was temporarily non-functional. Still, several secondary systems were offline, and my missile array on the right-hand side was jammed, since it had been open for the whole tumbling trip. I didn't dare launch another missile until that got repaired. Too much chance of a misfire. Interestingly enough, it looked like the force field had negated some of the impact. I'd have to look into the physics of that later. That hadn't been my intention when I designed it, but I could maybe use that to assist with surviving unexpected drops and other gravity-related problems. I switched channels over to Vorpal. "Trap confirmed. Go." "Scheiße." "All right, here I go," Vorpal responded. "No cargo?" Chain Gang asked. "Fuck. We're withdrawing, yeah? Got 2 of them, but the rest scattered, and the bullets are starting to— Oh, fuck. Heroes are here." I struggled to get the armor upright, saw it lurch, and grimaced. The gravitic system was down. Flight wasn't possible until that was handled. It would take a couple of minutes for the damage mitigation mechanisms to reroute to backup circuits, but until that was done, the armor was grounded. Then Chain Gang's comment sunk in. "Wait, heroes? Plural? Torchbearers, coming straight up the road. I'd know those speed lines anywhere." Speed lines were after images, left behind by certain types of superspeed. These suggested that Speed Bump, the fastest member of the Torchbearers, was on the scene. He wasn't as fast as Freeway, but he had a few different tricks, including the ability to carry other people in his wake. There had been speculation that he was related to Freeway, but that had died down a few years ago. I'd done my research on the public icon hero teams, and I knew about the Torchbearers. They were one of the rare junior teams, teenagers and others who'd gotten their powers early, and were training to join other super teams someday. I didn't like it on general principles. It smacked a little too much of using children as soldiers. But from what I'd learned, most of them had either volunteered or come from circumstances that precluded a normal life. Either their powers caused problems that needed special treatment, or they'd been rescued from villainous exploitation. The absolute worst thing you could do when fighting a torchbearer was kill one. The hero community, and even a few supervillains, would declare open season on you, above and beyond the regular unwritten rules which discouraged killing, if at all possible. Great Clown Pagliacci had slaughtered the entire team back in the 80s. But that was him, and he'd reaped punishment for what had happened. I wasn't his brand of crazy, or particularly evil, so that was off the plate. Well, that was fine. I hadn't come out here to kill anyone. Nonetheless, I couldn't just escape, not with the gravitics damaged and a teammate in the field. Go, I told Chain Gang. Cut and run. Dyer will keep them busy. Got it, he said. The armor's sensors registered an increase in the gunfire from across the lake, and I zoomed in until I saw muzzle flashes and started picking off the shooters with stunning particle beams. I caught a glimpse of Chain Gang, down to 3 duplicates, running like mad through the trees before diving into the lake. His copies moved with an eerie synchronicity, using the organic tethers between them to swing up over obstacles and help each other change direction. He vanished below the waterline, and I wondered how long he could hold his breath. Probably a good while. The power speculation grid sites I haunted suggested that most enhanced strength types had enhanced lungs to boot. Movement in the tree line, shouts, and a scaly bulk burst through the trees. Pink cloth and green skin, and a mane of pink hair on top of a 10-foot-tall body that was some mix of reptile and human. I didn't get much of a chance to study it. It was heading in the same direction as Chain Gang, so I opened up on it, but beams that would have stunned and thrown back a regular human just knocked it off balance for a second. It skidded to a stop, raised an arm to shield its broad, snake-like face, and looked at me. Ah, yes, this had to be Serpent Tina, the Torchbearer's current powerhouse. Big, strong, sturdy, kind of slow. "We've got a blaster!" she called back. Deep voice, still identifiable as feminine. I amped up the power on the particle beams and had the armor drill her square on. She staggered back and slipped behind one of the larger trees with a muttered, "Ouch!" I shook my head, amped up the power a little more, and shot through the tree to get to her. The blast knocked her backward, through the fringe of trees, and out onto the road. Cored clean through, the tree stood smoking for a second, before crumbling, toppling into the water with a creaking groan. "She gives you one chance, and one chance only," I boomed through the armor's speakers. "Retreat, and Dyer will let you go." A flight of crows lifted off from the trees to the west, circling and cawing in protest at the fuss. Aside from that, the silence was my only reply. Vorpal's channel pinged open. "They have fucking lasers!" I winced. Lasers? That was military-grade stuff at best, or super science at worst. The force field was a lot less effective against lasers. They drain charge much faster than bullets. I tapped to open channels 1 and 2 at the same time. "Martin, are you in position to assist?" "No, the off-ramp's full of stopped traffic. Can't get close unless I abandon the van." 3 minutes minimum before the power's back on. "Vorpal? Pinned down. Took out 2 cars full of guards, but the rest have those fucking lasers. I can't get cover. Had to ditch the motorcycle. And if I stop moving, they'll kill me." "Calm down. Dyer's on her way." I left the booth, ignored the glare that the lumpy woman shot me, and jogged toward the overpass. If I could get a good angle from there, maybe I could do something. Are they watching their fire? Avoiding civilians? Fuck no! There's a panic going on. People abandoning their cars and flee— She broke off. Vorpal? No response. I ran faster. Something exploded to the south, sending greasy smoke high into the sky. I was out of breath by the time I reached the overpass, past parking and stalled cars, and a few brave souls who had ventured out to stare at the flashing lights just south of it. Thankfully, Vorpal's channel clicked on again by the time I'd reached the middle of the bridge. Scheiße, scheiße, scheiße! They blew up a car near me. I took cover after the explosion. Hard to tell, but I think they're hunting me now. Spreading out a bit. I'll see if I can pick off a couple of them. I breathed a sigh of relief. One car's worth or both? I think it's both. Going quiet for now. I gnawed my lip. 2 minutes to go, give or take. Then the city engineers would be able to reset the traffic grid, and we'd lose our shot. And speaking of losing our shot, she can't get a good angle, I told Martin and Vorpal. I could see the truck, sure, and the 2 remaining SUVs, with doors open and black uniformed men scattering through the traffic. But if I fired and missed, the beam would hit another vehicle. Too many civilians. Too much collateral. Flaming wreckage of a car about 300 feet back from the truck marked Vorpal's general area, but I couldn't do much from up here. I glanced to the exit ramps. Nope, too far. I was already out of breath, and it would take more than 2 minutes to get down them. An idea struck me. A horrible and wonderful idea. I swung my backpack off, pulled it open, and looked at the force field generator. It had shielded my armor from the impact, prevented the worst of it. I eyed the highway below. Math. I had to make sure I had the math right. I ran through the calculations in my head, and as I did so, my armor trilled an alarm through my HUD. The torchbearers had finished huddling or talking strategy or whatever, and were moving in. Damn it all! Not now! Dyer's got a situation, I sub-vocalized. Stay alive. She'll be down to help directly. No response, but I didn't expect one. I was already switching the armor's view to both lenses. 30 more seconds on the flight gravitics, but I didn't have that. The speed lines were darting around the curving road to my right, barely visible through the trees. Speed bump, probably with a teammate or 2. My proximity alert screamed, and I threw the armor to the left, and a whirling tree trunk merely clipped its side, rather than striking it head-on. With the force field down, the armor took it straight on the layers, staggering, but not falling. The trees to the right of me weren't as lucky, as the trunk rebounded from me and ripped through them, 2 of the smaller, thinner beeches exploding into splinters and cracking to bits, branches and leaves coming down in masses of bark and green. They'd distracted me, and Serpent Tina had thrown a tree. The armor was a bit exposed out there on the shore. I withdrew back behind more trees, getting out of sight as best I could. A few more hits like that would shake armored plates loose or crack the ceramic, and after that, things would go downhill fast. The speed lines had stopped. The heroes were in the trees around me. A lot depended on who they'd brought with them for this trip. There were 2 of them whose powers were useless against the armor, more or less, and 1 who'd be a real pain in the ass. I couldn't see them, but the armor had a directional microphone. I tested it, and my lips curled in a grin as I caught whispers to my left. Can't feel anything. It's like she's not there. I don't know if this is how her brain works, but there's nothing there for me to grab. Mentat, the young mentalist, one of the useless torchbearers for this situation. I could safely ignore her. And then my alarm was shrieking as a sonic boom ripped through the trees and leaves exploded as something cracked into my abdomen armor at the speed of sound. I backed up, brought an arm up to protect my middle, and whack! Speed lines blurred as something hit me from behind. Speed bump. Well, I knew the solution to speedsters, didn't I? I hit the screamers and was rewarded as a yellow and blue costumed teen phased in 20 feet away, staggering and dropping to his knees. A rock fell from his hands, chipped and smoking from impact where he'd been slamming it into me repeatedly at Mach 2. I sent him backward with a flourished taser shot, flipping my cape over my shoulder and waiting to confirm he was unconscious before killing the screamers. Got one. Wait. Something was missing. What, though? I thought through it, then smacked myself on the forehead. Right. The dialogue. A valiant but futile attempt to rock Dyer's world. I brought the armor's heel down on the stone, crunching it into glowing fragments as I stood over his unconscious form. Not fast enough, boy. Not fast enough. Had to maintain the kayfabe, after all. Get away from him! A deep voice at my back, and crashing noises behind me as Serpent Tina moved in, and I turned as she jumped at the suit. I slammed its fist into her chest and held it there, digging the armor's heels in as I was shoved backward, dirt spraying. But I wasn't still as she was pushing me. My free hand jackhammered into her skull again and again as she tried to fight to grab me, succeeding in catching my fist and twisting the arm, wrenching the armor and sending plates flying, and she jerked and shuddered as I opened the taser at full zap. My back hit a tree, electricity sheeting down her and my armor and scorching the bark, lances and feelers of it spearing out to set the underbrush on fire around us. Light flared in a brilliant glow, almost blinding, even through the armor-shielded lenses. And yet she still moved, still fought to hang on, hair smoking and eyes shut, as she strained to grab hold of me, grab my face. My loose fist caught her jaw in a straight haymaker, and she wobbled, stunned, and my other hand slipped from her grasp. I put all the armor's strength into a blow to her midsection, and she folded, as I turned off the taser. The emitters were smoking, and I eyed the readouts with a sigh. It would need maintenance before I could use it again. I stood there for a second, but she didn't get up. Still looked like she was breathing, so that was good. Pathetic, I rasped. It had been anything but, and my first layer of armor was pretty well buckled along my right arm, but appearances had to be maintained. The repair subroutines chimed. Gravitics were operational again. Good, time to get the suit out of here. Remember her mercy, torchbearers. You shall not see it again. I directed the armor upward, moving slowly, and errors filled my screen as the suit froze. Something was holding it in place. Gotcha! I killed the gravitics and hung there in midair. Metal groaned and gave slightly as I shifted the mask downward. There, where she'd snuck up on me during Serpent Tina's charge, stood a gray and gold costumed teenager. She was wearing a breastplate and a metal half-faced helmet with the visor down, and she had her own pair of gauntlets. Her lower body was mostly unarmored, save for greaves protecting her shins and knees. Her jumpsuit was gold under the armor, and a red ponytail was visible, sticking out of the back of the helmet. My heart sank. Mags, the current leader of the Torchbearers, and my worst possible opponent in her group. Okay, Dyer, you're not going anywhere, so let's just sit tight until my group wakes up or the MRB gets here. Unless you want to surrender and slide out of that armor, maybe? Mags, famed for magnetic powers that allowed her to control metal. Chapter 8. Pyrrhic Victories. Biggest risk to doing the supervillain thing? Pulling defeat out of the jaws of victory. Seriously, right after you've won is when shit can really go wrong. Quote attributed to Martin Jackson, felon and known henchman of Dr. Dyer. I pursed my lips and blew a breath out in frustration. But after some thought, I shrugged. Fine, let her hold the armor for now. It would take minutes for her help to arrive, or her teammates to wake up, so I could leave her holding the suit for now and use the time to save Vorpal. I whispered commands to the armor to notify me if anything changed, and waved the screens away, giving me a full view of the highway. The math checked out, but still. I looked at the force field generator again and turned it on. Then I slid the mask and particle pistol from the pack, settled one on my face, and held the other. I zipped the pack back up and settled it in place, then looked over the railing. It was a long way down, and I felt sweat bead under the mask. It came down to this. Came down to the big question. Did I have faith in what I'd built? I closed my eyes until I'd found the answer, and then, without opening them, I leaped over the railing. I had faith in myself, for I was Dyer. I was the maker. I was the architect of my own fate and inventions that would one day change the world. Dyer does not build shoddy goods. 64 feet to the road below, in the valley between hills. 64 feet, and I barely had time to register it before I struck the pavement and light flared around me, visible through even my closed lids. 64 feet, and then hard asphalt below me. Then nothing. And I opened my eyes in surprise. I was hurtling upward again, at an angle. The field had held. I didn't have the mass of the armor, so instead of absorbing the hit and leaving me with only a few bruises when it failed, it had contracted, then expanded, quickly, throwing me into the air. I tumbled, field glowing around me, hurtling like a rubber ball across the highway, dropping again, only to slam into a car or truck and rebound, shunted in a new direction, losing momentum as I went. It took every effort of willpower I had to keep my gorge down, otherwise I would have left a trail of vomit all around me as I bounced through my merry trip. I came to rest up against a minivan as the field sparked its last and disappeared with a wet pop sound. Mental note, maybe refine the field and test it out in a lab before trying that again. I blinked and held my head until everything stopped spinning, but no matter what I did, blue streaks kept appearing in my vision, zipping past me. Then one hit the asphalt near me, and a patch of the road boiled and bubbled as steam burst up. Those weren't visual effects. Those were lasers. The guards were shooting at me. I scrabbled under the van as I finished the thought, then squirmed around until I was facing their general direction. No good. I could see a lot of moving feet, most of them running in all directions. Looked like the civilians were getting clear of the firefight, and good for them. Unfortunately, it made for a target-rich environment, and not in a good way. I slid a screamer grenade out of my backpack, scraping my arm against the underside of the van, and cursing as I felt something tear my skin. What was it with this week and crawling around under vans? Just my luck, I figured. I popped the subvocal mic out and the earplugs in and readied to roll the grenade as far as I could towards the truck. And stopped. Some of the feet weren't moving. They were huddled, hiding, much in the same way I was, and a few of them were small. Screamer grenades were calibrated for adults. They'd wreak painful, bloody harm on children. I slid the grenade back into the pack, replaced my mic, and glanced to my particle pistol. This was going to suck. A laser sizzled to my left, piercing the tire of the van. Molten rubber sprayed, and I was glad for my mask and the rebreather inside it. The stench must have been hideous. More worrisome, it indicated that they'd found me. Without thought, with barely a plan, I squirmed around and elbow crawled out from under the van on the front end of it. I got to my knees and glanced at the side mirror of the car in front of the van. Sure enough, running figures in black coming up on the right-hand side. I flipped the particle pistol to stun, stuck it around the side, and cut loose with a few blaring shots. Yellow beams lanced out, and I was sure I hadn't hit any of them, but it made them take cover, and I grinned as I saw them hide behind a garbage truck. It was a smart move, really. So much metal that bullets wouldn't get past it, and even beam weapons would take time to burn through it. But they didn't know the full capabilities of my particle beams. I did some quick math in my head, drew my arm back in, and amped up the beam to near maximum power, maximum dispersal. Then I dove, rolled to the next car in line to get a better firing line, and targeted the front of the garbage truck, bracing myself against the ground as I did so. Vorp! It was a column of golden light, a split-second image that could have been the fist of God itself, and it hit the garbage truck square on. Minimum penetration, maximum force. The truck was thrown backward, and I heard despairing yells as it crunched into the guards, before slamming to a stop against a pickup behind it, pushing that vehicle back a good 20 feet and ramming the whole mess into an SUV. Like a mournful, spastic bird, a car alarm wailed as blood dripped onto the asphalt. I took a breath and smiled. There had been no civilians hiding over in that direction. I'd made sure of it before I took the shot. "Nice work!" Vorpal's voice was louder, amplified by the fact I had earbuds in. I winced, dialed the connection down, before I considered the charge indicator on the pistol. "Can't do that again," I said. "How's the other group coming?" "I'm stalking the last one now. Give me a minute." "We don't have one. Traffic will be back up before then." "Scheisse. How much do you trust me?" "You haven't given Dyer a reason to distrust you yet." "Don't." "All right. Can you make some noise to your left? Run that way? Now?" "Yeah." "On it." If I took time to think about it, I'd regret it, but I'd come this far. I got to my feet and bolted, feeling the aches from my bouncing ball trip, riding the adrenaline, knowing that the crash was going to be horrible, ignoring common sense and pounding my feet into the pavement. About 40 feet into the run, blue light ripped past me, and again, so close that I felt heat trace along my back, and I whimpered as my scars from a few nights back throbbed in pain. And then they stopped. "Got him!" Vorpal called. "He let you get that close?" I slowed, stopped. "No, I took a laser from one I dropped. They work pretty well." I took a breath, took another, and leaned on my knees. Martin's channel kicked on. "Power's back." "Damn! There's still guards in the truck?" "Yeah." "Can you carve a hole in the side? Into the back compartment?" "On it," she said, and I ran, pushing myself despite my shortness of breath, ignoring the pain, weaving a course through the parked and no longer stalled vehicles. Some of the commuters hadn't left their cars, and they were firing them up, starting to inch forward, trying to bypass the abandoned vehicles. A muffled blare. The truck had blown its air horn, audible even through the earplugs. I ran faster, and ahead of me I saw a blue flash as Vorpal came from the other direction, rapier flashing free, as black energy coalesced around it. And she leaped, flipping head over feet as she came alongside the truck, leaped with athletic grace, blade flicking out as she went. She landed, sheathed her blade with a grin, and behind her a circular chunk of armored trailer fell out and hit the highway. Show off. Still, I grinned under my mask as I panted and got within range, climbing up on a nearby flatbed as the truck's cab reached me. I pulled out a screamer grenade, and as the truck passed me, picking up speed, I tossed it into the hole that Vorpal had opened. I couldn't use it in the open air, not when there were people within 50 feet of it. But inside, with the truck walls to contain its noise, and with the shape of the trailer amplifying it right through the thin walls between the trailer and the cab, the effect was immediate. The truck listed to the side, crunched into a motionless sedan, and came to a stop, horns blaring. Vorpal looked to me, and I held up a hand, folded fingers down. 5, 4, 3, 2... I gestured to the truck at 1, and she ran to catch up to it, slashed the back door to bits, and hauled herself in as it fell around her. Damn, she was fit. For my part, I sat and caught my breath. I caught the driver of the flatbed staring back at me through his cab's rear window and gave him a little wave. His baseball-capped bald head darted below the window, and I laughed, loud and booming, echoing around the freeway and drowning out the car alarms and horns. And as it died away, sirens wailed in the distance. I sighed. To all good things must come an end. 3 crates, Vorpal reported. I'll need help to haul them out. On my way, Martin responded. Now that traffic's moving, I'll circle round. Gonna be tight before the cops get here. Dyer's going to be busy for a bit. Manage it, please, I said, and pulled up the AR interface again, switching over to my armor's viewpoint. Time to see if I could get my suit out of there. When I logged back in, the suit was still held fast in the grip of Mag's powers. The girl herself was sitting on one of the tree trunks that Serpent Tina had knocked over, talking with a dwarf clad in a green and purple jumpsuit. The dwarf's head was encephalic, swollen beyond the expected size. Mentat, I knew. I considered my options. They were in range for the screamers, but so were their fallen colleagues. I didn't want to risk any more exposure. Serpentina would probably be fine, but it would be bad to risk crippling or killing Speed Bump. The micro-missile launcher was jammed, and all of them were made of metal, anyway. Mags would just lob them back, even if I could get one to fire to begin with. Particle beams or the tasers were my best bet. One of the tasers was practically burnt out, but the one in my right gauntlet was still functional. I had no idea how much influence Mag's powers had on electricity. So that left particle beams. Gas grenades. I needed gas grenades. I resolved to get on that when I repaired the suit, and it would need repairs. There were plates gouged out of the front and side, and the steel plates of the right arm were in tatters, exposing the ceramic layer beneath. Wait. I could turn a weakness into a strength here, into an opportunity. Maybe. It all depended on whether or not Mags had to see metal before she could control it. The second layer of my suit was hardened ceramic, but the layer under that was steel mesh. Was she grabbing onto the outer armor, or was she also holding the mesh? I disengaged one of the steel clamps on the mask. If it loosened, then she was only grabbing the armor. If it stayed shut, then my suit was well and truly stuck. With a pop and a hiss, the seal was broken, and vapor escaped from the side of the mask, obscuring part of my view. I pounded my thigh in triumph and grinned. The noise caught the torchbearers' attention, and they started in surprise, then whipped around to look at me. I resealed the clamp and stared back at them. "Don't try anything funny, Doctor," said Mags. "We've got you dead to rights." "Do you?" I asked. "Would you care to lay a wager upon that?" I could twist my arm, rip the ceramic underlayer and the rest of the structure free from the metal surrounding it. Once done, it would be child's play to aim the particle cannon in my palm at Mags and zap her into senselessness. It would cause some pretty heavy damage, strain the motors in that side, but it was better than losing the suit, and I rather thought I could do it fast enough that she'd have no counter. She lifted a fist and squeezed. I saw her grimace, and then the suit's sensors were screaming as my armor was compressed by incredible force. But only the outer layer. Rivets popped, and a few bits of the right arm's outer layer fell away. I grinned. The kid was making my job easier, without even knowing it. "No," Mags said, unclenching her hand. "You're not going anywhere." "Incorrect," I said, "though by all means keep squeezing if you wish to resume the battle, which, incidentally, shall be quite short this time." She flushed, lifted her hand again, and Mentat reached up, grabbed her elbow, gave it a pat before she turned to me. "Mr. Carson told us about you." "She does not know that name." Mentat tilted her head. "No? He was one of the first people you met, if you were telling the truth. On the beach, I mean." "Ah." Well, if she was willing to be civil, I saw no reason to be rude. Most people in the camp used nicknames or first names. Dyer had little opportunity to learn last names. "Leon Carson. You called him Sparky?" Ah, right. Martin had mentioned that Sparky had gone on to mentor the torchbearers. Well, now. The clever little girl was trying to stall me, doubtless, but the bait was too much for my curiosity. "Well," I let a pleased tone seep into my modulator. As much as I could, anyway. "That's right. He's one of your teachers now. How is he doing these days?" "He's good. Really good. He told us about you. I mean, as much as he could. The MRB sealed some of the details. Of you and of the Black Bloods, and all that." I hadn't known that. Made sense, in a depressing way. This nation's government is paranoid when it comes to sharing information, even when it would be helpful. I'd suspected this was the reason that the truth of Great Clown Pagliacci never hit the news. Good to have it confirmed. A tap on my flesh-and-blood shoulder, and I started. Distant shouting until I removed my earbud. Martin? Yes. "Dyer, we gotta go! Get in the van!" I cut back to half a screen, clambering in the van as Vorpal finished loading crates. Once inside and belted up, I turned my attention back to my armor's conversation. "Dyer imagines he has some good stories," I said. "Well, now you have one to share with him. Give him Dyer's regards when you see him, yes?" "You can tell him yourself," said Mags. "Plenty of time for him to visit you when you're in prison." "Seriously, what the hell happened? You could have been a hero." Mentat frowned at her, and Mags looked chagrined. Talking telepathically? I couldn't tell. "The more Dyer sees of heroes, the less she is impressed," I said, removing the warm tone from the modulator. "Case in point." "We were good enough to take you down?" Mags grinned. "Incorrect, though you fought well enough. Dyer refers not to the fight, but the reason you're here in the first place. You are being used." "How so?" Mentat asked. "Was it coincidence that you were patrolling this area at this time? 4 of you?" They shared another look. "Anonymous tip," Mags said. Her stance loosened a bit, and she put her hands on her hips. "You think this was a setup? What was in that truck that you needed to destroy it?" "Nothing. Not even a driver. The truck was empty, save for remotely triggered explosives." "Yeah, like I believe that." I turned my cameras to the truck. "Go and look for bodies in the water. Dyer will wait." I stopped cold as I saw what was going on back at the site of the explosion. Vines were crawling out of the water, leafy vines that were flexing and contracting like tendrils, inching along and poking through the smoldering wreckage of the truck. "Okay, that's a new one." Mags looked confused. "What's a new one?" But Mentat was staring at the water, eyes growing wide. "Oh, shit!" "Language," Mags cautioned. "Don't need any more demerits with, oh, holy fuck." Interesting. I didn't know any plant controllers. None had shown up when I'd done my research on Icon's heroes and villains. Didn't mean there weren't any, though.
Is this like that hentai stuff I'm not allowed to watch?
Mentat asked. Jesus, I hope not, Mags muttered. Whoa, whoops, that's bad. Several of the tendrils slunk out of the water on our side of the inlet. Yes, it is. That thing's looking for cargo that isn't there, so it's going to keep searching. And you've got 2 unconscious teammates not too far from it, don't you? Crap! Get speed bump, Mag told Mentat. The shorter hero flapped her arms.
Muscle problems, remember? No go.
So use your telekinesis.
It's too weak. I could, lift his legs, but not all of him. Can you drag him by his belt buckle like you did that one time?
Yeah, but... She shot me a look, and I finished her sentence. But you're using your full power to restrain Dyer. Quite the quandary.
How about the MRB? Are they almost here?
Mags asked Mentat.
They said they'd be about 10 minutes. It's been 4.
You know the solution to this. I watched Mag's mouth pull into a frown as she glanced back and forth from me to the encroaching vines. Finally, Mags jogged over to Speed Bump, grabbed his arms, and pulled him back. She was moving slow, and I could see sweat rolling down the exposed part of her face. Physical activity, plus the effort of maintaining her powers, was taking a toll. The vines kept coming. You know what has to happen here, I said with a sigh. Why do you delay?
She's right, Mentat said. If that thing had a brain, I could do something, but once again, I'm totally flipping useless. And you can't drag Tina like that. So you have to let Dyer go.
Hush! Mags barked, dropping Speed Bump, putting her hands on her knees and heaving. Maybe the vines won't. There were a lot of vines, and in a few of them I was seeing thorns under the leaves. Slowly, they crept towards Serpent Tina's prone form, questing and coiling. Well, you had your chance, I said. Typical hero. Servos shrieked, and the armor's motors ground as I wrenched with terrible force, and in a cacophony of sparks and shrapnel, I tore the ceramic structure of the arm free of the steel of the armor. Mags shrieked, and Mentat dove for cover as I swept the glowing palm of my gauntlet across them and aimed it at the vines. 3 shots at wide dispersal, and the vines were torn to shreds, along with the nearby foliage, the remnants of the truck, the trees on the opposite bank, and most of the underbrush on the other side. Holy Christ, I heard Mags whisper. We watched the water for a second. The vines didn't come out again.
You could have done that any time, yeah?
Mentat asked. Yes?
You didn't.
Dyer wished to see what you would do. Though this farce does begin to bore her. The force around my armor dissipated, and the armor fell to the ground. I managed to turn it into a 3-point landing, falling with some modicum of grace. I straightened the suit up and had it turn, looming over the 2 standing torchbearers, 8 feet of battered armor and intimidation. I folded my arms. Are we done here?
Okay, I'm not dumb, Mag said. There's something going on here, and it looks like I need more facts. And you just proved I can't hold you here, so I guess truce, and we both back off?
Yeah, that worked. Except, wait, there was an opportunity here. They were in contact with Sparky. There was one matter he could help me with, one that I needed to solve as soon as I could. There is one more thing.
What?
Tell Sparky that Dyer needs to know Susan's last name. She may be in danger.
Susan?
The one Mina saved. He can find out her name if he doesn't know it. Dyer will meet him alone at midnight tonight in the place where he almost killed Dyer. Pass this on. Yeah, I don't know if he'll go for that.
He will.
She sighed. Fine, we'll pass along the message. Without another word, I launched into the air, moving at half speed and heading south, low over the treetops. I set the armor on autopilot. It would evade for a while, move randomly and as stealthily as it could, before ending up in an old quarry that I'd scouted beforehand. Come nightfall, I could get it back to the outskirts of town and fly it out to a pickup point. With a sigh of relief, I closed the link and pulled my mask off, returning my attention to my own body. Working remotely without the control harness was tricky, but it had mostly worked out in the end.
Everything go okay?
Martin asked. Mostly. Everything good here?
Yeah, we got off the highway before the cops showed up. Vorpal's a ways back on her bike, making sure we ain't followed. Gonna be a few minutes to swap point. Transfer the cargo, ditch the van, go to the rendezvous. Simple. Easy.
Maybe not, I mused. Turns out there's someone else in this mess. Oh? Vorpal asked over the subvocal channel. I told them about the exploding truck, the torchbearers, and the strange vines. Midway through, Vorpal started cursing, a steady stream of foul language. I understood about half of it before she finished. Never easy. Never simple. Great. Just great.
So there's another player in the game? Martin mused. Now this adds a fourth possibility. A fake-out.
I nodded. Not a trap or a distraction or office politics. Unless the office plants are rebelling against their masters.
Fear the ficus, Martin muttered. No, my guess is that was a fake-out. Make whoever was controlling the plants think that the cargo got destroyed.
I nodded. That made sense, and raised even more questions. Who was the new player? How did they know of the shipment? What is in those boxes? I turned and considered them. Such a fuss over these crates. Tempting to open one and see—
Hell fucking no, Martin said. Our luck, it'd be plant zombie virus bullshit. Turn us all into kudzu or something.
Which is why Dyer's going to wait until we've got a secure environment and some hazmat suits before we look inside, I finished. Have a little faith, Martin. Vorpal's channel clicked open again. I have a question. Yes, I asked. How did the plant controller know where we were going to ambush the convoy? I opened my mouth and shut it again. The controller may have known the route, but the vines showed up within minutes. That is oddly specific.
Maybe he knew, 'cause someone told him,
said Martin. I narrowed my eyes. Betrayal? I'd been stung once by it, twice if you counted a druggie who'd murdered one of my best friends. I didn't like traitors. Neither did Vorpal, from the venom in her voice. Chain gang, she snarled.
We don't know that for certain,
Martin said. True, she said. There were no plant creatures on the highway during our assault. But that could simply mean they'll be waiting at the rendezvous point. I finished the thought and settled back in the seat. Adrenaline was fading, but a cold anger was growing. I was tired and had a few bruises from my bouncy force field ride. This made me even more exhausted. I puffed my cheeks out, blew a raspberry. Say again? Vorpal asked. That must have sounded pretty weird over the channel. Just commenting on the tragedy of existence. All right, so here's what we'll do. 10 minutes later, we were pulling up 5 blocks away from the rendezvous point in a stolen pickup with a camper shell on the back. The van had been ditched and sterilized with bleach, and the license plates stripped. For good measure, I'd swapped out the ones on the pickup with some generic fakes. As long as no cop ran them, we'd be fine, which meant that I'd be the one driving. Even in a city as tolerant as Icon, we were still on the north side, The local cops were still mostly corrupt assholes, and Martin was still black. Vorpal was covering us from a few streets down with a stolen laser rifle. We'd convinced her to ditch it after we were done here. I'd disabled the obvious tracker, but if the rifle had something like the Trojan they'd tried to slip us through the memory sticks, then it would send up a signal later at the worst possible time. The rendezvous point was an old power station next to a few warehouses. It had been stripped of most of its copper long ago, and there was nothing left to steal. It was in former Black Blood territory, and squatters still feared to shelter in places like this. But it wasn't the power station I cared about. Some of the warehouses around it were still in use, and their security systems were just what I needed. I adjusted the universal remote to maximum range and started searching through the networks of the area. And soon enough, I found what I needed. Got it. Active camera system. Can you see it? Martin asked. Give her a second. I piped the camera feed to my contacts and adjusted the camera angles until the power station came into sight. Not seeing much. I panned around, considered it from several angles. Wait. One of the larger windows around back was broken. By itself, not a big deal, could have been attributed to vandals, would have if we hadn't been suspicious. But there was something just inside of the window, something large. I couldn't make out details, but something that could have been slimy flesh rippled and fell. It was breathing. I muttered a curse. Martin, take over, please. Drive us to where we can get a vantage on the back of it. Don't go slow, just average speed. Drive casual. Got it. I slipped my mask on as we went and clicked over to infrared vision. And as he pulled around past chain-link fences and empty street corners, we finally got a good look at the back of the building. I gasped as an enormous red splotch filled my vision. The power station was 2 stories high, and that thing looked to be filling both floors. Keep I paused, pulled my mask off. Keep driving, I said through clenched teeth. Whatever that thing is, we want no part of it. Thing? Vorpal asked. Not sure, but it looks like there's a small kaiju in there. Or something equivalent. Martin's hands shook on the wheel, but he got us turned and gone without trouble. I clicked through the camera networks and erased the brief views of the van as we pulled away. Kaiju. Gott im Himmel, Vorpal swore. I nodded, realized she couldn't see me. Yeah. Kaiju is a term used to refer to giant monsters, usually created by the maddest of mad scientists. They were usually mutants, although some were new species in their own right. Rumors said that the Atlanteans had a number of them below the ocean, just in case humanity got surly. More rumors said that some kaiju were of alien origin. I doubted that one. Every alien or alien-related incident on record had either been a hoax or later been proven to be quite terrestrial. They were fairly rare, going by the bits I'd read. I hadn't spent a lot of time studying them. As I mused, Martin drove, looking more and more pissed as we went. We would have walked in there, Martin said. Walked right into the yard waiting for Chain Gang. And been within its reach before we knew it was there, I said. Then it could rip through a door or window or even the concrete wall if it had the strength. And, well, squish. Martin pulled the van to a stop. What? I asked. The fuck you so calm? He snapped. He raised his hand. Look! It was shaking. Well, that just shows you're sane, I said. Uh-huh. The fuck does that say about you? He snarled. I stared at him as evenly as I could until he realized what he said. Shit. Sorry. He looked away. Didn't mean it like that. I muted Vorpal's channel. You're forgiven. Odds are good she isn't sane. Or wasn't.
You know, that whole operating on our own brain thing. Sorry. He raised his left hand, slapped the door in frustration. Just this whole thing. We caused like 20 traffic accidents. You had a shootout with a bunch of dudes with frickin' lasers. And now we got kaiju in this shit? Hiding in that building like, ho, 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 this house disguise gives me +8 in urban environments? Yeah. I think maybe it's good I'm not getting used to this shit. I took his free hand, gave it a squeeze. Thank you. For losing my shit? For providing a baseline. She's still not good at being human. This helps. He looked out the window, laughed. When he looked back, he was smiling a bit. You ain't getting on my case like you did when I gave you a hard time about Bunny, back in that drive with the caddy. I shrugged. Time isn't critical here. Well, that we know of. We need to contact Vorpal, make plans. I reached up, but just as my fingertip was about to tap the subvocal rig and demute her channel, my phone rang. I picked it up, stared at it. Vorpal's number. Wait a minute. Dyer, are you there? You went quiet. You didn't destroy your phone? I hissed. No, I didn't use it to read the data stick. Oh. Well, that was a relief. Then my eyes narrowed. Wait, what did you use to read the data stick? My desktop computer? Did you destroy it? No. What? The Trojan was due to go off in minutes. Do not worry. I ensured that it was powered down before we came out here. I closed my eyes. Not good enough. Mostly eidetic memory meant that I could recall every line of the code, every function that Trojan called. It'll turn your computer back on. Bullshit. Nope, decidedly feces-free. Your computer has a grid link, yes? Yes, but I haven't used that since I put the data stick in there. Won't matter. It found the link, put a subroutine out there. Even if your computer is off, your profile is still on the grid, including the drop point. I'm not sure I follow. In about 3 minutes, our employer, who by now knows we burned him, will know the location of your desktop computer. Which is where? Silence for a bit, then a ton of swearing in that language I didn't recognize. Russian? German? Something European. I made a note to brush up on European languages in my free time. Vorpal. Martin's voice was calm, soothing. Where's the computer? In my apartment, along with everything else I own, including my papers, my false ID, and my bank information. I frowned. You leave your bank information lying around? Well, fucking excuse me for not being a super genius and remembering 16-character passwords. I wrote them down. Sue me. I rubbed my face, looked to Martin. What do you think? About what? I kept looking, and understanding dawned in his eyes as he cursed. Ah, no. Fuck no. Fuck no, we've already got one stray. She's got nowhere else to go, has information on us, and now she needs her share of the ransom more than ever. We could burn her, Martin suggested, then flinched as I glared at him. What? Just saying we could ditch her, keep her share, and life would be a lot simpler. Not going to betray her, I said. Not going to betray anyone. That's not how Dyer does business. Unless she's betrayed first, mind. But Vorpal's played fair. Deserves help. Dyer, look, I'm pretty sure she was killing some of those laser dudes down there. That's not cool. They were the ones using lethal force and firing into crowds of civilians. He sighed. Yeah, guess so. Well, fuck. It's your call. I nodded and opened the subvocal comm back up. Okay, Vorpal. Here's the plan. Chapter 9. Doctor?
Doctor. Supervillains usually don't have health insurance. Quote attributed to Agent Coleman, MRB. I'm still not comfortable with this, Vorpal groused. She was younger than I'd thought, now that her mask was off, had a smattering of freckles across her snub nose, and a small face to match her thin frame. I suppose other people considered her pretty. She seemed to match the parameters of social acceptance. It's temporary, I said, closing the chain-link gate behind us and locking it. She tugged her borrowed jacket around her torso and scowled. We didn't have any spare pants, but the jacket hid her costume well enough, I thought. The pants could be mistaken for slacks at a distance. Come on, longer you're out here, more risk we're running. Martin held the door for her with an exaggerated bow. You good to move the crates by yourself? I asked him. Should be. They're more bulky than heavy. Martin was stronger than he looked. I was glad to see that prison hadn't dulled that. I followed Vorpal through the door. She seemed impressed by the inside of the warehouse. This is what I was expecting. Yes? Yes, most of your types need workshops. I blinked, and she scowled. Mad scientist types? Super geniuses. She shook her head. Not necessarily. Some are merely smart without the need to invent or build, like Mentat. Well, Mentat's got his mental powers. Dyer doesn't know that he'd really need inventions. Although the mad part certainly seemed to apply to him. The man had been active since the 80s, and his crimes got weirder and weirder as time went on. The archives I'd searched through had quite a lot to say about him. If he could, he would. He has certainly tried everything else. No, inventors are a class in and of themselves. She really couldn't be more than 20 at best, but she spoke with a veteran's voice. You've had a lot of experience with costumed people? Costumes, she corrected. Right, that was the proper slang. And more than most, yes. Her eyes shifted as she said that, looking far away. There was a good amount of regret in those eyes. No point in pushing her for more. I shut up and led the way to the living quarters, ascended the stairs. Bunny looked up from the desk as I opened the door, fumbled next to her, got her hand around the scattergun before I raised mine. Easy, Bunny. Good to see you awake. She didn't let go of the scattergun. Dyer? Her face was pale, and her bald scalp was streaked with sweat. One arm was wrapped around her side, clutching the bandage. And company, I confirmed. Vorpal padded in after me, face cold and neutral, not blinking as she looked Bunny up and down. You don't need that right now. I pointed at the gun. I didn't think I needed it back in the garage. Look where that got me. But she took her hand away from it, rested it on the desk. Don't suppose you'd be willing to tell me the password for the computer? I walked over, glanced at it. Still locked. That would depend on what you wanted it for. Need to talk to some people. Warn them. About what? Her eyes flicked to Vorpal, who was still staring at her. Don't know if I should say. Your call, I said. Come, Vorpal. Dyer will see about getting you set up with a room and show you the facilities. Vorpal let out a chuckle when she saw the hot tub. I left her to steam up the bathroom, went down to help Martin with the crates. We got the last one inside, then I drove the pickup in and had my robots start up the chop shop treatment. Martin seemed impressed by the results. This is some Grand Theft Pinto shit right here. I know guys would have traded their left nuts for this kind of thing. Fortunately, Dyer has none to barter, so she went with cash instead. We headed back upstairs, and Bunny nodded at us as we came in. She'd moved over to the couch instead and was curled up on it. Martin nodded. I think it's about time to change that bandage again. You up for it? It's been hurting more, Bunny replied. Martin grunted. Is that bad? I asked. Don't know. I ain't a doctor. Can't see many ways it'd be good. Martin went, got the first aid kit, and rolled up Bunny's shirt.
Shit.
What? I asked.
Those red lines around the hole, they're spreading.
Bunny groaned.
Infection. Got to be. My immune system's been shot since the Big C.
Whoa, Martin said, looking her up and down.
Cancer?
Smokeless fire syndrome.
That Gulf War shit? You're a vet?
Yep. Martin looked impressed, but I had little idea what she was talking about. I resolved to read up on it later. In the meantime, Martin finished up his diagnosis. He didn't look happy.
Yeah, I can change the bandage, but there ain't much I can do about that. If the stuff I already dumped on there didn't fix this, then it's above my pay grade.
Do what you can, please, I said. Dyer doesn't want to lose any more friends.
We're friends now?
Bunny asked. You alone stayed behind, out of all your gang. You helped assault the Black Bloods, risked your life for Dyer and her people.
It was the right thing to do. Whether or not I liked you, didn't enter into it. Not that I don't appreciate the help here, mind.
I nodded. Then this is the right thing for Dyer to do, and she'll consider you a friend in gratitude for the lives you saved. Her eyes shifted to the wall of televisions, volume turned off, chattering in closed-captioned subtitles.
After you left, there was something up north. Trouble on the highway. Some kind of attack. Some wounded. Some dead. Was that you?
I nodded. Yes, though the dead were the fault of her foes.
Then I don't know if I can call you a friend. Sorry. You're one of the people we should be trying to stop.
It hurt. She was one of the few I'd respected back in the day. But I nodded and forced my face to smile. Your honesty is appreciated, and Dyer is willing to help you regardless.
If you're willing to accept our help, Martin said. I mean, if you're too good for it, we could drop your ass off at a hospital like we should have done in the first place.
No hospitals. I'd be dead in hours. Why? I asked. What is this all about? She grimaced.
Not sure I should tell you.
Martin shook his head as he finished up with her bandage.
You are one stubborn bitch. Gah!
I started forward as she reached out, grabbed his ear, and twisted it.
You do not fucking get to call me a bitch.
Got it? Bunny? I didn't get to finish the sentence. Martin grabbed her wrist, twisted it back until her hand opened.
Fine. You're a stubborn fucking asshole. Better?
Of all things, Bunny smiled. It looked weird on her normally glowering face.
Yeah, that'll do.
He backed up, stood, let go of her wrist. She offered no further fuss, and he wandered off, rubbing his ear.
Gonna get some lunch going. You want anything, Dyer?
Some of those pizza pastry things, I decided. Those are enjoyable.
On it.
I dragged a chair over to the couch, sat in it. Bunny looked up at me, raised her eyebrows.
What?
What would it take for you to be sure that you should tell Dyer of your troubles?
I don't want my friends getting hurt. And you? You're pretty destructive.
When Dyer needs to be, yes. But she also doesn't want her friends getting hurt.
I already told you I'm not your friend.
I grinned. Yeah, you don't get to decide that. Sorry.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
She took a deep breath, grimaced, and clutched at her side.
Okay. Look, promise me a few things, and I'll tell you what's going on.
Maybe. I was wary. What did you have in mind?
You don't hurt my friends. You don't get involved in this without running your plans by me first and getting my approval, and you help me get to the doctor.
I frowned. Didn't you want to avoid hospitals?
The doctor, not a doctor. I know a street doc. He's discreet and works on short notice. But you locked your flippin' computer and every phone around here, so I can't contact him.
Ah, okay. Dyer promises to abide by your conditions.
Me too,
Martin said from the doorway. We both jumped a bit, and Bunny shot him a glare. He met it head on, smiled, and offered her a bottle of water.
Fine.
She took the water.
So, you know what happened when you took out the Black Bloods?
Property values went up, Martin said. North Side got a whole lot safer to live in. Lots of stuff like that.
Yeah, but what else?
Martin leaned against the wall, frowned.
Shit. Power vacuum, yeah?
Big time. I tilted my head. What?
Okay, see, the Black Bloods had their hands on a lot of crime. A lot of profitable crime, Martin explained. So when they went out, there was a lot of profit out there still going on, but no one there to tend to it, I finished. The whole of North Side was open for the taking, Bunny said. The gangs gave it a few months for the aftermath of the Black Bloods and the publicity from that and Dyer to die down. Then they started moving in. Your old crew was first, Martin.
Fuck. Yeah, Coat would, wouldn't he?
Martin rubbed his chin. And, of course, de Kriegers couldn't let that stand.
Right, Bunny said, and we're caught in the middle.
Martin frowned. Unless you've been doing a lot of expanding, the Midtown Militia's turf should be way east of there. You guys got the waterfront, right?
Yeah, but we couldn't sit by and let innocent people be victimized again. This was a chance to stop crime before it started.
So you stuck your dick in the meat grinder, he said, then glanced down at her. So to speak, anyway. You being the gang in general. If the gang was a dude, I mean... Shit, I'll quit now.
Thank you. But she was smiling, just slightly, again. It actually hasn't been much of a meat grinder. More of a Cold War. Everyone knows that the first group to escalate is going to take the worst pain.
When it does break...
I stopped, collected my thoughts.
When it does break, how bad is the fallout going to be?
Bad, Martin said.
De Kriegers do most of the gun running round the con, and SCK's got numbers. It'll be blood on the streets.
Lots of civilians in the crossfire. Only reason we're trying to head it off, really. Otherwise, we wouldn't care if your bunch and their bunch took each other to hell a few bullets at a time.
Sure. That's the only reason you're involved. Right.
Bunny glared at him, but I held up a hand and interjected. So, how did this get you shot? Was it one of the other gangs? Her glare faded.
I wish.
No. I noticed some weird stuff going on. Money getting shifted around, patrols getting cut back around the casinos, strange meetings that didn't get briefed up the chain to Munin like they're supposed to. It looked like my boss, Carson, was trying to cut a deal with somebody else.
Somebody else?
Martin rubbed his cheek.
Who else? Aw, fuck. The mob.
Yep, Bunny said. The Caviglione family.
They ain't been players for years.
Bunny shook her head. When I did some digging, I found that the New York mob decided to back one of the local bosses after Y2K. Most of the heroes who brought them down are dead, or moved on. I don't know what kind of deal Carson cut with them. I decided to give him a chance to come clean, arranged for a private meeting. And, well, he wasn't there. Those guys you ran into were there, with guns. She nodded my way. So, thanks. You are welcome. Dyer, too, has felt the sting of betrayal. You have her sympathies, I said, as I folded my hands together. This begs the question, what will you do now? She shook her head. Got a few people to get in touch with. Hugin's branch of the militia, and some emergency numbers. A few heroes I've worked with before. Then she grimaced and rubbed her side. But before any of that, I need to see the doctor. Doesn't do me much good if I die before I warn people. I nodded. Phone or computer? Phone's better. I went back into my main storage room, came out with one of the burners. A quick check of the serial number refreshed my memory on the passcode, and I unlocked it, tossed it to her as I came back to the main room. "There you go."
"Thanks."
I headed back to my quarters, and Martin followed. I glanced up at him, but he just shook his head until we'd gotten away from the front room to one of the lounge areas I'd set up. He shut the door and leaned against it. "You want to talk about something?" I asked.
"Maybe. I know that look."
"Oh?"
"That look that says someone needs a beating. I'm thinking you're thinking you want to go take down some mobsters."
I grinned. The thought had crossed her mind.
"Yeah, so let's say you go in hard and brutal, like you did with the Black Bloods. Let's say you win."
"Foregone conclusion," I said. "If the people they have are like the ones they deployed in the parking garage, then they won't be a challenge."
"Except it's a different challenge," Martin said. "They'll fight back in different ways than the Bloods did. And unlike the Bloods, they follow the rules. Syndicate rules. They'll have allies and legal assets and mercenaries and shit. They might not have the crazy or the brute force that the Bloods did, but they got the mean. And people in charge who aren't batshit crazy."
I shrugged. "So it's a challenge."
"Yeah, but let's say you win. Who comes in after them?"
"Ah.
Yeah, there's money in the casinos they control, and the brand of vice they got. Demand's still gonna be there, but if you get rid of those guys, then someone else rises up. And on top of that, you just took out the Midtown Militia's big secret ally, so that when the gang war comes, the militia takes it up the ass the worst."
I rubbed my chin, thought it over. "So, what's the solution?"
"There ain't a simple solution. Most simple solutions are for dumbasses, 'cause the world's a complicated place. But maybe you figure out your goals before you go charging in. What are your goals here?"
That was a good question. I sat down on an overstuffed armchair and gave it some thought. Martin leaned against the wall and gave me space to ponder. Finally, I nodded. "Got it."
"Yeah?"
"Make sure Bunny lives through this."
"That's it?"
"That's all."
"Kinda surprised."
He sat down across from me, taking the recliner.
"I mean, I was expecting something more ambitious, I guess."
"Well, she can always scale it up if the situation demands, and if they kill her, she'll kill them right back and take their stuff. Dyer's promises to Bunny preclude immediate or drastic action right now." I spread my hands. Only 2 goals in play. Get enough money to grow and expand and protect her friends. Bunny's a friend, even if she won't admit it. The rest of the city? I shrugged. Not Dyer's friends. A problem to be fixed eventually, once Dyer has a good solution. But if the gangs move in on new territory, or the mob grows in influence, so be it. Without a good view of the big picture, there's no way to say that she won't enable a worse situation later. Martin nodded.
"Common fucking sense. Cool. All right, just wanted to make sure you were thinking on this."
She's always thinking. A knock at the door. I opened it, found Vorpal wearing a towel, and not much else. She took a step back as Martin's eyes snapped open wide and shot him a glare until he looked away. "Yes?" I asked. "Fresh clothes?" "Dyer's might be a bit big on you. I can roll sleeves and pant legs up." "Good enough." I left Martin in the lounge, went and got her some of my spare casual wear. "Thank you. I will pay you back when I get my share." "Not necessary." She smiled, headed into the bathroom, and returned in a more clothed state. "You seem calmer now." She was smiling still. "I have had time to think. And I think that we are in a good situation. The cargo is ours, we can examine it at our leisure, and the longer we sit on it, the more frantic our treacherous employer will become. We stand to make much from this ransom. Assuming the cargo's not time-sensitive," I pointed out. "True, and also there is the matter of the other player in this game, and Chain Gang, who's probably working for the other player." She shrugged. "Perhaps. No, it's pretty certain. A plant monster at the ambush site and a kaiju at the rendezvous? No, once would have been a coincidence. Twice is confirmation. It's pretty obvious that he's compromised. I leaned against the wall, glanced back toward the front room. "Who is the woman?" Vorpal asked. "A guest, much like yourself. A vigilante of sorts. She is dangerous. I have seen eyes like hers before. A killer. A fighter." "Like you?" I asked. She grinned. "I am cuter than she is." I snorted. "Point." That made her happier, for some reason. She straightened up a bit, and her smile grew. "Well, whatever. In any case, Bunny will probably be leaving here soon. We are going to go run her to the doctor." "I see. You trust me to stay here while you are gone? With the cargo and your secret lair full of goods and inventions?" "Well, yes." I blinked. "Any reason Dyer shouldn't?" She chuckled. "I would not trust me. You have only known me a few days." "Oh, that. Well, Dyer's pretty sure the security system could take you if it came down to it. Maybe not stop you from leaving, but any attempt to abscond with the cargo would end badly for you." Her smile died a bit. "Ah." But she rallied and put a hand on my shoulder. "I could come with you on this trip, just in case." "Are you sure?" I looked at her hand, decided it wasn't doing any harm there. "It will probably be boring. Just a run out to drop her off, and maybe some takeout on the way back or something." "It would be less boring than staying here alone. Besides, I would like to talk with you more." She squeezed my shoulder and stared up into my eyes. "Okay, well, let's collect Martin and get going then." Her smile cooled a bit, and she let go of my shoulder. I gave her a nod, went back to the lounge, knocked on the door. "Safe to come out yet?" he asked. As it always is, yes." "She wearing clothes, I mean." "Oh, yes, come on out." Bunny offered the phone back to me when we returned to the front room, but I put up a hand and shook my head. "No need. Keep it for now. Here, take Dyer's number if you need something after this." I grid-mailed it to her phone. "So, what's the word?" "He'll see me in half an hour, over in the cove. Can I beg a ride?" I moved to the window, looked over the pickup's progress. The robots were finishing up its new paint job. "Might be a bit tight, but we can probably do it. We'll have to wait for the paint to dry a bit." And 20 minutes later, we were driving north, the three of us in the pickup and Vorpal on her motorcycle. Cobble's Cove was the oldest part of Icon City. Back before Nikola Tesla had bought the land to the west of it, the cove was a small New England fishing village. Now it was a sleepy residential area that had last seen major infrastructure rework back in the 70s. Blocks of weathered apartments and prefab houses shared space with strip malls and small parks. The subway station here conveyed many of the residents to their jobs in the surrounding districts. The only real fishing and cargo business left in Icon had moved south to Whalers Wharf long ago. According to Martin, most of it was De Krieger's turf. He pointed out men in green jackets as we drove by, and I was surprised to find their colors identical to the gangers down the street. "They're in Whalers Wharf, too?" "Yeah." I decided not to mention I'd stolen a van from them. He'd only worry. We finally found the place, with 2 minutes left before Bunny's appointment. It was a small orange brick building, perhaps 2 stories, with a bell tower. The sign proclaimed it to be the Greenwater Methodist Church. The lot was bare of other cars, and I wondered if the doctor was running late. But the side door was unlocked, and I held it open as Martin helped Bunny through, giving her a shoulder to lean on. Vorpal brought up the rear, glancing around. She'd left her sword behind, hidden in a compartment on her motorcycle, but I was sure that she was armed in some manner. Inside, white painted concrete hallways stretched into closed wooden doors. The floor was tile and a bit dusty, and noteboards were stacked with flyers proclaiming bake sales, campouts, and other community events. "Is this the right place?" I asked.
"Yeah," Bunny said. "You know what a sacristy looks like?"
I shook my head. "Sorry, don't know what the word means."
"I got it," said Martin. "It's where you keep vestments and censers and stuff. Different place in every church, though."
"So a storeroom. I'll go looking," Vorpal said, and headed off. I kept my guard up. The last time I'd been in a church, it had been bad. At least this one had power this time around. Vorpal returned after a minute. "Found it." "Anyone in there?" I asked. "No, but there are instruments laid out, and medical supplies around."
"He'll be along,"
Bunny said through gritted teeth. She was braced on Martin, with sweat pouring down her face. Just the walk from the parking lot to this point had done a number on her. "Think Hollow Husk has branched out?" I arched an eyebrow at Martin.
"Shush!"
He shot a look toward Bunny. Ah, right, vigilante. Probably didn't need to know about that contact. But she paid no attention, so I let it drop. The sacristy was a 10 by 15 room with shades over its windows and a few hanging fluorescent tubes. Racks of vestments hung on the wall, along with children's costumes and puppets. Bits of odds and ends had been cleared away, with a cot set up in the center of it, and a lamp shining down from a stand. Stainless steel medical tools were set on a towel, resting on a card table that had been pushed against the wall. "Well," I said, "we've got everything but the doctor."
"You called? I came."
The voice was rich, deep, and coming from behind us. I don't think any of them could have faulted me for spinning around and grabbing for a weapon, not when they were doing the same themselves. The man behind us didn't look concerned. He had a deep walnut-brown skin and black hair that was running to gray. Stocky, with a bit of a gut. He was in his 40s or early 50s, perhaps, wearing a lab coat, slacks, and a shirt, glasses, and a patient smile.
"Easy,"
said Bunny.
"That's him." "Guess there's no point in asking who my patient is,"
he said, and something about his voice tugged at my memory. I knew where I'd heard it before, and that body shape, that skin tone. Freeway. This was Freeway. "Trap!" I yelled, diving into the doorway and wrestling a screamer grenade out of my purse.
"Whoa, hold on,"
he protested.
"I don't know what—"
In the hall, Vorpal paused in the middle of drawing a knife, and from the room I saw her eyes go wide. And another familiar voice echoed through the hall.
"Gotcha, Doc."
Time tripper. Vorpal went still as a shimmer appeared around her. She looked almost frozen. "Martin!" I yelled. "Earplugs!" I took a few steps back and popped my own earplugs in, but before I could throw the grenade, the air in front of me flickered, and I could hear normally again. Freeway had taken my earplugs. He reappeared, standing next to Vorpal, arms outstretched and looking down the hall.
"Nobody move. That means you too. Hey!"
Everything slowed as the air blurred, and I saw Freeway's face shift into a mask of confusion as Time Tripper, now wearing a tattered tie-dye shirt and a pair of bell-bottoms, sauntered past Martin. He ducked Martin's easy swing in slow motion and tried to go around Freeway. Tried being the operative word, as Freeway sped up and clocked him one in the jaw.
"Ow, fuck, man, what the hell?"
Time Tripper's words were distant, like noise through water. I reached for my taser in slow motion. Freeway pointed at him.
"I don't know what you're doing, but you're violating a truce. Stand down and leave."
His voice was clear. He didn't see another Time Tripper coming in from the side. I tried to yell a warning, but my lips were moving slowly. And then the other Time Tripper grabbed Vorpal. Bip! Just like that, they were gone, Vorpal with them, and time returned to normal. "Freeway, look behind—" "Oh," I finished.
"The hell?"
Freeway asked. It was a trap, but not from you, I said, returning the screamer grenade to my purse. Wait, Freeway? Fuck, I knew I recognized that voice, Martin said. No way, Bunny muttered. Freeway sighed, pulled his spectacles from his face, and mopped them sourly as he glared at me. Well, congratulations. It was a good secret identity while it lasted. Now get that young lady up on the table, will you? I shook my head. We have no intention of disclosing your true identity, whoever you are. Good. Safer that way. Now please leave the room and let me take a look at my patient. I followed his orders as Martin tagged along behind. Once the door was shut, he looked at me. Okay, so what are we going to do about Vorpal? I gave him a blank look. Do? Yeah. How are we going to rescue her? Well, Dyer's pretty sure he pulled her somewhere else in time, so we're going to need a time machine, then a way to track Time Tripper through time. Dyer's going to put that on her list of long-term goals. We're not... He closed his mouth. No. Guess it doesn't matter now, does it? No, not really. No way to get to them without time travel capabilities. He might bring her back once he realizes his mistake. She's probably educating him on it very vigorously. A thought crossed my mind. Well, assuming he didn't send her back in time to a point where the Earth's atmosphere was unbreathable, or forward to a time like that, given how we're going with greenhouse emissions, might be able to save her depending on what he did. But he doesn't strike Dyer as a lethal force type of hero. Odds are he just stranded her somewhere. Doesn't feel right, Martin said, crossing his arms. I mean, I got no real love for Vorpal, but she's part of the team until we're done with... I held up a hand. Let's not discuss this while there's only a thin wooden door between us and a hero, A muffled, thank you, from Freeway through the door. Martin jumped a bit, looked chagrined. We waited in silence, and after a few minutes the door opened. Freeway stood there, glowering. A speedster with surgical skills, I remarked. Handy, that. So, you're Dyer. He looked me up and down. Figured you'd be meaner looking. I shrugged. She'll try to snarl more next time. You're awfully calm right now. If you wanted her beaten to a pulp and captured, you'd have tried it by now. But you mentioned a truce, so she's going to assume this is neutral ground. He shot a glance over at Martin. You weren't lying. She's difficult to parse. Martin shrugged, then chewed on his cheek for a second. Hey, man, I'm sorry. Freeway shook his head. You made the wrong choice, and you know it. I don't think I want to talk to you again until you're back in jail, and you will end up there, if you don't die first. Being a minion's no way to live, son. Martin's face fell. Shame warred with guilt, and he took a shuddering breath. All the while, Freeway just looked at him. He's no minion, I said. No? Make sure it stays that way. He turned his back on Martin and pointed down the hall. I want to talk with you. You mind? Actually, no. I was curious. This wasn't the sort of hero I was used to. Lead the way. He walked down the hall to a door that had a community room sign on it and even held it for me as I strolled through. I debated taking one of the loose folding chairs that were scattered around the bare room, and when he settled into one with a grunt of weariness, I decided to stay on equal footing. I took one, spun it around, and surveyed him as I sat. Martin's told me about you, he began. Dyer imagines you had plenty of time to speak with him in the jail. Thank you for paying his lawyer, by the way. He waved a hand. Money's no problem for me now. Least I could do for the kid. Curious about that. Why? I crossed my wrists on the back of the chair, took a second before responding. Why were you concerned with Martin's welfare? I wasn't. I was concerned he wouldn't get a fair trial. He had no chance of that. The system was rigged against him.
Did he kill those cops?
No. I was surprised. Surely Martin had told him that.
You didn't either?
No.
Well, the whole world thinks you and he did.
That was the Black Bloods. The cops were corrupt and didn't do the job the Bloods paid them to do.
Which won't matter, because now people think this crime's on you. Because you couldn't wait for that charge to be disproved.
You're assuming Dyer cares what stupid people believe. I felt my face draw into a scowl. The ones that matter to her know the truth.
That's what I'm afraid of.
I cocked my head at an angle. What?
You talked about the ones that matter to you. What about the ones that don't?
Well, they're free to live their lives, unless they're part of a problem. Then some adjustments will be necessary.
Like the ones driving home on I-3 an hour ago?
I studied him. You knew about that? He grunted.
So that was you. Wasn't sure until you said that.
I winced. Walked right into that. Twice I'd fallen for that trick now. Had to get better at banter. Work on a poker face. Partly her, I said. The opposition was less careful of their surroundings and the bystanders than Dyer.
Then that's on them,
he said.
But it's also on you. So I ask again, what about the people you don't care about? How many of them are you going to hurt? How many are going to die?
I stood, sending the chair clattering to the ground as heat coursed through me. I felt my face flush and breathed hard, trying to control my temper. How dare you! How dare you! She went to war to save people from the Black Bloods. All of them, not just her friends. He took his spectacles off, rose to face me.
Yes, and that was a bad situation. You hit your power surge in a bad time, and you did the best you could. But now the war's over.
A throbbing in my temples as I shook in rage. Why couldn't he see? That war? Yes, I hissed. But the system itself is broken. Your society is flawed. Too many crises, too many near misses, and all it takes is one patch of bad luck or one semi-competent, powerful villain, and the world is fucked. The system is broken. It needs to be fixed. And if you and the rest of the heroes won't do it, then Dyer will. He sighed. In the faint light from the windows, he looked older, tired. He reminded me of Roy all of a sudden, and I felt some of the rage ebb out of me. This man wasn't my enemy. He wasn't broken. He didn't need fixing.
That's the problem, he said. You can't fix the system from the outside. You want real change? You have to work with the system. Change it from the inside. That's the only way to make it last.
Really? I asked, moving around the chairs to stop a few feet from him. Then why are you here?
To fix your friend?
And why couldn't she go to the hospital for that? He replaced his glasses and frowned.
I see where you're going with this. You're going to use my own pro bono work as an excuse for your villainy. Not buying it.
Oh? What's the difference? You're doing this because the system doesn't work for her. I shrugged. Let's be honest, the state of the modern medical complex in this nation is a joke. They broke and twisted the laws to put the doctors under their thumbs and extort the sick and the elderly, and collaborated with the insurance companies that were supposed to keep them in check. And that's not even getting into the price-fixing, plaguing big pharmaceutical companies. He held up a hand.
Enough. You're reminding me of why I retired. The reason I offer this service, because without it, people die or get hurt needlessly. Gangsters and villains need doctors too. And this way gets bad people their medical care so they don't go getting desperate and stupid.
I nodded. Don't you see? This is as it should be. Doctors should be free to heal people without the bureaucracy or the sanction of the rich and uncaring.
And people should be able to drive on the roads without getting injured when a supervillain hijacks a truck.
I shook my head. We're not going to see eye to eye on this.
Not yet,
he said.
I appreciate the good you've done, but I hate the bad you've done. When you're ready to admit your approach is bad, find me. I'll help you make things right."
I looked at him for a long moment. "You're a hell of a lot more reasonable than Quantum. For the record, she appreciates that."
20 years a surgeon, and I still can't tell you the proper procedure for removing the stick from Doc Quantum's ass."
I stared at him for a long minute, surprised. Then he winked, and I burst into laughter. He was smiling by the time I finished.
"Good. Had me worried for a minute there."
"You know the funny part?" I asked. "You're the second superhero she's met who's doing the doctor thing as a secret identity. Is that a custom in this city?"
Freeway shrugged. "Usually how it works is you find your powers in the most stressful moment of your life. Doesn't surprise me if another medical professional ended up with a power surge."
That wasn't precisely the case with the last Janissary, I thought, but I shelved the notion. Another, more pressing question was crossing my mind. "How did Time Tripper know we were meeting you here? Why here? He has an entire future of knowledge to draw from, and he focuses on this secret meeting. You'd think he'd have other events to go from."
He scowled. "I don't know why he knew about this, and that worries me. Anyway, thanks for bringing Bunny on over. I'll take her off your hands."
He checked his watch.
"Got anything else, or are we done?"
I nodded, and we left, off to heroics and villainy as we saw fit. Chapter 10. An Old Friend. I've never liked the whole meet under the flag of truce thing, even when you get something from it. Getting information from bills usually isn't worth putting up with their smug, punchable faces. And oh my God, the monologues. Mags, leader of the Torchbearers Junior Hero Group, 1998 through 2002. It was an uneventful return trip. We grabbed some Chinese takeout, then retrieved the armor and headed back to the lair. I'd originally planned to grab it at nightfall, but the confirmation that Time Tripper was still after me was reason enough to get it into the shop for an overhaul, a little earlier than planned. Martin was silent the whole trip back, only opening his mouth to order his dim sum. And when we got back to the factory, he headed straight for the living quarters, leaving me to guide the armor to the repair station. I didn't know what to make of it. Running into Freeway had shaken him up, obviously. I gave it some thought as I directed the arms to disassemble the damaged layers from the outside in and fed in materials to the various hoppers for repair and, in some cases, reforging. Was it better to give Martin space or confront him upon it? The hero had gotten my temper going, with only a few sentences. But he'd caused me to think about what I was doing, and I rather thought I'd returned the favor, but it was hard to tell the impact of my words without further observation. I rather doubted he'd go easy on me during our next encounter, and we'd have one sooner or later if I stuck around Icon City. Most heroes you could predict, or distract away, but speedsters had a large operating range by their very nature. I'd need better countermeasures than the screamers. A few damaged components demanded my attention. Serpent Tina's charge had crushed some of the abdominal circuits and blown out a motivator in the shoulder of my damaged arm. Those took about half an hour to fix. After it was done, I surveyed my now cold box of chow mein, sighed, and took it upstairs. As it turned out, my dilemma on whether or not to confront Martin was solved when I walked through the door.
"Hey, Dyer, what am I to you?"
Human male? 5'9"? Mostly water with a mix of chemicals?" He looked up at me from where he was lying on the couch. His own takeout box was next to him, unopened.
"Am I a minion to you?"
No! No. Dyer doesn't have minions. Ah, so that's what this was about. You are upset Freeway called you a minion?
He called it like he saw it. And what else have I been doing but helping you with minion work?
Martin. I put the chow mein on the arm of the nearest chair. You're a friend. You're Dyer's friend. He was quiet for a moment. When he looked at me again, his face was almost pleading.
I don't know if that's enough.
I took a breath. Well, then what's enough? He lifted a hand, let it fall.
I don't know, fuck. I'm whining. Just give me time to think here.
I nodded. As you wish. I sat in the chair, found one of the plastic sporks that had come with the takeout, and did my best to enjoy the chow mein. Eating had always been an incidental thing for me. I grabbed food when I remembered to, and scarfed it down as fast as possible. After all, time spent on nourishment is time away from invention and engineering. Martin was still silent by the time I'd finished, so I headed back down to the factory floor and logged into one of the infrastructure terminals. What I wanted wasn't complex, just a matter of using some of the glass and a liquid sealant to ensure an airtight space. 2 hours later, I tested the pressure in the modified cargo container and found it good. I wiped moisture away from the inside of the container's new window, which had once been part of a Cadillac's windshield. Next to me, the smallest of the robotic arms twitched on its new base.
You making a tank or something?
Martin asked. I started a bit, hadn't heard him approach. No, just a hermetically sealed and shielded viewing chamber.
Oh, gonna crack open the cargo?
Yup. He went and got the crates without me asking, setting them in there one by one. I tried to help on the second one, and he shook his head.
I got this.
I shrugged and let him get on with it. Whatever was eating at him, he'd get over it eventually. Once it was done, I closed the container and tapped in a series of commands through my AR interface. A long hiss announced the flushing of the atmosphere, and the lights clicked on one by one inside my viewing chamber. I tested the range of the arm, nodded as it checked out, and maneuvered it over to the nearest box. When it was in position, I lowered the blast shield over the window.
Thought we were going to take a look at it.
Well, if it's rigged to blow, then Dyer doesn't want to eat a face full of glass. That's a bad chaser after cold chow mein.
You think it'll blow?
Not really, but there's no point in leaving this to chance. I tapped in the final command and waited as the robot opened the first box. Immediately, my sensor suite went to work. I frowned at the readings. Slight radioactivity? Not enough to be dangerous.
Whoa, radiation?
That explains it. I paused and looked at him. Explains what?
It's bomb material. You get people trying to smuggle that shit all the time.
No, actually. This is nowhere near weapons-grade emissions. What do you know of radioactive material? It probably doesn't work like you think.
We dropped a bomb full of that shit on Japan, made them surrender, and got ginormozilla out of it. Wait, we got a kaiju involved here, too. This is making sense. Sick sense.
Slow down there, I recommended. There are a lot of fallacies about nuclear physics. Didn't help that Tesla opposed further development in the field. Humanity never got those nuclear power plants that science fiction speculated upon back in the day because of that. I sighed. Opportunities lost.
Because radiation is fucking dangerous and makes mutants.
Actually, most radiation just kills you. You need a balanced Eastman-Laird reaction to get possible mutational effects, according to the few studies Dyer's seen.
You're not helping,
Martin said. In any case, this isn't a significant amount. It'll register on a Geiger counter, but won't do much else. I looked over the other readings, found them within tolerances. Should be safe to open the viewing port. With a flick of my fingers along the AR interface, the blast shield cranked open, and we looked into the open crate.
Flowers? Martin asked. All this over some goddamn pansies?
To be fair, they were pretty flowers, pink and white, about the size of a small apple. They rose from what looked to be simple ceramic pots filled with black dirt, and looked no worse the wear for having spent presumably a day or two in a steel crate. I studied the crate itself. It looked to have a basic hydroponics mister along the sides of it, and those inset lights within the lid of the crate were probably miniature ultraviolet grow lights. Someone had taken care to make sure they would survive the trip. Wait a minute. The metal on the inside of the crates had a different texture than the outside. I zoomed in. Lead. Got to be lead. Didn't know why they bothered. Geiger counters were pretty rare. Unless the unknown party with the vines and the giant monster was trying to track them by the radiation. Couldn't rule that out. I used the mechanical arm to replace the lid, lowered the blast shield, popped the other two crates, and went through the same processes. All were the same, as far as I could tell.
"Hey," Martin said. "Inside of the window's getting a little dusty."
It was, and it shouldn't be. I got in close, peered at it. Pollen.
Radioactive pollen?
Maybe. I used the arm to add in a burst of RFID tracker to each crate, then closed them up again. Going to bet that pollen does something. Going to have to decontaminate the chamber before we open it up again.
"Probably a safe bet," Martin muttered. "Turns people into plant zombies, maybe, or some bullshit."
I shrugged. No way to tell without a method of analyzing the samples, and Dyer's lousy with organic things. But we've found out the important thing. They're not useful to us right now, and possibly dangerous.
"So, does this change the plan any?"
Not really. Going to call up our client and see how much he'll offer to get his plants back. Set up something a few days out, and then we can use the time to take care of the important business."
"Which is?"
"Mina. Got a lead on her earlier, and a midnight meeting with Sparky to follow up on it."
"Possibly. Sparky? No shit."
He looked pleased. "Well, Dyer sent the message through the torchbearers. Up to him if he accepts it." I looked at the factory floor, at the pickup. Was going to use that to get most of the way there, but, well, odds are good Freeway saw it as he came into the church. Going to need to procure a new vehicle.
"I can help with that," Martin said. "Van okay?"
"Probably best. The armor's heavy. After that, get some sleep, okay? It's a midnight meeting. Only a few hours to go."
"Great. I'll start making some calls."
He went off to it, and I rolled the blast shield up again and turned my attention to my armor. The big advantage of my power set was the flexibility inherent with my focus on engineering and robotics. After each conflict, I could analyze the performance of the suit and adjust it to the situations and foes that I expected to encounter. I was limited only by time and the resources at hand, but even if I stuck to the inexpensive modifications, I could still customize quite a lot. The screamers were a prime example. It hadn't missed my notice that Freeway had capped the earplugs he'd snatched out of my hands during our last encounter. I couldn't expect them to work on him again, and they certainly wouldn't work on that kaiju, if I was unlucky enough to run into it. Also, the potential for collateral was too high for most urban combat. I had to factor in acoustics and exposure time, and there was too much potential for accidents. No, the screamers had to go. Which was fine, because that let me shift a few more things in. Still, I hated to abandon a useful tool entirely, so I put 2 screamer grenades in the armor's utility compartment. I filled the now empty space with a phlogistotic igniter, all the use of a flamethrower without having to carry fuel. Might be handy against a kaiju, and, hell, sometimes a little applied arson can save a ton of trouble. Now, the force field generator. I tapped my chin for a bit and considered. It was a huge power draw, and one close-range explosion had just about fried it. My collision with the shore had finished the job. It cost a ton of resources to build, and it would about finish my gold stores off entirely to replace the threads in the shunt circuits. It was a tough call, but I decided to keep it. Armor alone wasn't enough when there were potentially more laser-armed guards out there. Speaking of the armor, there was that outer layer to consider, now that Mags had shown me her trick. Hopefully I wouldn't run across the torchbearers again after tonight, but I couldn't rule it out. So, how would I keep myself from being immobilized again? After consideration, I switched over to a slightly heavier ablative design. I put in a few small shaped charges that would let me blow away selected parts of it, or fire off all of them at once if I was having a bad day. Not an ideal solution, and each part would weaken as it took damage, but it had a modular advantage, was cheaper and easier to replace, and it had the added advantage of putting a spray of shrapnel into the air if it came down to it. Kind of like having shotguns strapped all over my body under a really big coat. Recoil could be an issue. I lowered the size of the shaped charges a bit more and moved the ones I'd planned for my helm assembly down to the neck. No sense in giving myself a concussion. That's the sort of thing you make your enemies work for, after all. As I was finishing up the recompiling, I checked the time and winced. 10 p.m. already? I'd gone and lost myself in the project at hand. I eyeballed the robots reconfiguring the armor and nodded. It would be cutting it close, but they'd finish just in time for our trip north. In the meantime, I had one thing left to do. Leaving the noise and bustle of the workshop's floor, I retreated up to the private quarters and gave a half-wave to Martin. "You get the van? It's outside." He frowned. "A lot of people out and about. Die Kriegers moving around in groups. Maybe they're getting ready to hit the SCK, touch off that gang war that Bunny was worried about. If that was the case, they'd have more boys up north of here. This is solid turf for them. Has been for years. Well, it shouldn't matter in a few days, if things go right. Our stay here is temporary, so they can get back to killing each other once we're gone. Dyer cares not. Only thing that concerns me is their attitude on costumes." "Ah, right. They're the ones who hate metahumans. Yeah, they're fanatics. They catch wind of you in here, right near one of their big safe houses. It's gonna be bad. As in, they'll come after us with everything they got, bad." Ah, bigotry. That perfect combination of fear and stupidity. Well, their loss if they do. No point in worrying about it either. I had other things to tend to. I moved back to my supercomputer rig and bounced a burner phone's number through a labyrinthine series of anti-trace programs. Thus protected, I put my mask on and called our client. He picked up on the second ring. "I'm going to assume that you're one of 3 people." "You assume correctly." An angry exhale. "Of course." "We have your cargo. Where do you wish it delivered?" "Do not toy with me." "Funny, that should be Dyer's line." "You were paid for a task that you did not do, and did a task that I did not ask you to do." "Yes, because you lied. There was no cargo to be hijacked, at the point you described, and there was no final payment planned." That was the point that pissed me off the most. If he'd simply told us what we'd be doing ahead of time, I would have been okay with it. Hell, we could have done it better, thrown some good kayfabe in there, really made a show of it. But no, he'd used us as patsies. Then again, Chain Gang had been secretly working for the third party in this mess, so I could maybe see why he hadn't told us the full plan. Still, that was no concern of mine. Money was my concern here. He'd been silent for a long minute. "Well?" I demanded. "If you have the cargo, you'll be able to tell me what's inside. I'm sure you've opened it." A beep from my computer. He'd started a trace. It had taken him this long? Amateur. "Let us say it is a good thing Dyer does not have hay fever." "Ah, my condolences."
None necessary. Yet. Yep, the pollen did something bad, all right. Thank heavens for my paranoia. In any case, the price for this cargo has gone up. Oh? Another beep. I surveyed my defenses and found them still sturdy, but that trace was persistent. He might be an amateur, but he had some smokin' hardware. Shouldn't have expected any less, really. Morgenstern was primarily a tech and heavy machinery corporation. They'd have cutting-edge stuff. Yes, quadruple the original price, Dyer thinks, for time, effort, and your treachery. I'd collect Vorpal's fee for her and hold it in escrow until we managed to find her again. If we did. No. That threw me a bit. No? You don't want your flowers back? I would like them back, but the person I represent takes a dim view on extortion. So let me make you a counteroffer. Go on. I'll give you a drop-off point. Leave them there and walk away. You've earned $20,000 apiece from our down payments. That's fair for the job you undertook. Do this, and we won't bear a grudge. More beeps as the trace closed in, but I didn't care. You won't bear a grudge. You think Dyer is in the least concerned about that? You betrayed her trust. You should be worrying about her grudges. You're making a mistake. I represent a powerful client. Very well. If you will not pay, there is another party who might. An intake of breath and a choked name. Vec. He stopped himself, and for a moment the receiver was silent. You wouldn't. That's madness. Madness that pays versus malice that doesn't. Makes the choice a bit more palatable, yes? Look, I have another solution. A series of beeps. I eyed the defenses and frowned. 2 of my programs were choking. It was down to the last 3. You have 20 seconds. Destroy them, he blurted. Just get rid of them. Burn them. Make sure you get all the spores, too, all that you can. I paused. This was unexpected. Is he really that bad? That bad? You don't know. Oh, God, you don't know, he whispered. 10 seconds. Another program down, too. His voice was serious again. Dr. Dyer, I promise you this. We will take any and all steps to prevent Vector from getting those flowers, including your destruction if necessary. Either give them to us or destroy them yourself. Time's up. The second-to-last program failed. I hung up and threw the computer into a hard purge. The burner phone's grid profile ceased to exist, and I held my breath as the AR line of the trace coiled, flexed, then grounded out somewhere around Rhode Island. Well, that hadn't gone as planned. I pulled my mask off and tucked the computer back into its hidden compartment. I'd need a different approach if we wanted to get paid our ransom. But I had a name now, and another clue. Whoever this Vector was, Morgenstern Inc. feared him. In any case, the matter wouldn't be easily resolved, and that let me move on to my next task. I strolled out of the back rooms, tossing my mask from hand to hand. Martin, are you good to drive? Yeah, we going now? I checked the armor. It was almost done, just had the paint cycle left to go. Sure, Dyer will go get suited up. Pull the van around, and she'll hop in. Around the north end of Broad Oak Avenue, I called for a halt. Somewhere around here, I rumbled. Neighborhood's still shitty. Unsurprising, but still sad. He found a parking lot at the edge of the coast, near a marina that had seen better days. I clambered out, night vision amped up, surveying the area for observers, and finding none. To the south, the lights of Boardwalk's marinas glittered softly along the water, and the boardwalk itself was filled with its own cascades of light and colors of tourists and vacationers living it up.
The eager pulse of party music pounded across the waves, and I wished them the joy of it. To the north, the ruins of the old docks moldered, and dirty beach stretched into darkness that ended in a cluster of ruins out on a long pier, old skeletons of roller coasters and rotted clown faces against a low moon. Funland.
Place looks different without the camp,
Martin said, whispering. I nodded and turned my mask's volume as low as it could go. Ready? He held out his arms to me and shut his eyes tight as I picked him up into a fireman's carry. He was no weight at all to my armor, and the gravitics flew us silently across the water, arcing out into the ocean, and coming around low and fast until rotted wooden pilings and crumbling planks cropped up on my night vision. Going up, I said, and he groaned as we ascended, darting past a half-intact Ferris wheel and over to the north end of the big pier. As I went, a light glimmered at the edge of my vision, and I saw that we weren't the first to arrive. A small electric lantern shed its glow next to an old man in a wheelchair. Next to him, the armored and glowering form of Mags was just visible. Though I was still in the darkness, her head snapped toward me as I got within a few hundred yards. Some sort of metal sense? I noted that for future conflicts. I touched down and set Martin to the ground, using my sensors to examine the area. Nothing and no one else, so I approached, letting my metal-shod feet clank thud against the planks. Some broke and cracked under my weight, but with the gravitics on, I didn't fall. Martin, for his part, gave me a wide berth as he came in on my flank. And he was the first to speak, as he ran ahead. "Ha ha ha! Sparky, my man!" A mane of white hair raised its head as a brown-skinned face peered into the darkness. "Martin!" And damn, it was good to hear that careless, creaky old voice again. I sniffled and felt a tear roll down my face. Thank heavens for my mask. It let me cry without shame. We'd been through so much together, and he hadn't changed a bit. Martin slowed when he approached the chair, and Mags tensed up.
"Shit, Sparky, call off the dog. Hey, is your ground up?"
Sparky shook his head, tapped a metal choker around his neck.
"Don't need that no more. Now, come here, son."
Martin crouched down, and I watched as the two folded into a hug. Martin was weeping too, at this point, and I'm pretty sure Sparky's eyes were moist in the lantern light. Mags looked uncomfortable. She shifted her feet around, coughed, and moved her visor over to look directly at me. "You might as well come out too, before you drop the entire pier."
"Very well."
Martin pulled back from Sparky, rubbed his face. Sparky's eyes got bigger and bigger as my armored bulk stomped out of the darkness, red cape swaying around me as I pulled up and surveyed the three of them.
"Long time no see, Dyer lady. Looks like you got an upgrade."
"Made it herself."
"Well, at least it's American-made. Not too many things are these days."
"You have an upgrade too." I indicated the broadcast torque he wore around his neck. It wasn't as spiky as the version I'd made him back in the day.
I've still got that one, but one of the brigade techs made me this one that ain't so noticeable. They're turning me into a respectable citizen."
He cackled.
"Psh, like that'll happen," Martin said. "Got your hip flask on you?"
Sparky fished around in his wheelchair and tossed it to Martin.
"Careful with that. That was Roy's."
"Ah." We bowed our heads for a moment, remembering. When I looked up, I caught Mag staring at me before she shifted her visor away, lips tight. "That's about the hardest part of this path, really."
"Oh?"
Sparky asked. "Couldn't go to his funeral. Can't visit his grave." It was too risky. The veterans' cemetery was well monitored, and the MRB was surely watching. I just couldn't justify the risk, no matter how much I wanted to. Roy had been the closest thing I'd had to a father, really. Tears threatened again, but I squeezed my eyes shut.
"Dyer,
Sparky whispered, and my audio sensors picked up the squeak of his wheelchair as he rolled it closer.
It ain't too late. You can come in out of the cold. Give this up.
No. No, she really cannot.
A villain's life ain't no life at all. You saw what it does to people. You fought the worst of them. And now you want to throw that away? You want to go out there and fight my kids? Hells, Dyer, you're better than that. You could be a hero. The best of them.
I considered him for a long moment, then turned to look at Martin. And what of Martin, if Dyer surrenders?
Hey, if you wanna...
Martin raised his hands.
I ain't saying you should, but don't let me hold you back if you want to. Your life, your choices. I'll be fine on my own if I have to.
It was tempting. I couldn't deny it, but I'd considered it before and always ground down to the same conclusion.
No.
I raised a hand and clenched it. Heroes are a necessary part of this world, it is true, but they are not enough. There are problems out there, Sparky. Problems that heroes cannot punch out. Problems that no amount of fighting will solve. You and the rest of the world need Dyer doing what she's doing, even if you cannot see it yet. And just what are you doing? Mags asked. Besides hurting my friends, I mean. Because I'm really not seeing it.
Simple, child,
I said, shifting my mask to look down upon her. Dyer will fix the world's problems. Yeah, you and every politician out there.
Unlikely.
Politicians are constrained by being part of the process, pawns upon a board, like most of the rest of this world's inhabitants. Aren't you one of those inhabitants? Calling yourself a pawn now? She grinned. You said it, I didn't.
True, but do you know the first step to becoming a player instead of a piece?
No, but I'm sure you'll shout it at me here in a second.
Irritating. I continued anyway. The first step is to look at the board.
Yep, called it.
Sparky swatted at her. Look at the board, huh? Never too good at chess. Poker's more fun.
He frowned.
Lost so much money on that back in the day. You wouldn't believe how much Unstoppable cheated out of the regiment. Before we caught on, he was sharking us.
Chess works better for the analogy, I clarified.
Come on, Sparky, focus.
But at any rate, looking at the board requires resources. So Dyer's gathering those. Stealing them, you mean? Mags clarified. From those who deserve it, or can spare it, yes. From others, obtaining them legally. Yeah, we didn't have a truce right now. I'd take you to bits, lady. I narrowed my eyes and turned to face Mags full on, stomping closer, step by step. Unhurried, I watched her back up a step, half raise a hand. But Sparky caught her arm, shook his head. I leaned down over her, brought the armor down and half crouched, bringing the eyes of my mask level to her visor. You will try to stop Dyer, again and again, and you will fail. Again and again. This is not a threat. This is not intimidation. This is simply how it will be. In time, you will gain victories against her, but not here, and not soon, and never significant wins. Dyer will not stop. Dyer will not rest. Dyer will not cease until this unjust, corrupted world is restored to a place where humans are free to live without fear, and our species ascends to its full potential. She opened her mouth, shut it again. So fight your hardest. Bring your teams, push your powers to the limit, and test yourselves in the crucible that is Dyer. Only then will you come to be ready for the inevitable.
And what's the inevitable, huh?
Sparky asked. I straightened up. The time when the rest of the world admits that Dyer is right. The time when heroes and villains and ordinary people, all of humanity, unites under her banner. The time when the human race puts aside petty, wasteful conflicts and greed and fear and ignorance and goes forth to conquer the whole damn universe. Lady, Mags said, don't hold your breath. You will see, I said, turning my back on her. In any case, Dyer is done with banter. Sparky, do you have Susan's last name?
I do, he confirmed, but I ain't too sure I should be giving it to you.
She'll come to no harm. He tapped his fingers on the arm of his wheelchair, and his face was as calm as a still pond.
I believe you believe that. But when villains go looking for people, sometimes they bring trouble with them, even if they don't mean to.
I had to admit, he had a point. Come to think of it, that time traveler was a perfect example of the truth of that statement. Truth. Perhaps that was the most effective tool here. It's Mina, I confessed. She's disappeared.
What?
He looked surprised.
She didn't get settled with the rest of the camp?
Nah, man, Martin said. Dunno where she got to. I think Susan got Anya, was taking care of her. But no sign of Mina.
That ain't good. No way Mina'd go off and leave Anya with someone else this long.
He pulled on his beard.
Yeah, all right. Her last name's Donner.
Susan Donner. I nodded. With my back doors and the supercomputer, that was enough to start with. Thank you.
Just don't go giving her no trouble, all right? You do that for me, Dyer lady?
That she can promise. Ah, one more thing. Mags tensed, and I saw Sparky raise a hand casually, too casually, to the back of his neck. He didn't trust me, and it damn near broke my heart. Relax. It's just a name. Vector. Ever hear of a costume who uses that as his alias? Sparky shook his head.
Ain't heard of that one.
But Mags twitched. Vector? Of course. You know him? I know of him. She shut her mouth, glanced at me. You know, I think I'll let you find that out on your own. He is in the city and causing trouble. Any information you share will hinder him. Yeah, but I don't have to tell you squat. Fight your own battles, dorkter. A trade, then? You've got nothing I want. Dyer knows what he's after. She scowled. And how do I know you'd tell the truth? What guarantee does Dyer have of your veracity? Huh? Dyer doesn't know if you'll lie, either. But she's willing to trust you. Sparky wouldn't teach you to lie, after all. Like hell he wouldn't. Back in the day, the man had gotten me here under a pretense and tricked me into a vulnerable position. Almost killed me, too. It had all been a misunderstanding, mind you, but the old geezer was devious in his own way. But I figured I could guilt the brat into talking. Heavens knew she hadn't shown much restraint there earlier in this conversation. She gnawed her lip. All right, you first. Flowers. 3 big crates full of pink and white flowers. That doesn't tell me much. They put out a lot of pollen. That has some sort of horrible effect. Yeah, that would be up his alley. Still not telling me much. I shrugged. Then reciprocate with an amount of information that you feel is fair. Well, I guess I could save you some grid searching. That'd be fair. He was a doctor in a bad part of Africa, working with the World Peace Corps or something like that. Anyway, he got fed up with the hunger and starvation that he saw there. And either he had powers or got them there because he started trying to fix it. Commendable. Not so much. His idea of fixing things was letting loose plagues that changed people's digestion to make it more effective and let them eat weird things for nutrients. Oh, crap. Please don't go getting ideas. She honestly looked concerned.
Not how Dyer does business.
Yeah, that's good, because the plagues killed a bunch of people. And a lot of the survivors were... Well, the pictures are out there. They got messed up pretty bad. Like, they had to be mercy killed bad.
Well, there went the notion of trying to sell the flowers to Vector. No wonder the client had been scared of the suggestion. So why is he not imprisoned?
Mags leaned on Sparky's chair. It turned out he wasn't limited to plagues. He had made some mutant beasts and stuff, which is why when you mentioned him, it made sense to me, because those freaky vines we saw, totally something he'd do.
He's got something bigger, too. A small kaiju.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Hey!
Sparky bonked her helmet.
Language, young missy.
Martin chuckled, and she flushed. Sorry. Wow. That's bad. Wait. She pointed at me. These flowers you mentioned, where are they now?
I smiled under my mask. Well, our business is done. Ready to go, Martin? Sure am.
Mags took a few steps forward. Hey, look, this is serious.
Good night, Sparky. Be well. Good night, Dyer. Good luck. You'll need it.
No, stop. If there's anything you...
I half wondered if she'd try to stop me when I grabbed Martin and lifted off. She didn't, and we got back to the van unmolested. Well, that kid was pretty pissed, he remarked. Teenagers, am I right? It was a bit of a pleasure to leave her hanging. I grinned under the mask. The grin turned to horror as red messages flickered across my HUD. Get in the van. Drive. What? The lair's under assault. Go. Dyer will meet you there. Hey, don't leave. I didn't hear the rest of his sentence as I dropped him and kicked the gravitics in from hovering to full thrust, launching myself south. And as I flew, hot panic turned to smoldering anger. Someone was going to pay for this. Chapter 11. Moving on down. Dr. Dyer? Oh yeah, we know that bitch. Time comes, we're going to pay her back for what she did. Excerpt from a wiretapped conversation with Kiefer, leader of De Kriegers, the East Coast's largest human supremacist organization. My armor was not built for speed. The best I could do was around 50 miles per hour, and that was with a good tailwind behind me. This gave me plenty of time to read each damage report thoroughly as it came in and fume over the loss. The worst part was the lack of visual feed. They'd been smart enough to take out the outside cameras first, and the inside feed didn't have much more than a shadowed figure rushing in through the side door, catching a taser dart from the grid, and dropping. Someone dragged him back, then a few more came in more cautiously, with weapons out, and got dropped by a directional screamer. Then there were billowing clouds of smoke everywhere. I hadn't put smoke in any of my defenses, so that was something the invaders had brought. Not good. That would interfere with some of the defenses. I wove through the skyscrapers of downtown, well under the airships in their set flight paths above me. It was dark, and I had no light on me, but there were people on the streets below even at this hour, and some of them doubtless saw me. I didn't care. I had too much invested in my lair. I'd spent months building the damn thing up, and now I'd have to move the irreplaceable components. If there was one silver lining to this, it was that Tomorrow Force and Crusader were both out of town. They were some of the main sky watchers for the city, and they would have been on me in a heartbeat if they'd been around. I winced as a red wall of damage reports rolled up my HUD. Something had taken out the networks in the lair's west wall, something that caused a lot of massive damage, all at once. The kaiju? I ground my teeth. I didn't want to face the thing now, not on my own turf.
Giant monsters and collateral damage went together like heroes and self-righteousness. As the central part of Whaler's Wharf passed underneath me and my neighborhood came into view, I surveyed the plume of smoke rising up into the sky from my property and groaned. No, there was no way to hide this. It'd be a hurried salvage and reclamation, for sure. But that would come later. For now, vengeance. I brought myself up to a stop, cape swirling in the downdraft as I circled around the front of the building and... Okay, that was not what I expected. A motley mix of muscle cars, trucks, and SUVs were pulled up in a half circle around the rear of the lair. Most of them were green, or had green as a primary color, and about 30 bald people wearing camo or some variation of it were crouched around the facility, watching it burn. Most of the western wall was rubble, and part of the smoke rising up was actually dust, thrown up by what looked to be the aftermath of several good-sized explosions. What the heck? I started scanning through them and soon found my answer. Several of those bastards were packing rocket launchers. That was a concern. My force field could tank 2 or 3, maybe. What the hell was going on? I settled on a rooftop to the side, back from their pickets, and started using the universal remote to sniff around. Sure enough, I found a tactical net. They were using linked headsets with cameras to direct their people, real military-grade equipment. And, like most military-grade equipment, encryption was a secondary concern. I slipped into their networks and listened, reading texts and grid mails with grim irritation. In a matter of minutes, I had 2 things: answers and an urge to pound my fist through my mask to knock the stupid out of my brain. This had all been my fault. I'd set up shop near one of their main safe houses without noticing them at first, beyond an, oh, hey, gangers, reaction. I'd figured that I would be quiet enough that they wouldn't really mess with me much, and so they hadn't, until I'd started grabbing vehicles and moving them inside. Then different vehicles came out. They noticed that sort of thing. They had people around the neighborhood watching for that sort of thing. And it didn't take too long to figure out where their stolen van had gotten to. So they'd sent a few guys to kick in my door and tell me about their displeasure. They'd hit the automated defenses, panicked, and came back with every available guy in the area and all the hardware they had lying around, which was, quite frankly, a lot. The smoke I'd seen through the cameras was the result of smoke grenades. They'd been destroying broadcast collectors and generators to knock out the defenses, and there wasn't much left at this point. The bombardment of the western wall had been the last straw, and they had people moving in now, looking for me. They didn't know it was me, precisely, but they figured some costume freak was behind all of this, and they aimed to kill him. Police sirens screamed in the distance as I finished my review of their actions, and I growled as I saw the orders come down their TACnet from their boss. They were to search the place for whatever they could grab and get out of there. I contemplated killing every last one of them. At this range, from stealth, I could amp up the particle beams to maximum penetration and mow them down before they figured out my position. But the more I thought about it, the more the idea rankled. It would be a slaughter, and the last thing I needed was more kills on my record. Moreover, they hadn't damaged anything I wasn't prepared to lose. Yet. Slaying them would be a disproportionate response. The final nail in the coffin, however, was the fact that I was dealing with bigoted fanatics. If I went bloodthirsty here, they'd take the loss and use it as recruitment propaganda. That was how these sort of groups work. They drum up fear and offer a solution. And the world has no shortage of gullible cowards or ignorant fools. Killing 30 now would just give them 90 in a year. Martyrs are currency. Leaders, on the other hand, never even got in the field of fire. The boss calling the shots was piping his orders in from elsewhere in the city. I noted that his grid profile seemed to be calling in from a good part of town. So, I couldn't kill them. How should I hurt them? A few seconds later, my grin stretched wide under my mask as I set my plan into motion. The first step? Communications. I remembered the Black Bloods fight. They had the advantage of communications, and I'd damn near lost because of it. No sense in giving the Kriegers the same advantage. I hacked into their leader's connection and started lowering the quality, filling it with static and distorting his voice. Once it was bad enough, I quietly locked him out. He'd hear nothing until I was done here, not from his TACnet or any of the phones that I'd flagged during my examination of their network. Meanwhile, I quietly stole his credentials and fused them to a hastily created false profile. Now when I spoke into the TACnet, it would seem to be coming from their leader. A little voice modulation to deepen my tones, and it'd sound like the broken voice that my prior interference had arranged. "Everyone inside, report!" I barked. A chorus of replies chattered through, and I nodded in satisfaction. They'd explored the western end. There were still a couple of defenses active on the eastern end, so they were having to avoid those, and only a few of them had made it up the stairs to the living area. They'd grabbed my desktop computer, but hadn't found the supercomputer. Nor would they, unless they started tearing the walls apart. Well, more than they had, anyway. I studied their loadouts when I saw them cross the visual feed. Bandanas over their lower faces to cut the smoke and dust, headsets and eyepieces, assorted weapons, and flashlights. An odd mix of improvised and professional. Then one of them spoke up, and my blood ran cold. "Found some crates in a cargo container. They looked important, but there's nothing in them except flowers." Shit. Whatever that pollen was, they'd dosed themselves with it. Well, no time to cry about it. First step was to pull their teeth. "Leave it and get out," I said. "Close those crates, then set charges to blow the place." Boss, we don't have any explosives can drop this place. We're almost out of rockets." I reviewed what I'd heard of the leader's speech patterns. Vulgarity was called for. "Fucking improvise!" I roared. "You need someone to hold your dick when you piss?" "Sorry, Kiefer. Sorry, we got this. It'll drop, no problem." The guys outside dug in their vehicles and started pulling out various bags of explosive goodies, handing them off to the guys inside. Looked like small-grade stuff, from what I could see. I let them go to it for a second and called Martin. "Hey, got Kriegers swarming the place." "Motherfucker!" "Not as bad as it sounds. Dyer's got a plan. You know the Slappy Pizza down Cuddle Street?" "Yeah, shitty pizza." "Shitty pizza, big, dark parking lot in back. Park back there, get ready to load what Dyer brings you. Oh, ignore the explosions." "What?" I had to hang up and cut him off. They'd finished piling things up and were heading inside. An incoming call from their leader's location rang one of the lieutenant's phones. I squelched it before the ganger could pick up, marked the phone he was calling, and blocked that, too. The second step was to have them dig their own graves. Well, so to speak. If I did this right, they wouldn't have a single martyr for their cause. I tapped back into their TACnet. "Hold on, movement. We've got movement inside." It was satisfying watching them flee out of the building, running from nothing in particular. "Use tear gas!" I yelled. "Throw everything we have in there. Flush the fucker out." Gotta admit, that one was a gamble. If they didn't have tear gas, then they might start getting suspicious. But bless their little zealot hearts, they dug out drum-style grenade launchers, loaded them up, and started launching grenades into the warehouse. Gas billowed into the air, joining the smoke and dust already present. One of the lieutenants tapped into the net. "Boss, cops are going to be here in 5. "Shut up." On to the third step, hurting them. I blocked another incoming call from their probably frantic leader and sealed another lieutenant's phone. Then, with an evil snicker, I pulled out the universal remote and started checking their cars. On the third one, I hit pay dirt. It was remote-enabled. I started it up and started it rolling forward as Kriegers yelled and pointed. One gave chase, and I had to stop, reverse, and slam into him, trunk first. He bounced a good 20 feet, rolling and scrambling away from it, limping on a busted leg. And then I started up every other remote-enabled car I found, a good 7 of the 15 vehicles there.
"Shit! He's hacked your cars!" I yelled into the link. "Get to cover! Get inside the warehouse!"
That wasn't too popular an idea, but they were stuck outside, and all the explosives that could have done any real damage to the cars were on the inside. I saw one of the Kriegers jog backwards, fumbling with a rocket launcher, until one of his smarter buddies grabbed him and took it away. At this range, the rockets would kill their own people, too. A few of them tried shots anyway, and they did a little damage before I had the cars chase them around. A few more tried to jump the fence and get away, and the first and fastest managed it, but with a little careful positioning and some vehicular assault, 2 tons of SUV managed to discourage the rest of them. In the end, they had no option but to retreat into the warehouse that they'd just filled with tear gas. I howled with laughter, watching them go, switching to my thermal sight to watch them choke and stay low, trying to avoid the worst of it. If they'd brought masks, they hadn't thought to wear them, or they were back in the cars. And now for the final step in this little orchestra of absurdity. I positioned the cars to block the exits, jetted into the air, and brought myself crashing through the warehouse roof. Yells and shouts of alarm filled the tack net, before I silenced it. "Tremble before dire," I roared, and descended into the clouds of choking gas. It wasn't a contest. It was more of a mercy. 2 minutes later, I was the only thing capable of moving in that factory without puking, whimpering, or screaming. I didn't want to kill them, true, but I was under no obligation to be gentle with them. It took only a few moments to retrieve the flour crates, close them, and wrap them with cable for easy transportation. With a grunt of satisfaction, I flew up to the living space, removed the supercomputer from its hiding spot, and threw it in a loose crate. I'd had the thing ruggedized for just such an occasion. As I was throwing scoops of packing material in with it, the warehouse shuddered. I paused and eyed the gaping hole where the western wall used to be. Had they hit a support beam? Another shudder. Squelch. That came from the factory floor. What the hell? Blurble. Squelch. Squishing noise echoed throughout the warehouse, drowning out the cries and sobs of the wounded. But not the screams, as those who could cry out through the coughing raised their voices and howled their lungs out in fear. Pure, primal fear. I turned on my mask's thermal vision and looked towards the main room. Something was there, oozing out of the grate in the floor that I'd sealed over when I moved in, shuffling an impossible bulk through the tiny space, more and more of it spreading out and expanding like an airbag from a crashing car. It couldn't have bones. It shouldn't have bones, with a structure like that. Appendages that I dearly, dearly hoped were tentacles whipped around from the top, groping around the warehouse, and I watched the thermal images of the gangers I'd beaten up try to drag themselves away or fend off the thing's boneless grasp, to no avail. I watched in horrified fascination as the thing sorted through them meticulously, picking them up and ignoring their frantic, wheezing attempts to escape, bringing them in close and licking them? It was hard to tell through the thermal vision, but after licking them, it placed them back on the ground. Perhaps 20 feet of it was out of the grate now. I measured it, nodded. This had been the thing in the power station. This was the kaiju we'd avoided yesterday. Suddenly, it tensed, and the tentacles shot out. One of the gangers screamed as the creature brought it up to an orifice and devoured him in a single convulsive motion. A suspicion tickled my mind, and I checked his number on the tack net. My fear was confirmed. He was one of the gangers who had reported finding the flowers. The thing was here for the cargo and had a way of tracking the pollen. Probably a sensitivity to the radiation. My gaze fell upon the cargo containers at my feet and the glittering specks of pollen that now adorned them. The thing snorted and glass shattered as I snapped my view up to see it drive tentacles through the windows of the living quarters. Panting, eager moans reverberated through the structure as the thing shuffled and flowed over the factory floor, seeking the scent that had drawn it hither. I pointed an arm skyward and set the gauntlet's particle beam to a wide spread. The roof above me disintegrated with one shot, and I hiked the bundle of crates onto my back as I pushed upward. But not fast enough. Tentacles whipped and ripped through the drywall toward me, seeking the noise, seeking the pollen. Very well, then. Leaving the particle beam at a wide spread, I amped up the force and opened up on the thing. At this setting, the intervening walls disintegrated, parting like paper to a broadsword, before striking the creature full on. It didn't seem to like that one bit. The answering roar shook the air around me, and windows burst in the nearby buildings. As I jetted upward, I peered over my shoulder, switching from thermal sight to night vision. The thing was still moving. Not only that, but it was pouring through the hole I'd made, hurtling itself like some sort of mass of vines? It seemed to be a knotted mass of vines, with fruit-like eyes hanging around the central mass of it. A large charred hole in the center of it marked where my beam had cored it, but the hole was already closing. Black, charred, plant-like fibers and oozing sap squeezing out by the bucket load as it sealed the wound. Tentacles— no, the appendages I'd thought of as tentacles were twisted vines, studded with leaves and thorns. I recognized those vines. They were the same sort of vines that had come out of the water back when I'd had my little standoff with the torchbearers. I didn't like the implications of that. Not one bit. But I didn't have time to think about it. I needed to lose the thing, and fast. I sped away over the rooftops, over the cordon of police cars set up at the end of the street, calling a warning as I went. Say this for the police in Icon. They were well trained for this sort of weirdness. They wasted no time in scattering as the plant kaiju squelched upward in a mighty bound, hit the street, and scrabbled through their cordon, throwing cars into the buildings on either side as it pounded after me, vines moving like hundreds of little legs. It was faster than it had any right to be, big as 2 city buses put together, and slimy. Aquatic? Yes, couldn't count on escaping into the ocean. Couldn't outrun it, not at my speed. Couldn't lose it. It had some sort of radiation sense that let it smell the pollen. The pollen. If I could get the pollen off the crates, then I could possibly lose it. How? Burn it? I had the phlogiston projector, but at this range, that would melt the crates and destroy the flowers. The thing was a little too powerful. But I didn't need to shoot the crates directly, now did I? Not when there were so many other flammable things nearby. I hurtled through the streets, and the thing crunched after me. Impossibly, it was gaining, no matter the obstacles I threw in its path. I glanced back and saw that several of its vines had twisted together to form leg-like appendages the size of tree trunks. It moved with less scuttling and more bounding now, crushing cars and sending people screaming off the sidewalks, trying to escape the botanical abomination. I'd have one shot at this. I turned my attention back to my escape and set my sensors looking for just the right sort of car. And a few seconds later, I found what I needed. An old hydrogen-celled truck parked in front of a movie theater. I darted low and opened up with a phlogiston projector, bathing the car with a crimson pulsing ray as I slowed, hovering over it.
Boom!
The hydrogen explosion flared against my force field, and I rolled with it, let it drive me up and higher as I held the crates out, bathing them in the worst of the inferno as I went. Behind me, the beast screamed as the flames caught the edge of it, and I glanced back to see it hesitate, whipping flaming vines about. Didn't like fire, huh? The flames withdrew, and I looked the crates over. Charred, but not cracked. And, as planned, I didn't see a single speck of glittering pollen. Pollen's highly flammable, after all. No way the creature could track me now. Heat sensors on my back flared, and I realized my cape was on fire. Crap. I made a mental note to get something that didn't burn so easily next time. With regrets, I hit the quick release, sending it fluttering to the ground below. I'd liked that cape. A scraping of metal from below, and I glanced around just in time to duck the car as it flew past me, hurtling into the night before impacting a Slappy Pizza billboard and crashing to the street below. Oh, right. The monster could still see me. I should probably do something about that. I darted over a Fasty Mart, and the creature went through the building. Thin drywall, plexiglass, and weathered girders collapsing under its bulk and sinewy vines. Screams from inside, and I winced as I turned, speeding along the street instead of continuing across the city block, as planned. Damn it! I sped west, keeping to the streets. At least there the thing wouldn't cause as much collateral, though I didn't envy the drivers right about now. Couldn't dive into the ocean to lose it. The thing was aquatic. Couldn't outrun it. My armor just didn't have the speed. Particle beams? Too soft. Anything that would hurt it would blow through and cause collateral damage behind the thing, and that would only slow it down for a bit anyway. It didn't like fire. Could I use that? Maybe. Cars honked horns behind me as I fled and blended with crashing, galloping, wanton destruction as the thing trampled after me. It wasn't crushing all of them. It was actually fairly loosely put together, and the legs were thin. But they had terrible strength behind them, so when they came down, whatever was between them and the asphalt was pretty well smashed. I tried to aim for the less occupied streets. It was post-midnight, so the traffic was light, thankfully, but it couldn't stay this way forever. Maybe I could go up. That seemed good. I started angling upward, and for a few seconds I thought I'd escaped it. I turned and looked, and a hurled car missed me by a matter of meters. The thing was keeping pace under me, and as I watched, it scooped up a minivan as it went and started to wind up. I kept going up, and another car shot toward me, dropped out of sight. And then, to my left, a flicker of light caught my eye to the west. Speed lines, fast approaching the creature. I whirled in broad circles, keeping the kaiju moving below me, moving quickly so that it couldn't draw a good bead with its hurled cars. I kept its attention focused on me, right up until the point that the speed lines blurred out a few 100 feet from the thing. The torchbearers were here, and as I watched, the thing flinched and roared as someone tore up a light post, ran down the street, and started beating the hell out of it with a long metal pole. Serpent Tina, most likely. I was glad she hadn't gotten her hands around me for more than a few moments. I watched for a minute, debated blasting it, but decided against it. At this range, I couldn't rule out friendly fire against the heroes. And, besides, the kaiju was no longer my priority. Now that the heroes were here to beat the thing and minimize further property damage and risk to civilians, I had no further stake in fighting it. I flew east, glancing behind me as I went. The creature's attention seemed fully occupied by the junior heroes, and no speed lines pursued, so I figured I was clear. 4 minutes later, I dropped down into the parking lot behind Slappy Pizza to find Martin waiting with the van. We loaded the crates, and I slid out of the armor. I had a layer of sweat on me, and fatigue filled every portion of my body. Now that the adrenaline was gone, I had nothing left to run on. I pulled myself into the front seat of the van, pulled my mask off, and let the back of my head hit the seat with an audible thump.
Dyer?
There's more than one kaiju, I replied.
What?
The vines at the lake when Chain Gang and the armor hit the decoy convoy, those were part of a kaiju. It just kept the bulk of itself below the water, that's all. And it was too close to when we arrived at the rendezvous point to find the thing occupying the power station. So, there are at least 2 of them, probably more.
How many you think are out there?
Don't know. It's amorphous, so it can fit in hard-to-find places, and looks like a mass of plant material to the unwary. But there have to be several out there. It was tracking the radiation from the crates, and the crates were only open a matter of minutes. So, the one Dyer fought tonight had to be fairly close. I rubbed my eyes. Vector. Professor Vector has to be their master. He's seeded these things through the city.
Hold up. The crates got opened?
Kriegers. They're taken care of.
You kill them?
No. The cops have probably found them in the lair by now, rendered helpless by their own tear gas, and all the beating that Dyer could give them before she had to depart. The kaiju killed a few.
All right. That ain't so bad. But, where are we gonna go now?
I tried to clear my mind, to think, but I was just so tired. We needed some place that could be secured with a minimum of effort, something out of the way, with a decent security system. Some place Professor Vector wouldn't look. The power station. The planned site of the rendezvous. Martin considered it as he pulled onto the highway.
You're thinking he won't look there, since he already looked there once?
The cameras on the warehouses around it are easily hacked. We can use them to watch the place, and the facility on the end rarely sees use. We can slip the van in there, for a day or two, anyway.
And if he's still got a kaiju waiting there?
I shrugged. Dyer's still got thermal sight. The thing will show up if it's still there. If it is, we go get a cheap hotel room somewhere. Martin nodded.
Sounds legit.
I shut my eyes and sagged back into the seat. Didn't realize I'd fallen asleep until Martin was shaking me awake.
Dyer, we got a situation.
I opened my eyes, blinked the fog away. The power station was ahead of us, and there, illuminated by the headlights, was Vorpal. She was wearing the same clothes I'd loaned her when Time Tripper nabbed her, and looked no worse the wear for her jaunt. She was standing next to the open gate to the station, gesturing us in. I slid my mask on and activated her channel on the sub-vocal network. I'd never deactivated the thing after the job was done, and now I was glad of it.
Vorpal?
Yeah. You coming in or not?
What the hell happened?
Complicated. Look, there's someone here you need to meet. I frowned, and paranoia stirred within me. Her words struck me as ominous.
Who?